One advance with the times, fall back with complacency. Baby, you must be starving. Here, mommy will feed you some milk. A gentle woman's voice rang out. The next moment, Lin Zichen felt something soft stuffed into his mouth, and then he instinctively began to suckle. At just over a month old, his mind was somewhat conscious, but not much. All he knew was to cry when hungry and to sleep when full. His thoughts were mostly muddled, lacking the capacity for complete reasoning. Energy +1. Energy +1. Energy +1. As he drank more and more breast milk, Lin Zichen suddenly felt an itch in his head, as if his brain was growing. Immediately after, a character panel slowly emerged from the void. Name, Lin Zichen. Age, 33 days. Biological level, ordinary, tier 1. Biometric attributes, none. Looking at the panel in the void, Lin Zichen finally realized something. He had transmigrated. Transmigrated into a newborn whose brain had not yet fully developed. And he had acquired a golden finger. Having pondered this for a while, Lin Zichen felt exhausted and soon fell into a deep sleep. Little guy ate his fill and went straight to sleep, truly envy-worthy. Mommy hasn't had much sleep taking care of you. The woman looked at Lin Zichen sleeping in her arms and whispered with a smile full of love. In the blink of an eye, over 2 months had passed. After these days of development, Lin Zichen's consciousness had become much clearer, possessing a fairly complete ability to think. With his brain functioning, the first thing he did was to study his golden finger. He learned it was an achievement-based golden finger, and he had triggered the first achievement task. Achievement: accumulate 10,000 kicks. Reward: obtain biometric attribute, use it or lose it. Number of kicks accumulated, 1024/10,000. Lin Zichen glanced at the progress bar and silently lay in the crib, kicking. Baby, kicking again. When did you wake up? You woke up without crying or fussing, such a good boy who gives mommy peace of mind. His mother, Zhang Wangzhen, entered the room and, seeing Lin Zichen lying in the crib quietly kicking, couldn't help but show a relieved smile on her face. Seeing this, Lin Zichen smiled back at her. Soon, his father, Lin Yanzheng, also came in, full of expectation. The little guy is so lively and active, obviously has a talent for physical ability. In the future, he's sure to become a lofty genetic integrator, or at the very least, a mechanically modified human. Genetic integrator? Mechanically modified human? What are those? Lin Zichen's brows furrowed slightly, realizing that this world seemed different from his previous life. Before he knew it, another month had passed. In the past month, Lin Zichen had averaged 300 kicks a day and finally accumulated 10,000 kicks. You have accumulated 10,000 kicks, achievement reached. You have obtained the biometric attribute, use it or lose it. Use it or lose it, as long as you continue to exercise a body part without stopping, that part can evolve and become stronger indefinitely, but cannot break the limits of carbon-based life forms. Having read the content, Lin Zichen immediately began kicking his legs, eager to experience the effects of use it or lose it. You are kicking, chi blood +1, leg muscle strength +1, kicking proficiency +1. At the moment the prompt appeared, Lin Zichen clearly felt a surge of strength in his legs. He was quietly thrilled and kicked even harder. When he tired of kicking, he switched to waving his arms. You are waving your arms, chi blood +1, arm muscle strength +1, waving proficiency +1. When his arms grew tired, he switched to twisting his body, moving all his muscles to achieve a full body workout. Almost a week passed like this. Lin Zichen's body had become much stronger, able to sit up on his own from the crib, no longer having to lie there just looking at the ceiling. Normally, newborns need around 7 months before they can sit up by themselves. But he is only just over 4 months old and already able to do so. In the following half-month, Lin Zichen specifically trained his limbs and quickly mastered the skill of crawling. You are crawling, Chi blood +1, body coordination +1, crawling proficiency +1. To avoid drawing undue trouble by appearing too otherworldly and too contrary to human nature, Lin Zichen did not reveal his ability to crawl in front of his parents. He would wait until his parents were asleep at night before quietly getting out of bed to practice crawling on the ground. He crawled faster than the cockroaches in the house, moving swiftly in and out of the dark corners. A month later, Lin Zichen also learned to walk. You are walking, Chi blood +1, body coordination +1, walking proficiency +1. At the same time, by watching the news on TV, he gained a preliminary understanding of the world he lived in. Humans are still on Earth, but Earth has mutated, and many terrifying unknown creatures have emerged. These unknown creatures are collectively called exotic beasts. To combat the exotic beasts, humanity has carved out two paths over the course of several decades. 1. Genetic modification, fusing with exotic beast genes to gain some of the creature's abilities, fighting magic with magic. 2. Overcoming the frailty of flesh and blood with mechanical ascension, defeating exotic beasts with technology. And these two paths correspond to the genetic integrators and the mechanically modified humans. This world is so dangerous, I hope I can grow up safely, keep my head down to evolve, and avoid any accidents. Lin Zichen hoped in his heart. Half a month later, Lin Zichen's walking became more and more proficient, and he estimated it wouldn't be long before he could run. Most newborns need to be around 1 year old to learn how to walk. Yet he's only half a year old and almost ready to run, truly a crushing advantage. 6 months have passed in the blink of an eye. I can crawl in front of my parents now, no need to hide it any longer, he thought to himself. Soon, Lin Zichen began to display his crawling abilities in front of his parents. Honey, look, Zichen can crawl now, and he's so fast, Zhang Wangzhen said in surprise. Lin Yanzheng was also surprised but even more so excited and thrilled, his face full of smiles as he said, he's barely over 6 months old and can crawl so fast, our son is a genius. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell of the house rang. Lin Yanzheng went to check and found that the neighbors who had just moved in a few days ago came to visit, bringing a gift. Hearing the noise at the door, Zhang Wangzhen picked up Lin Zichen, who was crawling around on the ground, and went to meet the new neighbors. The visitors were a young couple. The man was holding a gift, and the woman was cradling a baby girl. Lin Yanzheng accepted the gift and warmly invited the young couple to come in and sit down. Afterward, the two families sat down in the house to drink tea and chat cheerfully. During the conversation, they learned that their children were born just 1 day apart, a remarkable coincidence. Lin Zichen sat on Zhang Wangzhen's lap, curiously sizing up the baby girl born a day after him. Big, watery eyes, looking very adorable. The baby girl was also curiously observing him, and whenever their gazes met, she smiled, her smile exceptionally radiant. After listening to the adults' conversation for a while, Lin Zichen found it boring and struggled a bit in Zhang Wangzhen's arms, signaling for his mother to put him down. Zhang Wangzhen understood what he meant and said with a laugh that he was really active before placing him on the ground. Once on the floor, Lin Zichen quickly started crawling around, exercising his body. You have crawled 10 meters, Chi blood +1, body coordination +1, crawling proficiency +1. You have crawled 100 meters, Chi blood +10, body coordination +10, crawling proficiency +10. You have crawled 500 meters. Lin Zichen crawled quickly, zipping around the house like a mouse. The baby girl's mother, upon seeing this, exclaimed in surprise, "That's amazing, your baby has learned to crawl so quickly, my Han Han has just learned to sit up." Seeing the astonishment on the other's face, Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wangzhen felt a bit of pride internally, thinking how great it was to have a genius son. P.S. Setting down my bowl, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. To a discerning eye for talent. You're running, Chi blood +1, body coordination +1, running speed +1, running technique +1. Your jumping, chi blood +1, leg muscle strength +1, jumping height +1, jumping technique +1. You're talking to yourself, mental strength +1, language ability +1, expressive ability +1. Before he knew it, half a month had passed. With the effect of use it or lose it, Lin Zichen had mastered basic skills such as running, jumping, and language. Although he had already mastered several skills, since he was only 7 months old, he didn't dare to show too much in front of his parents. He was worried that if he appeared too extraordinary, it might bring a lot of unnecessary trouble later on. Let's not even talk about the extreme cases of being studied in detail. At the very least, appearing on variety shows, becoming an internet celebrity, and participating in various competitions would definitely be on the cards. Lin Zichen just wanted to evolve quietly, he didn't want to spend too much energy on other things. Of course, it was still okay to show a bit of genius, just to make his parents happy. Zichen, let's go, mommy will take you to play at Han Han's house. Zhang Wangzhen picked up Lin Zichen from the ground and gave him a smiling kiss on his face. The Han Han that she mentioned was the baby girl living next door. Saying that she was taking her son to play with the baby girl was actually more for herself, as she wanted to chat with the baby girl's mom. The two mothers were of similar age, both liked to dress up, and enjoyed chatting about celebrity gossip. After visiting each other a few times, they quickly became close friends who talked about everything. Arriving at the neighbors, Zhang Wangzhen placed Lin Zichen next to the baby girl and sat on the sofa, laughing and chatting with the baby girl's mom. Seeing Lin Zichen, the baby girl's face broke into a smile, and she reached out to touch him, wanting physical contact. Lin Zichen wasn't interested in playing with a baby. He quickly crawled away. He crawled around the neighbor's house to exercise his body. The baby girl also wanted to follow and crawl, but her limbs were too weak to move, and she could only sit and watch Lin Zichen scuttle about fast as a cockroach. She seemed to really like Lin Zichen, and whenever she saw him crawling towards her, her eyes would curve into a radiant smile. Zichen, don't just crawl on your own, play with Han Han, Zhang Wangzhen said after seeing that his knees had become dirted with crawling. Picking him up, she placed him back beside the baby girl. To give Zhang Wangzhen face in front of others, Lin Zichen obediently stayed with the baby girl, acting like an understanding and well-behaved child. The baby girl's mom said enviously, Wangzhen, your Zichen really listens to you. Not at all, Han Han is also very well-behaved, and she loves to smile. Who knows how many boys she will charm when she grows up, Zhang Wangzhen replied with a compliment in return. While the two mothers were praising each other's children, the baby girl suddenly peed. Not wearing diapers and in split pants, she urinated all over the floor. Seeing the puddle, the baby girl, looking overjoyed, started slapping it with her hand, splashing water everywhere. Urinating and slapping. Slapping and laughing. She was having the time of her life all by herself. Lin Zichen couldn't take it and quickly moved away to avoid being splashed. The baby girl's mom said with a headache, "Are you made of water, little girl? You just went not long ago, how can you pee again?" After saying this, she picked up the baby girl and went to the bathroom to change her pants. Watching her friend hurry away, Zhang Wangzhen thought she had it quite easy as a mother. Others' babies seemed so troublesome to take care of. But her own child, after the first couple of months of wetting pants, had not wet them again in the following months. Whenever he wanted to urinate, he would make noises to alert the adults to take him. Most importantly, he didn't cry at night, which was very reassuring for the parents. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. By this time, Lin Zichen had grown strong enough to do push UPS and sit UPS, which was extraordinarily unbelievable. The first time he tried push UPS, it was tough and he did them slowly. But after a while, he quickly became proficient. Watching him move like a pile driver, his body violently rising and falling, the baby crib creaked and groaned. It would make men feel inferior, and women ecstatic. When he was right in the middle of it, Zhang Wangzhen pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Lin Zichen intensely doing push-ups on the baby crib, she was completely dumbfounded. For a moment, she thought her eyes were deceiving her. She instinctively rubbed her eyes. Taking advantage of the moment Zhang Wangzhen was rubbing her eyes, Lin Zichen quickly lay down to feign sleep. Weird, did I see that wrong? Zhang Wangzhen walked to the side of the baby crib and stopped, turning Lin Zichen over to lie on his back and sleep while she muttered to herself in confusion. In the days that followed, every time his parents left, Lin Zichen would secretly do push-ups and sit-ups to train. You are doing push-ups, chi blood +1, arm muscle strength +1, chest muscle strength +1, push-up proficiency +1. You are doing sit-ups, chi blood +1, abdominal muscle strength +1, sit-up proficiency +1. After training like this for a while, one day, Zhang Wangzhen was bathing Lin Zichen and was shocked to discover that her little baby actually had ABS, and she was completely taken aback. Husband, something major has happened, come quick. What's happened? Lin Yanzheng ran into the bathroom with a look of panic. Then, he was also stunned. What's this situation? Seeing the faintly visible six-pack on Lin Zichen's body, Lin Yanzheng couldn't believe it. How could an 8-month-old baby have ABS? Could it be that crawling around every day built up his ABS? Lin Yanzheng couldn't fathom it. That evening, the family of 3 sat down for dinner. Lin Zichen had already been weaned and could drink some nutritious porridge. He had a big appetite, consuming bowl after bowl. This was because of the high-intensity training every day, which caused a huge energy expenditure. And the unsuspecting parents found it incredible that an infant could eat so much. After dinner, the family of 3 sat on the couch watching TV. They were watching the news. There was a report about exotic beasts attacking, and the parents watched with worried faces, saying that the incidents of exotic beasts attacking were happening more frequently, and the world was becoming increasingly dangerous. Then they saw a report about a prodigy. It was said that in the capital city, a 1,000-year-old martial arts family had a naturally gifted genius who, at 2 years old, could lift a 20 kilograms dumbbell with one hand, astounding the whole country. Lin Yanzheng couldn't help but sigh as he watched. Those martial arts families in the capital city have good genes and resources. Many of their descendants are born prodigies. It's quite enviable. Out of a mother's bias for her son, Zhang Wangzhen disagreed. My Zichen is also a prodigy. He will certainly not lose to those so-called family geniuses. Listening to Zhang Wangzhen's words, Lin Zichen mentally gave her a thumbs up, thinking that it was indeed his esteemed mother who could recognize true talent. Afterward, his gaze stayed on the TV screen, watching the prodigy who easily lifted the barbell with one hand, his mind filled with countless thoughts. To be able to easily lift a 20 kilograms dumbbell with one hand at 2 years old. A genius that amazed the whole country. I wonder if I could also easily lift a 20 kilograms object with one hand when I'm 2 years old? P.S. I'm asking for monthly tickets and recommendation votes. 2 little kids without suspicion. As he grew older, Lin Zichen began to understand more about his family background. They lived in a place called Shanghai City. In a stand-alone house in a village within the city. Just a simple family of 3, with no other relatives. Both parents were internet novelists, they didn't socialize much, and usually stayed at home typing away at their keyboards. Their only social interactions were the occasional meals with the family of a baby girl who had just moved in next door. After dining together several times, Lin Zichen became familiar with the baby girl's family. He learned that her name was Shen Qinghan, her parents were teachers, her mother was Su Meng, and her father was Shen Jianyi. Beyond that, he didn't know much else. Today, Lin Zichen was celebrating his 2nd birthday. Right after the celebration, the first thing he did was to find a box of odds and ends, put nearly 20 kilograms of miscellaneous items in it, and then tried to lift it with one hand. To his ease, he lifted it up effortlessly. "All right, now I'm also a nationally sensational prodigy." Lin Zichen smiled. At that moment, Zhang Wangzhen's voice came from the living room, "Zichen, Han Han is here to play with you." Upon hearing this, Lin Zichen put down the box of odds and ends and walked to the living room at a leisurely pace. When he arrived in the living room, he saw a beautiful young woman and a delicate little girl who looked like a porcelain doll. The visitors were none other than Shen Qinghan and her mother from next door. The baby girl who couldn't even crawl before had now grown into an adorable little girl with twin ponytails. "Zichen, these are the egg tarts Aunt Meng made, they're really yummy." Su Meng handed Lin Zichen a box of egg tarts, saying this with a beaming smile. Lin Zichen accepted the egg tarts and thanked her politely, "Thank you, Aunt Meng." This thanks sounded very bitter in Su Meng's heart. At the same age, Lin Zichen could already converse fluently with adults, while her own daughter, Shen Qinghan, often couldn't express her thoughts completely. She seemed too slow, almost dull. Truly, there's no harm until comparison is made. After staying in the living room and tasting a few egg tarts, Lin Zichen, having nothing better to do, soon went back to his room, closed the door, and began to train his body intensively. Shen Qinghan, who really enjoyed his company, followed him into the room and sat by curiously watching him as he frantically went up and down on the floor. "Here, have an egg tart." Watching him, Shen Qinghan reached out with an egg tart in her hand towards Lin Zichen's mouth. Her voice sounded babyish, and she slurred her words, saying, "Have us here." "No need, you eat it." Here, it's really good." Shen Qinghan insisted that Lin Zichen eat the egg tart. Egg tarts were her favorite food, and she wanted to share it with Lin Zichen desperately. Lin Zichen had no choice but to stop and eat the egg tart she offered. After finishing the egg tart, he continued doing push-ups to train. After a while, he felt the intensity wasn't quite enough, and the physical improvements were not noticeable. As his body grew stronger, simple fitness exercises were no longer enough to satisfy his need for evolution. He stopped, looked around the room, and ultimately set his eyes on Shen Qinghan sitting beside him, inviting her to sit on his back as a weight. Shen Qinghan was more than happy to oblige and clung to his back like a koala. While doing weighted push-ups, Lin Zichen noticed a strange sensation from his back, realizing that Shen Qinghan was wearing a thick diaper under her dress. It's obviously not normal for a 2-year-old to still be wearing diapers. Regarding this issue, Lin Zichen had heard Su Meng complaining to Zhang Wangzhen that Shen Qinghan still liked to wet her pants, so she often had to wear diapers as a result. Time flies. Time flew, and before long, another year had passed. Lin Zichen reached the age of 3. By now, his physical strength was so freakish that he could lift a 40 kg rice sack single-handedly. He didn't know what level that was. He only knew that the child prodigy from capital city he had seen on TV last year was no match for him now. He had always been keeping an eye on the news about that prodigy. The prodigy was now 4.5 and still struggling to lift a 30 kg dumbbell with one hand. The gap in strength was vast. Lin Zichen was puzzled by this. How could the capital city prodigy lift a 20 kg dumbbell with one hand at 2 years old, but fail to lift a 30 kg one at 4.5 years old? That growth curve for strength didn't make any sense. Lin Zichen thought about it briefly but didn't dwell on it too much. With a quick thought, he activated his character panel to check his data. Name, Lin Zichen. Age, 3 years old. Biological level, ordinary, tier 1. Biometric attributes, use it or lose it. Lin Zichen's gaze landed on the biological level, where the words ordinary tier 1 still displayed. He could lift a 40 kg object with one hand and yet his biological level was still only ordinary tier 1? What level would ordinary tier 2 be? Surpassing human limits? As he was contemplating, Zhang Wangzhen suddenly walked over and asked, Zichen, Mom is going to go shopping with Auntie Meng later. Do you want to go shopping with Mommy or stay at home with Daddy? I'll go shopping with Mommy. Lin Zichen answered without hesitation. Being cooped up at home every day training had been somewhat stifling, it was time for a change of scenery. As mother and son were changing shoes to go out, Shen Qinghan and her daughter were already waiting outside. 3-year-old Shen Qinghan wore a lacy dress with a pink butterfly hair clip, her big caracal eyes brimming with water, looking incredibly lively and cute. Zichen, have some cookie. Shen Qinghan broke the cookie she was holding in half and offered the bigger piece to Lin Zichen. Her voice wasn't as babyish as before, and her speech was no longer slurred, sounding much smoother. Thank you. Lin Zichen took the cookie and ate it in one bite. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan's face was all smiles. She was still as cheerful as before and, as habitual, was still prone to accidents, wearing a thick diaper under her dress. You are walking. Qi blood +1, body coordination +1, walking proficiency +1. Upon reaching the street, Lin Zichen exercised by walking while observing the surrounding environment. Streams of traffic and towering buildings were not much different from his previous life. At most, the architecture and the modes of transportation seemed a bit more high-tech. Slightly more obvious was the occasional presence of beastmen and robots among the crowd. So-called beastmen were martial artists who had fused with exotic beast genes, resulting in some features of exotic beasts on their bodies. Some had animal ears on their heads. Some had wings sprouting from their backs. There were also those covered in scales, resembling lizards moving through the crowd. Robots were mechanically modified humans, with various body parts turned metallic, looking like Genos from the anime One Punch Man and filled with cyberpunk style. Both genetic integrators and mechanically modified humans were not common, one had to walk a considerable distance before occasionally spotting one. However, their appearances were quite striking, so they tended to draw attention the moment they appeared. P.S. Bowls out, asking for monthly tickets and recommendations. For the intelligence route of heaven and man. The two mothers were shopping, and soon they walked into a women's clothing boutique. They tried on dress after dress, constantly praising each other the whole time. Su Meng exaggerated how good Zhang Wangzhen looked in a short skirt, with long and white legs, very sexy. Zhang Wangzhen praised Su Meng for looking attractive in a spaghetti-strap dress, with a delicate and sexy collarbone, and shoulders that were smooth and tender, particularly enticing. Listening to the mutual flattery between the two mothers, Lin Zichen couldn't help but size them up. It had to be said, the two young moms were truly charming. Both figure and appearance were top-notch, easily scoring at least an 8 out of 10. And they were in the prime of their 20s. They looked youthful yet mature, exuding a woman's charm from head to toe. Lin Zichen only glanced over them briefly before shifting his gaze away from the two mothers and onto Shen Qinghan beside him. Melon seed face, large eyes, cute upturned nose, cherry lips, skin delicate and fair, it could be said he had inherited his mother Su Meng's beauty quite well, and he would certainly be a fine beauty when he grew up. After coming out of the women's clothing boutique, the two mothers led the children into a toy store on the upper floor of the mall. They wanted to buy some toys for the two kids. Shen Qinghan looked around but wasn't interested in any toys, instead, she was eyeing the snacks in the snack store across the way. Lin Zichen was also uninterested in toys and said he wanted to go into the next door bookstore to buy books and read, hoping to further understand this world through them. The two mothers were quite puzzled, as kids at this age usually love toys. Why were these two so different? But as puzzled as they felt, the mothers still indulged their children, buying what they wanted. When buying books, Lin Zichen chose ones related to exotic beasts, genetic integrators, and mechanically modified humans. Zichen, these books might not be very suitable for children, you know. How about we go and buy some picture books with Han Han over there? Zhang Wangzhen suggested, pointing to the children's area ahead. Lin Zichen opened one of the books he had picked and told Zhang Wangzhen, "There are pictures in these books too, I like these pictures." Zhang Wangzhen glanced at the pictures in the books. Some were ferocious-looking exotic beasts, others were mutated genetic integrators, and there were also expensive parts of mechanically modified humans. She felt that children shouldn't be reading these kinds of books and should stick to more cartoonish children's books, but since her son liked them, she bought them anyway. Having returned home, Lin Zichen eagerly began to read through the books he had brought back. "You are reading books, Spirit +1, Comprehension Ability +1, Knowledge +1. Achievement, a cumulative reading of 100 million words. Reward, acquired biometric attributes innate wisdom. A cumulative reading word count, 10086/100,000,000. As Lin Zichen concentrated on reading, he suddenly noticed several lines of text floating in front of him. He briefly looked over the content and felt a thrill of excitement in his heart. Following his initial kicking achievement, another achievement task had finally appeared. Aside from the dull exercises he had to do every day, he would now have to add reading for leisure. As days went by, gradually, it came time for Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan to attend kindergarten. Their parents discussed together and decided to enroll the two children in Rainbow Kindergarten located closest to home, which would be convenient for joint drop-off and pick-up. The tuition at this kindergarten was relatively expensive. But correspondingly, the curriculum was more enriching than a typical kindergarten's. There were outdoor activities. There were foreign language classes. There were intellectual development classes and so on. Just the day before school started, Lin Zichen's parents suddenly had to go out for a trip. Before leaving, they dropped him off at Shen Qinghan's place, entrusting her parents to take him to kindergarten for registration the following day. At the neighbor's home, Su Meng said in a gentle voice, "Zichen, your mom and dad won't return until tomorrow night. You'll stay at Auntie Meng's house tonight, and tomorrow morning, I'll take you and Han Han to kindergarten." "Okay, thank you Auntie Meng," Lin Zichen nodded and replied. Hearing him say this, Shen Jianyi, sitting nearby, couldn't help but remark, "Zichen is such a sensible boy, even remembering to thank Auntie Meng. He's like a little adult. If only Han Han could be as understanding as you." That night, after taking a bath together, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan went to their room to sleep. Shen Qinghan was very happy to be able to sleep with Lin Zichen. She kept talking to him, chatting with him, talking about how much she was looking forward to going to kindergarten tomorrow and making a lot of friends there. Lin Zichen occasionally responded to her, but most of the time, he was sitting against the wall on his bed, reading. "You are currently reading Exotic Beasts Illustrated, Spirit +1, Comprehension +1, Exotic Beast Knowledge +1. Total words read, 43.96 million/100 million. To complete the reading achievement, Lin Zichen maintained an average reading speed of 300,000 words per day for nearly 5 months. Yet, he hadn't even reached halfway on the progress bar. This reading achievement was more than 10 times harder than the previous leg-kicking achievement. After reading for a while longer, Lin Zichen felt it was about time to sleep, so he put down the book and prepared for bed. By this time, Shen Qinghan, who had been chattering non-stop just moments ago, was already lying beside him, asleep with an expression of bliss so profound that drool was leaking from the corner of her mouth. Lin Zichen took a tissue to wipe her drool. As he did so, his gaze involuntarily fell on the diaper she was wearing. Even now at 4 years old, Shen Qinghan still wet the bed and often had to wear diapers. Her parents had taken her to several hospitals to have her body checked, but no specific reason had been found. The next morning, Su Meng got up early to cook porridge and called the 2 children to have breakfast. Lin Zichen had already woken up early. By the time Su Meng came to wake them up, he had been exercising in the room for more than an hour. On the contrary, Shen Qinghan struggled to get up from bed for half the morning before being pulled into the living room by Su Meng. During breakfast, Lin Zichen quickly finished his porridge, even washing his bowl by himself, displaying his thoughtfulness. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghan was instinctively spooning porridge into her mouth while struggling to keep her eyes open, falling into a bug-like state where she was too sleepy to eat and too hungry to sleep. While waiting for Shen Qinghan to finish her porridge, Lin Zichen calmly sat and read a book, continuously absorbing the knowledge from its pages. He learned that the biological levels included ordinary, advanced level, rare level, epic level, legendary, and mythical, a total of 6 levels. Each of these levels was further divided into 9 orders. The above-mentioned levels were something humans had learned hundreds of years ago from ancient stone tablets within some mysterious ruins and had been in use ever since. After centuries of exploration and research, humans learned a rather disheartening fact. Because of their frail flesh and blood, humans had a very low evolutionary upper limit, capping at the ordinary 9th rank. To evolve further, one would need to integrate powerful exotic beast genes. Alternatively, through mechanical modification, one could give their body the strength to rival that of an advanced level creature, a rare level creature, or even an epic level creature. The might of an epic level creature had reached the point where it could physically withstand a nuclear bomb. Physically withstand a nuclear bomb. Can this really be achieved? Lin Zichen found it incredibly hard to believe. P.S. Begging bowl out, asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Bedwetter King. Rainbow Kindergarten. At the school gate, countless children gazed at their parents outside the fence, their little faces streaked with tears. This was the first time these children had grown up to have to leave their parents' side and spend a day in a strange place. Mommy, don't go, Waya. Shen Qinghan leaned on the fence, tears flowing as if they cost nothing, crying like a little tear-soaked creature. Su Meng soothed her with a gentle voice, Han Han, don't cry. Once school is over in the afternoon, Mommy will come and pick you up. Shen Qinghan kept crying. Su Meng, helpless, turned to Lin Zichen next to her and said, Zichen, help Aunt Meng look after Han Han. Aunt Meng will come to take you home in the afternoon. I got it, Aunt Meng. Lin Zichen nodded and said. Before long, the gates of the kindergarten were shut completely. Many children stopped crying when they could no longer see their parents. After all, without an audience, the actors naturally lost their motivation to perform. In their place, the kindergarten teachers in the school became busy. To make the children like kindergarten, the teachers all spoke softly and organized games for the kids to play. In Lin Zichen's class, they played arm wrestling to see who was stronger. This game had simple rules and was easy for children to understand. Most importantly, since the game was face-to-face, it helped the children quickly get to know each other. Lin Zichen was not interested in arm wrestling, he thought about finding a corner to exercise his body. But seeing that Shen Qinghan really wanted to play, he ended up joining her. After playing for a while and seeing that Shen Qinghan had fully integrated into the atmosphere of the game, and was laughing and chatting with a little girl with hair tied in buns, Lin Zichen quietly left the crowd to find a place to do push-ups. Soon after he left, Shen Qinghan suddenly felt the need to use the bathroom and went to the restroom hand in hand with the girl with the buns. They were chatting and laughing going there, but their relationship soured by the time they came out. So big and still wearing diapers, embarrassing, I don't want to play with someone who wears diapers. I'm not, I don't. Faced with the disdain from the girl with the buns, Shen Qinghan was somewhat at a loss. Don't play with her, everyone. She's so big and still wears diapers, too embarrassing. When other little girls passed by, the girl with the buns would tell them not to play with Shen Qinghan. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan was close to tears. She had originally wanted to make many friends at school. How did it suddenly turn out like this? She felt it was all the fault of the diaper, so she hurried into the bathroom to take off her diaper. But even so, the girl with the buns still disdained her. She even gave her the nickname Diaper Princess and wanted to isolate her from everyone. The malice of children is always unreasonable and sudden. Shen Qinghan felt the malice from the girl with the buns and immediately lost hope in kindergarten life. Wiping her tears and feeling wronged, Shen Qinghan turned and ran off to find Lin Zichen. Now she finally understood that only Lin Zichen would never disdain her for wetting her pants, always being her friend. You are doing sit ups, chi blood +1, abdominal muscle strength +1, sit-up proficiency +1. You are doing squats, chi blood +1, leg muscle strength +1, squat proficiency +1. You are doing pull ups, chi blood +1, arm muscle strength +1, back muscle strength +1, pull-up proficiency +1. Your biological level has been promoted to ordinary level 2. Lin Zichen was focused on exercising when suddenly, a surprising prompt appeared in the void. He had broken through the biological level. He could hardly believe it and quickly stopped to open his character panel to check. Name, Lin Zichen. Age, 4 years old. Biological level, ordinary, level 2. Biometric attributes, use it or lose it. Indeed, he had broken through the biological level, from ordinary level 1 to ordinary level 2. A few days ago, he had tested his body's various data. He could lift an 80 kg rice box with one hand. He could jump up to 1.2 meters high from a standstill. The 100-meter sprint could break 11 seconds. These data were still a great distance away from the world records in my previous life. But overall, they were among the best of ordinary people. Without related professional training, it's simply unattainable. So, the standard for a normal second tier is to be among the best in the average population of adults in my past life. Lin Zichen gained a certain understanding of the biological level for the first time in the normal stages. Based on the strength of the normal second tier as a reference, he estimated that the strength of the normal third tier would probably be enough to break all sorts of world records from his past life. And it would be by a large margin. As Lin Zichen was absorbed in these thoughts, Shen Qinghan's voice came from ahead. Zichen. Zichen, I miss mommy. I want to go home. Shen Qinghan ran up to Lin Zichen, her eyes brimming with tears as she complained to him. Lin Zichen was somewhat puzzled. Hadn't she just made a good friend? Why the sudden tears and desire to go home? What happened? Lin Zichen wiped Shen Qinghan's tears and asked softly. Shen Qinghan sobbed as she recounted her recent experiences. Lin Zichen patted her head and said, "It's okay, we will always be good friends." Yes, always good friends, pinky promise, hung on a hook, for 100 years, you can't change. Shen Qinghan hooked Lin Zichen's little finger, her eyes curving into a smile as she turned her cries into laughter. During nap time. As soon as the homeroom teacher, Ms. Deco, left, Shen Qinghan immediately left her own bed and, like a little cat, scurried into Lin Zichen's blanket next door. Because she was ostracized by the girl with the buns that morning, she became even clingier to Lin Zichen, relying on him more than ever before. Lin Zichen felt it was hot and uncomfortable for two people to squeeze into a small bed, but he let her do as she pleased anyway. It wasn't long before Lin Zichen fell asleep as well. In the middle of his sleep, he suddenly felt a warmth on his body. He quickly got up to check and lifted the blanket, discovering that Shen Qinghan had wet the bed. The mattress was soaked. Lin Zichen was a bit stupefied. Wasn't she wearing a diaper? Where was the diaper? Why didn't it work? While Lin Zichen was confused, a little boy nearby who hadn't fallen asleep noticed the wet mattress and immediately pointed it out, shouting. He wet the bed. Look, Zichen wet the bed. And Han Han too, how embarrassing. The other children heard the shouting and began looking towards Lin Zichen. When they saw that his mattress was soaked, they started to jeer. So big and still wetting the bed, you two are naughty children. We don't want to play with them anymore. Wet Bed Kings, from now on you two will be called the Wet Bed Kings. Shen Qinghan was woken up by the noise, and hearing the laughter and exclusion around her, her eyes reddened, and she burst into tears. "Mommy, I don't want to go to kindergarten anymore, I want to go home, woo woo woo." If it were just him being ostracized, Lin Zichen wouldn't take issue with these kids. But hearing Shen Qinghan crying beside him, he knew he needed to do something. So, he got out of bed, jumped up forcefully and landed with a thump on the table, looking down at the bunch of little tykes in the class, his voice extremely authoritative. "Shut up, all of you. P.S. Bowing for votes, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. 6XL both in the pen and the sword." Lin Zichen's shout, "Shut up," was so loud and forceful that it buzzed in all the little kids' ears. For a moment, all the little kids were stunned. They had never seen someone their age jump over a meter high, nor had they heard such a domineering voice. It was like an angry dad at home. Lin Zichen looked around the room and warned even more domineeringly. "If you dare call her bedwetting queen again, if you dare bully Han Han, I'll make you wet the bed every night. Got it?" When he reached the last sentence, he purposely increased the volume a bit. Just this small increase in volume, like the last straw that breaks the camel's back, made many little kids cry. "Wah-ah, Daddy, I'm scared. Mommy, wah-ah. Mommy, Daddy, school isn't fun, I wanna go home, wah-ah." Among them, the little girl with the bun cried the hardest. Because Lin Zichen's warning was almost entirely directed at her, with extreme specificity. Soon, the commotion in the classroom drew the teachers over. "What's wrong? What exactly happened? Be good, nobody cry. Zichen, why are you standing on the table? It's dangerous, come down at once." Lin Zichen ignored the arriving teachers. At this moment, his entire attention was on the words that appeared out of thin air. "You exude an overwhelming charisma, you've instilled fear in all the kids in class, successfully unlocking the title Kindergarten Kid King. Achievement, dominate 9 years of compulsory education. Reward, biometric attributes survival of the fittest. Titles, Kindergarten Kid King, unlocked, elementary school leader, not unlocked, junior high tyrant, not unlocked." Another achievement task had appeared? Lin Zichen felt a bit surprised. He hadn't even completed the previous reading achievements, and now another achievement task had unexpectedly appeared. It seemed that multiple achievement tasks could exist simultaneously. This was good news. With that thought, a smile spread across Lin Zichen's face, incongruous with the cries filling the classroom at the moment. The next day, the kindergarten received complaints from several parents in the class. These parents, having heard about the previous day's incident from their children, called the kindergarten to demand an explanation. The kindergarten had no choice but to invite the relevant parents to the school to mediate the issue in person. The complaining parents thought Lin Zichen was to blame, directing their anger toward Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wangzhen. Shen Qinghan's parents, Shen Jianyi and Su Meng, felt this was unreasonable. Both believed that their daughter was the one being bullied and that Lin Zichen was merely standing up for his daughter, so what was his fault? So, the couple fiercely retorted the complaining parents. Both being teachers, articulate and logical, they quickly silenced those seeking an explanation. It wasn't until the principal stepped in and gave everyone a way out, saying it was all a misunderstanding, that no one was at fault, and thus the matter was temporarily put to rest. Considering what was best for the children. The next day, the principal moved Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan to another class. In this new class, with Lin Zichen's protection, Shen Qinghan was never ostracized by the other little kids again, and even made quite a few friends. However, these were just ordinary friends. The only true friend Shen Qinghan recognized was Lin Zichen. Half a year flew by in a blink of an eye. That night, Lin Zichen read a book in his room after taking a bath. Before long, several notification messages appeared out of thin air. Cumulative reading of 100 million characters achieved. Biometric attribute acquired, Divine Intellect. Divine Intellect, Photographic memory, learning ability reaches the pinnacle of mankind. After reading the attribute description, Lin Zichen casually flipped to a page in the book he had not read and rapidly scanned the content. Once done, he closed the book and tried to recite the entire page from memory. He then discovered, to his delight, that he could recite everything word for word without error. He truly had a photographic memory. By the time night deepened, after his parents had gone to their room to sleep, Lin Zichen slipped out of his own room and sneaked into his parents' office, where he turned on their work computer and found a high school mathematics video on derivatives to watch. In his previous life, during his high school years, he had been tormented by derivatives. Now, he was going to use derivatives to test the effect of the divine wisdom root. You are studying mathematics, spirit +1, logical thinking +1, calculative ability +1. In the dim room, the fluorescent light from the computer screen shone directly on Lin Zichen's face, making it appear somewhat shadowy. About half an hour later, the video ended. It was at that moment Lin Zichen felt enlightenment pouring into him, and he instantly understood derivatives. He immediately searched for past math college entrance examination papers and worked on several problems involving derivatives, easily deriving the answers. In his previous life's senior year of high school, no matter how hard he tried, he could not figure out derivatives, but in this life, being only in kindergarten, he solved them with ease. Is this what it's like when one's learning abilities reach the pinnacle of humanity? Too powerful. From this moment on, I am a genius with both literary and martial prowess. Lin Zichen felt a slight excitement in his heart. The next morning, Lin Zichen arrived at the kindergarten for his weekly intelligence development class. The teacher of the class was a very young-looking little sister, tender as if she had just graduated from high school. Everyone called her Strawberry Teacher. In class, Strawberry Teacher posed a question to the children. If the teacher gave everyone 100 yuan and asked you to buy the same thing to fill up an entire classroom, what would you buy? Buy chocolate, because chocolate is delicious. Then I'll buy ice cream. I think ice cream tastes better than chocolate. Daddy likes the 4070 Ti graphics card, he even talks about the 4070 Ti in his dreams, so I want to buy a graphics card for Daddy. The children answered eagerly. Unfortunately, none of them hit the mark, clearly not understanding the question. Are there any other answers? There's a reward for the right answer. Strawberry Teacher looked around the class and asked. However, no child was able to come up with an answer. Strawberry Teacher eventually had to reveal the answer. We can buy candles, as long as the candles are lit, their flames would light up the entire classroom. Below, Shen Qinghan grumbled, I really want Strawberry Teacher's reward, but I'm too silly to answer. Hearing the little girls grumble, Lin Zichen stood up, looked towards Strawberry Teacher on the lectern, and said, Strawberry Teacher, I don't think candles will work. Oh. Strawberry Teacher was a bit surprised, not expecting any child to outright refute the standard answer. Curious, she smiled and asked Lin Zichen, Zichen, why won't candles work? Lin Zichen replied, because the classroom has tables, chairs, and all sorts of things. In the candlelight, these things will all cast shadows. Upon hearing this, Strawberry Teacher's eyes lit up. Although Lin Zichen's answer seemed a bit nitpicky, she liked this kind of thoughtful child. Then, Zichen, what do you think could fill up an entire classroom? Strawberry Teacher asked this question as a formality, not really expecting Lin Zichen to have an answer. Even she couldn't think of a better answer than candles on the spot. However, Lin Zichen's next reply dazzled her. I would use the 100 yuan to buy a dress for Strawberry Teacher, and then the joy of Strawberry Teacher receiving the dress would fill the entire classroom. You want to give me a dress? Strawberry Teacher's eyes widened in disbelief. This answer was too perfect. Could a 4-year-old child come up with this? Am I dreaming? Strawberry Teacher suddenly felt as though she had indeed received a dress, charmed by the 4-year-old Lin Zichen. After class, Strawberry teacher took Lin Zichen to the office, handed him a box of puzzle toys, and said with a sweet smile, Zichen, Strawberry teacher really liked your answer in class. As a reward, this puzzle toy is for you. Strawberry teacher hopes you will become even more intelligent. Thank you, Strawberry teacher. Lin Zichen accepted the gift, feeling utterly indifferent. With the divine wisdom root attribute, he didn't need a puzzle toy to help develop his intelligence. The gift was of no use to him. Thus, as soon as he returned to the classroom, he gave the puzzle toy to Shen Qinghan. Receiving the gift made Shen Qinghan very happy. She held onto the puzzle toy and couldn't let go, her eyes full of her Zichen. P.S. Holding out my bowl, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. 7 Special transfer student. Come on, everyone, line up and smile. All right, no more crying. We'll have chances to see each other in the future, and we might even end up in the same class in primary school. Parents, come over for a group photo too. In Rainbow Kindergarten, a group of teachers was busy organizing the senior class children for a photo to commemorate their graduation. The 3 long years of kindergarten had passed just like that. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, a pair of childhood sweethearts, had both successfully graduated from Rainbow Kindergarten. From 4-year-old toddlers when they first started to now 7-year-old big kids. They left a significant mark on their lives. Han Han, come here to Aunt Xin, and take a photo with Zichen. Coming. Shen Qinghan ran over to Zhang Wangzhen with a beaming smile to take a photo with her favorite Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen looked at Shen Qinghan and realized that his childhood sweetheart had, almost unbeknownst to him, grown into a beauty that was almost unrealistically stunning. She was a dazzling presence in the entire kindergarten and the secret crush of most little boys. Fortunately, his own looks weren't bad either, just as dazzling. And in the past 3 years, he had swept all the awards in Rainbow Kindergarten, which made his own charm even surpass that of Shen Qinghan's. Over the years, he received many gifts from the little girls in the kindergarten. Every once in a while, he would find snacks secretly stuffed into his desk drawer by girls who had a crush on him. After the photo session ended, Su Meng found Zhang Wangzhen and asked, Wangzhen, have you decided where you are planning to send Chen to primary school? I feel like all the primary schools nearby are more or less the same, so we're thinking of sending him to Sunshine Primary School, which is closest to our home. Sunshine Primary School is quite good, then I'll have Han Han join as well. Su Meng said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shen Qinghan immediately looked at Lin Zichen with wide, beaming eyes, and said eagerly, Zichen, we can continue being classmates in primary school. Yep, continue being classmates. Then for middle school, high school, and university in the future, can we keep being classmates? Sure, Lin Zichen said with a smile. He had grown accustomed to having Shen Qinghan by his side and enjoyed this feeling of growing up together as childhood sweethearts. He hoped it could continue forever. The summer vacation went by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the back-to-school season in September. For Lin Zichen, life in primary school wasn't much different from kindergarten. He spent his time in class immersed in his own books, delving deeper into the background of this world. Then, when class was over, he would quietly find a secluded corner and intensively train his body, advancing further on the evolutionary path. The only difference was that Lin Zichen no longer needed his parents to drop him off or pick him up from school. He chose to walk to and from school, giving himself more freedom and simultaneously easing his parents' minds. Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wangzhen were both very confident in this arrangement. After all, the school was not far away, just a 10-minute walk. Of course, what truly reassured the couple was that Lin Zichen had always been exceptionally outstanding from a young age, skilled in both academics and sports, capable of taking good care of himself without their worry. When Shen Qinghan saw that Lin Zichen walked to school, she also clamored to join him. Shen Jianyi and Su Meng were initially reluctant, but seeing how insistent she was, they eventually agreed. They thought that with Lin Zichen around, their somewhat clumsy daughter would be well protected. That morning, after Lin Zichen had finished breakfast, he waited at the front door for Shen Qinghan to finish and come out so they could walk to school together. While waiting, with nothing to do, he had a thought and opened his character panel to check the data. Name, Lin Zichen. Age, 7 years old. Biological level, ordinary, tier 2. Biometric attributes, use it or lose it, innate wisdom of heaven and man. The biological level was still ordinary tier 2. However, compared to when he was attending the junior class in kindergarten 2.5 years ago, Lin Zichen's strength had improved significantly. He could lift a 200 kg barbell with one hand. His vertical jump could reach 2 meters. His 100-meter sprint broke the 8-second barrier. Each piece of data far surpassed the world records of his previous life. If he were in his previous life, he would be akin to a superhuman. But in this mutated Earth where extraordinary powers exist, he was still far from being a Superman. Over the past 2.5 years, Lin Zichen had watched many videos online related to genetic integrators, mechanically modified humans, and exotic beasts. In the videos, the three kinds could fly, escape through the earth, move mountains, and fill the seas, and do the impossible, comparable to land-based immortal gods. Every time he watched, he was greatly shocked, filled with a sense of awe. There are too many powerful beings in this world that are beyond understanding. I must work hard to evolve, striving to reach that realm comparable to the immortal gods one day. Lin Zichen quietly thought to himself. At this moment, Shen Qinghan came out after finishing her breakfast. She wore a light blue summer school uniform and hopped energetically toward Lin Zichen, saying with a smile and gleaming eyes. Xiao Chen, wait no longer. Since Lin Zichen graduated from kindergarten, Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wangzhen stopped calling him Chen Chen and instead started calling him Xiao Chen, making it sound less childish. Hearing it often, Shen Qinghan followed suit and started calling him Xiao Chen as well. As for Shen Qinghan, Lin Zichen still called her Han Han. After all, it's different for girls than boys. A girl's repetitive nickname only sounds cute, never childish. They arrived at Sunshine Primary School. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were still desk mates. But they never talked during class, quietly doing their own things. Lin Zichen was reading an extracurricular book he brought from home. Shen Qinghan was attentively listening to the teacher's lecture. Initially, during kindergarten, Shen Qinghan seemed a bit clumsy and not too bright. When learning English, she could read grandmother as Rola and Imada. But upon reaching primary school, she became unusually intelligent, steadily scoring second place in every exam. The reason for such a drastic change was firstly due to the good coaching at home by her teacher parents, and secondly due to Lin Zichen tutoring her at school. Ziai Chen, have you finished the biological structure book from yesterday? In the middle of class, as the math teacher walked past Lin Zichen and saw that the book he was now reading was different from yesterday's, she couldn't help but ask with a smile. Lin Zichen turned to the next page of his book. Without lifting his head he replied, I've finished it. He always scored full marks on math exams, earning himself the right to read extracurricular books during math class without having to worry about the teacher's opinion. The math teacher couldn't help but exclaim, Ziai Chen, you really are amazing. I'm counting on you for next week's National Primary School Mathematics competition. Lin Zichen replied indifferently, Don't worry, teacher, I'll take first place. The other students in the class looked on with envious expressions. Feeling the gazes from her classmates, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but sit a little straighter, proud of her childhood friend's excellence, and took it as her own glory. Lin Zichen, however, remained undisturbed inside, quietly reading his book and absorbing various kinds of knowledge. In the days that followed, Lin Zichen scored first in every school exam, and broke school records in every sports meet. Whether good students or bad ones, they all felt a sense of reverence towards him. Just when he thought his 6 years of primary school would pass uneventfully and he would smoothly become the top student of primary school. One day, a very special transfer student suddenly arrived in his class. It was a day during the first semester of the 2nd grade of primary school. Lin Zichen was in the classroom attending a math class. Midway through the class, the homeroom teacher suddenly walked in with a white-haired girl and told everyone she was a transfer student who would start attending classes with the rest of the class from that day. The moment he saw the white-haired girl, Lin Zichen sensed a breath from her that did not belong to a human being. P.S. Dropping my bowl, begging for monthly tickets and recommendation votes. 8 Passerby in childhood. The arrival of the girl with white hair immediately drew everyone's gaze, making her the center of attention in the class. That head of white hair was simply too eye-catching. Xiao Chen, her hair is so pretty, just like the snowflakes in winter. Shen Qinghan whispered into Lin Zichen's ear. Lin Zichen had no time to care whether the white-haired girl's hair looked good or not. At that moment, all his thoughts were focused on the faint non-human aura radiating from her. Why would there be an aura that doesn't belong to a human? Could she be a genetic integrator? Or perhaps, the offspring of a genetic integrator? Lin Zichen's mind was filled with countless thoughts. In the days that followed, he kept an eye on the white-haired girl. The white-haired girl was named Bai Shuet. The name was very common, but it matched her white hair quite well. Several days had passed since she transferred to the school, and she never initiated conversation with anyone. As soon as class ended, she would lie down on her desk, motionless. She hardly ever went to the restroom either. At the beginning, everyone was full of curiosity about her. But as time went on, gradually they stopped paying so much attention to her. The classroom returned to its usual calm. Apart from the seemingly autistic white-haired girl in the corner, everything else was as it had always been. That was until a month later. The calm in the classroom was finally shattered. The white-haired girl sitting in the corner often emitted an unpleasant smell. It wasn't pungent, but if you got close, you would feel very uncomfortable. Lin Zichen made a special observation and discovered that the white-haired girl gave off an odor because her skin secreted some white substance. It wasn't clear what the substance was, it looked clean, but it smelled bad. Because of the smell, the white-haired girl became unwelcome. She started to be ostracized and mocked by her classmates. Faced with this ostracism and mockery, the white-haired girl, from start to finish, didn't seem to care at all, and, as always, lay on the desk to sleep as soon as class ended. Lin Zichen witnessed all this and was surprised by the girl's ability to endure, thinking she was mostly a dangerous person and was wary of her. Until one day, when a mischievous boy deliberately poured water on the white-haired girl's desk to prevent her from sleeping on it after class. The girl, who had always been expressionless, suddenly couldn't hold back her tears. They streamed down continuously. She cried until her eyes became swollen. Lin Zichen was shocked. The person he had always considered to be dangerous was crying. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghan couldn't stand to watch anymore. Remembering when she was first bullied by classmates in kindergarten, she turned to Lin Zichen and said, "Xiao Chen, Bai Shui looks so pitiful. Should we go help her?" "Yes." Lin Zichen replied without hesitation. He didn't know the details about the white-haired girl and couldn't understand what her situation was. All he knew was that she didn't seem to be the dangerous person he had imagined. She was more like a self-isolated little girl who had cried because of bullying by her classmates. "Guan Chun, wipe the water off Bai Shui's desk." Lin Zichen walked over to the mischievous boy and stopped in front of him, speaking to him in an indifferent tone. Extremely calm. So calm that there was not a single ripple. However, the mischievous boy was so frightened that he hurriedly took one of his books, using it like a tissue, and quickly wiped the water off the white-haired girl's desk. He was too afraid of Lin Zichen and dreaded upsetting this well-respected figure known for both scholarly and physical prowess at school. It wasn't just the students in the class who were afraid of Lin Zichen, even the 6th graders were scared of him. Every student at Sunshine Primary School had witnessed Lin Zichen's feats during the sports festival and knew how strong his body was, so no one dared to offend him. Those who have bullied Bai Shui before, come and apologize to her now. Lin Zichen looked around the class and directed his words to everyone his gaze fell upon. As soon as the words had been spoken, the students who had bullied the girl with white hair all came forward to apologize to her of their own accord. Some simply said they were sorry. Some offered their snacks as an apology. Whether sincere or not, each person apologized to the girl with white hair. Faced with so many apologies, the girl with white hair felt overwhelmed and for a moment forgot to cry. After everyone had finished apologizing, King Han walked up and stopped beside the girl with white hair, turned around, and said to the class, "From now on, no one is allowed to bully Bai Shui. She's our classmate, and we should all be friends with her." With Lin Zichen there, nobody dared not to listen to King Han's words. From that moment on, nobody in the class dared to bully the girl with white hair again. Thank you all." The girl with white hair whispered her thanks to Lin Zichen and King Han through her tears, her voice barely audible. King Han smiled and said, "No need to thank us, we're classmates. We should help each other." Zichen didn't say anything but handed a tissue to the girl with white hair. The girl took the tissue, timidly raised her head to glance at Zichen, and engraved his features deep into her heart. After that day, King Han began to approach the girl with white hair of her own initiative, wanting to befriend her. She would share anything tasty or fun with the girl right away. And even introduced her to Lin Zichen, saying that from now on, the three of them would play together and become the best trio of friends in the class. King Han was so earnest because she herself had been ostracized before and felt compassion for the girl with white hair who had experienced the same. The girl with white hair was amazed by this and spoke meekly, "I smell so bad, aren't you going to dislike me for that?" Ever since she could remember, she had been shunned and disliked by her peers. Now, meeting King Han and Lin Zichen, who were willing to be friends with her, felt surreal, as if she were dreaming. King Han took the girl with white hair's hand and said earnestly, "We won't dislike you. We'll always be good friends." After receiving King Han's response, the girl with white hair looked humbly at Lin Zichen, valuing his opinion and anxious to hear his answer. "Same for me," Zichen said simply. Feeling moved, the girl with white hair took off the pair of animal teeth she had been wearing around her neck, placed one in each of their hands, and said with little confidence, "Han Han, Xiao Chen, you've both been giving me tasty and fun things. I also want to give you something. These animal teeth were a birthday gift from my mom last year, and now I give them to you, hoping you won't mind. And, I hope we can always and forever be good friends." "Yeah, we'll always be good friends," responded King Han, accepting the animal teeth with a smiling face. Afterward, looking at the two of them, she suggested, "Let's hook our fingers and make a promise, the one that lasts for 100 years without change." Soon, on the playground of Sunshine Primary School, the slightly childish voices of the three could be heard. "Hook the finger. Hang on tight. 100 years, no changes allowed." The next day, the girl with white hair transferred out of school. King Han was completely stunned when she heard the news, not understanding what had happened at all. On the day the girl with white hair transferred, Lin Zichen saw a tall man accompany her into the dean's office. He had a vivid memory of the man. Because the man's arms, half his chest, and neck were all made of an alloy. He seemed to be a mechanically modified human. Because of this, Lin Zichen realized that the identity of the girl with white hair might not be simple. Nonetheless, he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, the girl with white hair had already moved away, and perhaps they would never meet again in this lifetime. She would only become a passerby in their childhood. P.S. Bowls up, asking for monthly tickets and recommendation votes. 9 Roaring at Night. About the little incident with the white-haired girl, several months had unknowingly passed by. That evening, Lin Zichen was massaging his parents' shoulders in the living room. Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wangzhen, having spent long periods sitting in front of a computer writing novels, had become stiff and uncomfortable in many parts of their bodies. Especially their shoulders, which would often crackle with the slightest movement. Xiao Chen is so considerate, even massaging mommy's shoulders. Mommy hasn't spoiled you for nothing. Zhang Wangzhen lay on the sofa, enjoying Lin Zichen's appropriately firm massage, her face filled with happiness and pleasure. Sitting on the side, Lin Yanzheng felt somewhat imbalanced and complained, "That's not fair, son. You massaged me for less than half an hour, and you've been massaging her for almost an hour now, and you're still going." Zhang Wangzhen hummed, "I changed all his diapers when he was little and bathed him too. Now if I enjoy our son's filial piety a bit more, how is that unfair? If you put it that way, then I need to have a serious talk with you. I was the one who made the formula milk for him when he was little. You have the nerve to bring that up? The formula milk you prepared for our son was either too hot or too cold, shameless." The couple started bickering at the slightest disagreement. Lin Zichen smiled and didn't take it too seriously. He knew his parents were just teasing each other and wouldn't actually start arguing. Besides, a bit of teasing could add to the family atmosphere, which was quite nice. Meanwhile, the television in front was broadcasting a piece of news. Capital city prodigy, making history again. At just 10 years old, he successfully fused with the exotic beast gene and can lift a 1,000-pound boulder with one hand. A promising future. Hearing the words capital city prodigy, Lin Zichen immediately turned his head to look at the TV. Sure enough, it was the capital city prodigy who at the age of 2 could lift a 20 kilograms weight with one hand. It's this capital city prodigy again. Isn't this kid appearing on the screen way too often? Is he trying to become an internet sensation to make money from endorsements? Lin Yanzheng, watching the news on the television and stroking his stubble, muttered. Zhang Wangzhen puzzled, this child is only just 10 years old, his body hasn't even developed fully yet, and they're letting him fuse with exotic beast gene. Aren't they afraid he won't be able to suppress the exotic beast gene, causing his body to mutate? Lin Yanzheng thought for a moment and said, after all, it's those millennia-old martial arts families from the capital city, they know much more than we do, perhaps they have some advanced genetic fusion technology. However advanced it is, they shouldn't use their own children as a test subject, it's incomprehensible. Zhang Wangzhen shook her head, holding no good feelings toward the television's depiction of the martial arts family. Lin Yanzheng disagreed, you don't understand. These martial arts families often value family interests more, and it's quite normal for them to sacrifice individual interests. Otherwise, they wouldn't have grown to such a scale. Yes, you know it all. Zhang Wangzhen rolled her eyes, not wanting to speak with Lin Yanzheng. Lin Zichen silently listened on the side, not voicing any opinion. He would occasionally check up on this capital city prodigy. He had learned that at the beginning of the month, the prodigy was still trying to lift a 100 kilograms barbell with one hand. To think that by the end of the month, he had grown to the point where he could lift a 500 kilograms weight with one hand. His strength had increased 5-fold. All he could think was, having resources at home really is an advantage, allowing you to win right at the starting line. However, I'm only 8 years old and haven't gone through genetic fusion with an exotic beast gene yet, but I can already lift a 300 kilograms barbell single-handedly. Even if my family can't provide resource support, my future prospects are even brighter than this capital city prodigy. With these thoughts, a smile crept onto Lin Zichen's face. Soon after, the TV started reporting another piece of news. It was about a foreign country. In a neighboring country across the sea, there had been an exotic beast attack. Relevant videos were released. In the video, within a dilapidated and abandoned city, giant mutant rats blanketed the area as far as the eye could see. In one particular scene, an extremely gruesome sight could even be observed. A giant mutant rat with 8 eyes and a body length of 3 meters was gnawing on a fresh human corpse. Its fangs were covered in crimson blood. It looked alarmingly ferocious. This scene was not censored and was fully displayed on the television screen, even with close UPS that were quite unsuitable for children. Yet, Lin Zichen and Zhang Wangzhen did not change the channel to prevent Lin Zichen from watching. This was due to different survival environments. In this mutated Earth, the authorities wanted everyone to clearly recognize the threat of the exotic beasts. Even children were not excluded. Therefore, many reports about exotic beasts were often quite graphic. After investigation, it was found that behind this exotic beast attack incident, members of the heretical sect were instigating trouble. We hope that various nations will provide us, Sakura Sea country, with some assistance to jointly eradicate the heretical sect. Our Sakura Sea country will fight to the death with the heretical sect. In the video, an elderly man from Sakura Sea country with white at his temples spoke angrily and then bowed deeply to the viewers in front of the television, with his hands pressed against his thighs. It was Lin Zichen's first time hearing the term heretical sect. He immediately picked up Zhang Wangzhen's phone and searched online. He then found out that the so-called heretical sect was an anti-human organization founded by traitors. These traitorous members of the heretical sect, for the sake of benefits, had betrayed humanity and become lackeys of the exotic beasts, choosing to direct their aggression against their own kind, often orchestrating attacks within human territories. Many small countries with weaker national strength often suffered greatly. I'm just glad I was born in a strong nation with a relatively stable environment that allows me to comfortably grow and develop. Lin Zichen felt a sense of relief. He had no other desires except for hoping that the land where he lived would allow him to safely grow until he reached 18. By then, with his advantage, he would have enough power to protect himself and his family from those giant mutant rats seen in the news reports. Boom! 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 Suddenly, bursts of sonic booms were heard from outside the window. They made the glass tremble and caused ringing in the ears. Hearing the noise, Lin Zichen quickly collected his thoughts and ran to the window to check the situation. Upon pulling back the curtain, he saw dozens of mechanically modified humans soaring across the night sky at high speed, leaving behind trails in the air. At this time of night, why would there suddenly be so many official mechanically modified humans flying? Has something happened? Lin Zichen, who had unknowingly approached the window as well, watched the gradually disappearing official mechanically modified humans in the night sky with a look of perplexity. Zhang Wangzhen also came over, looking at the night sky with a worried expression. I hope nothing bad has happened. Lin Zichen stood in front of Zhang Wangzhen, silently watching the remaining flight trails in the night sky, sharing the same concern as Zhang Wangzhen. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. 10 dazzling light. Xiao Chen, Xiao Chen, Xiao Chen. Did you just see those mechanically modified humans in the sky? Flying over in large groups, it was so spectacular. Lin Zichen was still gazing at the night sky from the window when suddenly, Shen Qinghan's voice could be heard from outside. The girl's voice sounded very excited, just like the kids from the village in a previous life seeing an airplane for the first time. Xiao Chen, Han is here to see you, come and open the door, Zhang Wangzhen, looking down at Lin Zichen in front of her, urged. Lin Zichen quickly stepped away from the window to open the door for Shen Qinghan, who was outside. As the door opened, what came into view was Shen Qinghan, who had just taken a bath, wearing a set of light pink pajamas, her hair wet, looking very sprightly. Lin Zichen looked at her and said, "It's not like you haven't seen it on TV before, is it really worth getting so excited about?" Shen Qinghan bounced into the room with a beaming smile, "It's different, you know. Seeing it on TV doesn't compare to witnessing it in person." Lin Zichen didn't speak, silently closing the door behind him. After sitting down in the room, he noticed Shen Qinghan's dripping hair, so he found a hairdryer and said, "Your hair is too wet. Come over here, and I'll help you dry it. Shen Qinghan obediently sat down, letting Lin Zichen help her blow dry her hair. While blow drying, her long, straight, slender legs kept swinging, quite a distraction. Zhang Wangzhen, sitting beside them, grew increasingly fond of her, a maternal smile spreading across her face. Su Meng's girl is so pretty. There must be quite a few boys in school who have a crush on her. Why don't we have a daughter too? Lin Yanzheng teased with a chuckle. Zhang Wangzhen gave him a look and said, with Han Han already here, why bother having another one? Just treat her like our own daughter, right? Meanwhile, after her hair finally dried, Shen Qinghan turned to Lin Zichen, propping her cheek with one hand and tilting her head, peering at him with her gleaming, fun-like Carlo Rossi eyes. Xiao Chen, there are a few math homework questions I don't quite understand. Could you teach me later, please? Sure, said Lin Zichen without hesitation. For the next while, the two were busy doing math homework in the room. One teaching, the other learning. Shen Qinghan was quite bright, most problems were understood with just a little explanation, and soon she had worked through all the tough questions. Having finished the homework, Shen Qinghan casually lay down on Lin Zichen's bed, fiddling with her fingers while chatting idly with him. Lin Zichen was doing sit ups on the side and could only respond half-heartedly. After a while, it was about time to sleep. Shen Qinghan yawned, Xiao Chen, I'm so sleepy, I don't feel like getting out of bed to go home to sleep. I'll just stay and sleep here tonight. That's fine. Then go and tell my mom. I don't feel like getting out of bed to make the call. Okay. Lin Zichen then got up, left the bed, and asked Zhang Wangzhen to call Su Meng, informing her that Shen Qinghan was going to sleep over. Su Meng agreed, and she brought over Shen Qinghan's school uniform, shoes, socks, and toiletries for the next day. Lin Zichen brought all these items up to the room, making it easy for Shen Qinghan to get dressed in the morning. This girl really falls asleep fast. Looking at Shen Qinghan, who was lying sprawled out on the bed in deep sleep, her face sweet and peaceful, Lin Zichen smiled, took a tissue, and gently wiped away the drool at the corner of her mouth. After that, he turned off the lights and went to bed. Each had their own pillow, each had their own blanket, to prevent someone from stealing the blanket in the middle of the night and leaving someone else cold. The next day, Lin Zichen woke up early. It was still dark outside. A glance at the alarm clock on the bedside table showed it was only 5 o'clock. Waking up at 5 o'clock every morning was precisely his biological clock. He had gotten used to exercising early in the morning. Waking up and not doing several hundred push-ups to warm up would make him feel lethargic the whole day. You are doing push-ups, chi blood +1, arm muscle strength +1, chest muscle strength +1, push-up proficiency +1. You are doing squats, chi blood +1, leg muscle strength +1, squat proficiency +1. You are doing sit-ups, chi blood +1, abdominal muscle strength +1, sit-up proficiency +1. After a round of intense exercise, Lin Zichen went downstairs to wash up. While there, he stood in front of the bathroom mirror and took off his shirt to check out his workout results over the past few years. His muscles weren't exaggeratedly large, but they looked sharp and defined, bursting with explosive strength. Especially his abs, they were as perfectly chiseled as if by a knife, and it felt particularly satisfying to touch them. Tisk tisk, Xiao Chen, so you've inherited your dad's vanity after all, striking various poses in front of the mirror so early in the morning. Zhang Wangzhen, who was up to make breakfast, couldn't help but laugh when she passed by the bathroom and saw Lin Zichen posing like a bodybuilder in the mirror. Lin Zichen, who was indulging in self-admiration, was suddenly embarrassed by Zhang Wangzhen's comment and wished he could burrow a hole and hide in it right there and then. Oh, you're blushing, come here and let mommy feel your abs. I'm going to call Han Han down for breakfast. After dropping that remark, Lin Zichen fled the bathroom as if on wings. It was too socially mortifying. He didn't even want to see Zhang Wangzhen again that day. It was just too much to face. When Lin Zichen returned to his room upstairs, Shen Qinghan was still not fully awake. She lay sprawled out on the bed, with no sign of the blanket anywhere on her. Glancing down, he saw the blanket had somehow been kicked off the bed. "You're this old already and still kicking off your blanket while you sleep?" Lin Zichen shook his head and went to pick up the blanket. Casually tossing the blanket back on the bed, his gaze fell on Shen Qinghan's lower body. The area around the crotch was bulging, and she was still wearing a diaper just like when she was a little girl. An 8-year-old girl still wearing diapers was definitely indicative of a health issue. But the strange thing was, they could never diagnose the cause. Thankfully, up until now, Shen Qinghan's only issue was her tendency to wet the bed or her pants. Beyond that, she had no other problems. A small mercy amidst misfortune. Lin Zichen thought no more of it, reached out to pinch Shen Qinghan's cheek, and softly called, "Han Han, it's already past 6 o'clock, time to get up, brush your teeth, wash your face, and have breakfast." Shen Qinghan groggily opened her eyes and instinctively sat up to stretch. Afterward, she looked at Lin Zichen with sleep in her eyes and spoke in a soft, woolly voice, "Xiao Chen, I just dreamed about Bai Shui. I wonder where she is now and what she's doing. Bai Shui is having breakfast at her home, you better get up and change clothes quickly or the breakfast downstairs will get cold." "Got it," replied Shen Qinghan, and started to change out of her pajamas into her school uniform right in front of Lin Zichen. The moment she took off her pajamas, Lin Zichen suddenly felt it was a bit glaring. Shen Qinghan's chest was glowing. To be more precise, it was the beast tooth hanging in front of her chest that was glowing. It was the beast tooth that the white-haired girl had given her. "P.S. I'm setting out my bowl, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe." Chinese novel audio wave. 11 Uninvited guest. "Han Han, the beast fang you're wearing around your neck is glowing." "Really? Wow. Take it off and let me have a look." "Here you go." Shen Qinghan obediently removed the beast fang and handed it to Lin Zichen in front of her. Lin Zichen took the beast fang and examined it carefully in his hands. The room was dark because the lights were off, making the light emitted from the beast fang unusually bright, like fireflies in the night. Holding it in his hand, he could feel the vigorous life force contained within the fang. However, it wasn't a life force belonging to humans. It felt more like it came from exotic beasts, filled with brutal wildness. It wasn't until this moment that Lin Zichen realized the non-human aura emanating from the white-haired girl was from the beast fang, not the girl herself. So what kind of creature's tooth could this be? An exotic beast? Lin Zichen studied the beast fang for a good while but couldn't make heads or tails of it. The light radiating from the beast fang soon dissipated. It became inconspicuous once more. Investigation was not possible. Seeing this, Lin Zichen had no choice but to pocket the beast fang for the time being. Then, urged by Zhang Wangzhen, he went downstairs with Shen Qinghan to have breakfast. While eating breakfast, he borrowed Zhang Wangzhen's phone to take a picture of the beast fang and uploaded it to the internet for image recognition. Unfortunately, he still ended up empty-handed. Now he had no choice but to rely on himself. So before leaving for school, he returned to his room, took his own beast fang with him, and planned to study it thoroughly at school. On the way, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan walked side by side, drawing the gazes of people around them wherever they went. The two of them were so good-looking that they outshone even the filtered child stars on television, prompting passers-by to turn for a look. Lin Zichen was already used to all the attention and didn't care much about it, silently hurrying to school with Shen Qinghan. "Wow, such good-looking kids, are you two brother and sister or sister and brother?" As they passed a bar, a heavily made-up woman came over, smiling maternally at them. Her clothes were very revealing, as though she was eager to show off every part of her body that might attract a man's gaze, and she held a lit cigarette in her hand, not looking like a decent person. "We're not siblings, we're childhood sweethearts, best friends," Shen Qinghan said softly. "Childhood sweethearts, how nice, I wish I had one too," the woman said with an envious smile, then asked, "You're so young, why are you going to school with your backpacks all by yourself? Where are your mom and dad?" "Our parents, they..." "Stop talking. We're going to be late. Let's go." Shen Qinghan hadn't finished speaking when Lin Zichen interrupted and quickly pulled her away by the hand. After they were a good distance away, Lin Zichen slowed down a bit and said earnestly to Shen Qinghan, "Don't chat with strangers on the road in the future, okay?" "Okay, I got it," agreed Shen Qinghan, nodding obediently. Soon, the two arrived at school. During class, the teacher on the podium droned on while Lin Zichen bowed his head and studied the beast fang below. The scene he had seen in his room that morning filled him with curiosity about the beast fang given by the white-haired girl. What kind of creature's tooth could it be that could glow mysteriously and still contain such a vigorous life force after being separated from the mouth for so long? Ordinary creatures obviously couldn't do this, it was most likely from an exotic beast. Moreover, it was probably one not yet recorded by humans. Otherwise, the distinct characteristics the beast fang had shown in his room that morning would have been easily identified with a simple internet search. However, he had specifically borrowed Zhang Wangzhen's phone during breakfast to check, and he found nothing. This somewhat proved that the owner of the tooth could very well be an unknown exotic beast not yet recorded. What exactly does the white-haired girl's family do? How could her mother give her such a special birthday gift? Could she be the illegitimate daughter of a martial arts family? Lin Zichen was utterly baffled. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was time to leave school in the afternoon. As various cries of "Goodbye, teacher" rang out, the students in the classroom quickly left, leaving only the unhurried Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan behind. Both of them walked to and from school on their own, without the need to rush out of the classroom to find their parents like other students, worried that a slow departure would lead to traffic jams on the way home. "Xiao Chen, our birthdays are next month, and I've already prepared your gift in advance. Have you prepared mine yet?" Just stepping out of the classroom door, Shen Qinghan looked expectantly at Lin Zichen and asked. Their birthdays were only a day apart, and ever since they were young, their families always celebrated together. This year was no exception. However, Lin Zichen had never even thought about his birthday, let alone prepared a gift in advance. Now suddenly asked by Shen Qinghan, he could only lie, "Same as you, I've already prepared it in advance." "Really?" Shen Qinghan's face beamed with joy, "I'm really looking forward to the gift from you, Xiao Chen." Lin Zichen simply smiled without speaking. "Xiao Chen, which way shall we take home today?" Shen Qinghan hopped along cheerfully, looking up at Lin Zichen and asking. After a moment's thought, Lin Zichen replied, "Let's walk through the abandoned alley in the old town area today. There are still many paths there we haven't tried, let's go and see." For some reason, after being reborn, he had developed an intense desire to explore, preferring different routes home each time after school. He had thought about this curiosity, feeling it was probably because he found himself in an unfamiliar world where he was eager to understand this world at every moment. Gradually, a strong desire to explore formed as he grew. "Ziai Chen, it's so quiet in the alley." Walking through the deserted old alley, Shen Qinghan looked around curiously with big shining eyes. Lin Zichen explained, "This place will be demolished next month, and the residents who lived here have mostly moved away. That's why it's quieter." Xiao Chen, look here. There's a dandelion here. This is the first time I've ever seen a wild dandelion in my life." Shen Qinghan ran ahead to a dandelion in the corner, her face expressing excitement. Lin Zichen walked up smiling, while she crouched down, gazing at the fragile dandelion in front of her with eyes full of pity. saying, "Dandelion flowers are so beautiful, if only they could grow stronger, they wouldn't fear being scattered by the wind, and could always look bright and pretty for everyone passing by." Lin Zichen chuckled, "If dandelion flowers grew stronger, then you wouldn't see this beautiful dandelion flower now. Why is that?" Shen Qinghan looked up at Lin Zichen with innocent, clear eyes. Lin Zichen enlightened her, "Because the fluff in the dandelion flowers are seeds of the plant, which need the wind to scatter them, carrying them to various places to take root, sprout, and grow new dandelions." "What a magical dandelion!" Shen Qinghan exclaimed in wonder, finding it incredible and thinking that Lin Zichen was very smart, knowing almost everything. After the explanation, Lin Zichen also crouched down beside her, gently picked the dandelion flower, and handed it to Shen Qinghan, speaking softly, "Han Han, stand up, hold the dandelion flower up high, blow away the fluff, and let the dandelion seeds drift with the wind to various places to bloom. Xiao Chen, watch closely, I'm going to do fairy scattering flowers," Shen Qinghan said excitedly as she stood up, holding the dandelion high, even tiptoeing to reach higher. Then, taking a deep breath, she blew hard at the dandelion flower in front of her. The next instant, the fluff was blown away, drifting forward in a big cloud, soon dispersing further and further away. Both felt the moment was beautifully serene, tacitly remaining silent, quietly watching the dandelion seeds floating into the distance. Until the appearance of a familiar woman at the entrance of the alley ahead broke the hard-won peace. It was the woman they had encountered that morning while passing a bar on their way to school. Now, the woman's demeanor had changed from the approachable attitude she had in the morning to one where her eyes were greedily fixed on the two of them, chuckling. "I've been following you two cuties the whole way, and finally I've found my chance. P.S. Bowing and asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. 12 Giant Mutant Rat. Brother Sheng, no need to look anymore, those two kids are in the alley on my side." The woman turned her head and yelled back. Soon after, a man with tattoos of two large flowers on his arms appeared beside her. The man was gaunt, his face worn out and haggard, and he kept sniffing at his nose, seemingly an addict. "What are you trying to do?" Faced with these two uninvited guests, Lin Zichen didn't run, instead, he protected Shen Qinghan behind him and calmly looked at the two and asked. Having evolved since birth, his physical strength had long surpassed that of ordinary people, which gave him enough capital to remain calm in the face of crisis. Seeing how composed Lin Zichen was, the two were somewhat taken aback. Quickly, the garishly made-up woman reverted to the amiable facade she had that morning, and smilingly said to Lin Zichen, "Little brother, little sister, I have lots of tasty treats and fun things at my home. Do you want to come over and play?" No sooner had she finished speaking than the tattooed man said impatiently, "You goddamn shrew! Why the hell are you wasting your efforts trying to lure the kids? Just go up, knock 'em out, and take them away. I'm in a hurry to sell them for money." After that, he pulled out 2 towels with a strong odor from his pocket and threw one to the woman before hurriedly walking towards Shen Qinghan. Xiao Chen, Shen Qinghan was very scared, her little hand gripping Lin Zichen's arm tightly. Lin Zichen patted her hand, signaling her not to be afraid. Then, he took her hand away and with a burst of strength from his feet, the next moment, he shot forward like an arrow released from the string, becoming a blurry shadow as he hurtled towards the approaching man. Bang! A muffled sound of a punch rang out. Lin Zichen, who had rushed to the man in an instant, fiercely punched him in the abdomen, sending him flying away. He rolled several times on the ground before stopping, curled up like a shrimp, making a painful heh-heh sound, blood continuously flowing out. You! The woman was stunned on the spot, utterly unable to understand what had just happened, so frightened she couldn't even speak. She couldn't comprehend how a primary school student who looked to be only in 2nd or 3rd grade could send an adult flying with a single punch. It defied all logic. Lin Zichen didn't waste words with the woman. He instantly closed the distance to her, launched himself with a powerful leap, and fiercely punched her heavily made-up face. Bang! Another sound resonated. The woman was sent flying by the punch, and along with her flight, several teeth were knocked out of her mouth, then she fell to the ground with a thud, motionless. It was unclear whether she was knocked out or dead. Lin Zichen looked around, there were no surveillance cameras, and he decided to stifle the discomfort in his heart and finish off the two to prevent future troubles. Just as he picked up a brick, ready to execute the two people on the ground, a huge noise suddenly came from an abandoned tile house in front. Immediately after, a giant rat with 8 eyes and nearly 3 meters in length burst out from the tile house, snapping its gaping jaws at the woman closest to it. With just one bite, the woman's head was torn off, blood spraying everywhere, and she died instantly. Witnessing this horrific scene, Lin Zichen reacted extremely quickly. He turned and ran, picking up Shen Qinghan as he passed her and fled from the spot like a madman, intent only on getting as far away from the giant rat as possible. Exotic beasts. It was the same giant mutant rat that had appeared in Sakura Sea country. There was one here too. This was a big problem. Adrenaline was coursing through Lin Zichen's body, his heartbeat continuously accelerating, and the sense of security he had built up over many years of evolution dissipated in an instant. Shen Qinghan, held in his arms, had already turned pale with fright and trembled uncontrollably, yet she kept herself from crying, not wanting to cause him any trouble. After running out of the alley and ensuring they were far enough away, Lin Zichen finally set Shen Qinghan down and shakily took out his children's wristwatch to dial the official public security team's number and report the incident. Old City Area. In the alley of the Old City Area, there's a giant exotic rat, just like the giant mutant rat that appeared in Sakura Sea country some time ago. Lin Zichen panted, trying to steady his breath to fully articulate the situation. But the surge in adrenaline made his voice still quiver. No sooner had his words faded, than a roar of machinery echoed from the alley behind him before the security team could reply. He turned at the sound and saw a mechanically modified human with half of its body painted black, hovering steadily above the alley, raising its pure alloy right hand, aiming at the alley below. Then, from the right hand of the mechanized human erupted a burst of sparks, firing a smoke-laden shell down into the alley. Boom! The shell fell into the depths of the alley, exploding into a burst of purple-blue flames. The noise was loud, but the destructive power seemed weak. Lin Zichen, standing outside the alley, felt no shockwave. At the same time, the buildings within the alley didn't crumble into ruins as one might have expected. The scene before him was simply filled with a dense, purple-blue smoke spreading through the alley. The shell from before appeared to be something akin to a smoke grenade. What exactly it was, Lin Zichen did not know. But he guessed it must be something that could weaken the combat power of the giant exotic rats. Like a smoke with anesthetic effects. Soon, Lin Zichen witnessed the hovering mechanized human slowly submerge into the smoky alley, landing on the ground to engage in close quarters combat with the giant exotic rat. Having evolved since birth over many years, his senses were exceptionally sharp, allowing him to clearly hear the sounds of the altercation inside, even from outside the alley. Xiao Chen, what do we do now? Shen Qinghan clutched Lin Zichen's hand tightly, her voice trembling as she spoke. Seeing her in such a state, Lin Zichen didn't hesitate, we go home. Although he was very curious about the fight taking place in the alley at the moment, he didn't dare to approach it recklessly, wanting only to hurry home. Then, to sit and wait for tonight's news to see if there was any coverage of the events in the alley. While he was thinking about this, his children's wristwatch continued to convey the voice of the security team's operator. Little friend. Hey, little friend, can you hear my voice? Quick, get away from the alley, don't go near it, it's very dangerous. The operator's voice sounded extremely anxious, deeply concerned for Lin Zichen's safety. Lin Zichen quickly came back to his senses, calming his emotions to respond to her. Sister, I have already left the alley, I am safe now. That's good, That's really good, sighed the security team's female operator in relief. Lin Zichen gripped Shen Qinghan's little hand tightly, trying to reassure her, then curiously asked the female operator, "Sister, I just saw a mechanically modified human fly into the alley, is that one of your security team members?" "It's a member of the security team," the operator confirmed and then advised Lin Zichen, "Little friend, if you're okay, don't stay outside, hurry home and stay safe by your parents' side, understand?" "Got it, thank you, sister." He politely thanked her and then hung up the communication with the security team. Afterward, his gaze returned to the alley ahead, still engulfed in billowing smoke. The sounds of intense combat continued to emanate from there, intermixed with a multitude of high-pitched rat squeals, indicating that the giant exotic rat was on the defensive. Seeing him end the call, Shen Qinghan managed to speak with trembling lips, Xiao Chen, I want to go home. I'll take you home right now." "Okay. Can you walk? If not, I'll carry you. My legs feel a bit weak." "Then come on up, I'll carry you home." Lin Zichen turned and hoisted Shen Qinghan onto his back, walking quickly and silently toward the direction of home. P.S. Begging bowl out, seeking monthly recommending votes. 13. The agreement made on the birthday. "You two, why did you come back later than usual today?" "We stayed in the classroom for a while, so we came back a bit late." At the entrance of Shen Qinghan's house, Lin Zichen explained to Su Meng, who had come out to open the door. Su Meng nodded and didn't ask any further, telling him to go home early so as not to worry his parents. Before leaving, Lin Zichen glanced at Shen Qinghan. Seeing that the little girl was feeling much better, he felt relieved and turned back to go home. Regarding the incident that took place in the alley today, he had already made a secret agreement with Shen Qinghan, to keep it between them and not let a third person know. The affair with the giant mutant rat was still manageable. What was mainly concerning was that his combat ability, as demonstrated when he severely injured that male and female with ill intentions, was excessively flamboyant and did not match his age at all. If others were to find out, it could potentially bring a lot of trouble. At this stage, Lin Zichen simply wanted to maintain his persona as a mere prodigy. That way, he could gain certain privileges and a tilt in the distribution of educational resources at school, as well as make his parents proud. And that would be sufficient. Anything more would be inappropriate. It could significantly disrupt his current life rhythm, rendering him unable to evolve in peace and quiet. After he got home and had dinner, Lin Zichen did nothing but sit in front of the TV waiting for the evening news. He hoped that the security team would be efficient and reveal today's event happening in the alley tonight. About 10 minutes later, Lin Zichen finally got the news report he had been eagerly anticipating, regarding the giant mutant rat that had appeared in the alley in the afternoon. The content of the broadcast was more detailed than he had expected. 2 different angle videos were released. One was a third-person perspective shot from a drone hovering above. The other was a first-person perspective recorded face-to-face by a mechanically modified human while grappling with the giant mutant rat at close range. Lin Zichen watched the videos from both perspectives together. The mechanically modified human initially rarely took the initiative to strike, simply maintaining distance and sparring with the giant mutant rat. He didn't step into the giant mutant rat's attack range, nor did he allow it to leave the purple-blue smoke. It wasn't long before the previously swift-moving giant mutant rat began to slow down significantly, as if it had been anesthetized. Clearly, the purple-blue smoke could weaken the giant mutant rat's combat ability. When the giant mutant rat's combat ability had sufficiently decreased, the mechanically modified human's arms sprouted sharp blades and he began to actively engage and grapple with the giant mutant rat. The battle lasted nearly 7 minutes. In the end, the giant mutant rat was subdued with a fatal slash to the throat, and its heart was pierced, leaving it lying on the ground, struggling for life. The level of this mechanically modified human shouldn't be very high. Lin Zichen concluded after watching the video. He had previously searched for and watched videos of mechanically modified humans in combat, which featured bombardments that blanketed the ground, laser clearing, and a destruction capability that was both spectacular and fierce. Yet, the mechanically modified human he now saw on the news broadcast depended on poisoning the enemy and slowly grinding it down, appearing much weaker in performance. While he was contemplating these things, his parents, who had just finished tidying the dinner table and washing the dishes, came to sit down in the living room as well. The couple were instantly filled with surprise upon seeing the news on the TV. "What's going on? Isn't this the same kind of giant mutant rat that attacked Sakura Sea country a while back? How come we have them in our country too?" Zhang Wangzhen asked with concern. Lin Yanzheng frowned and turned to Lin Zichen, saying, "Zichen, don't walk to and from school by yourself for now. Daddy will take you to and pick you up from school." No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Wangzhen interjected, "There's no need, the school has just sent a message saying that due to the appearance of the giant mutant rat in the old city district, classes will be suspended for half a month." Suspended for half a month? Upon hearing this news, Lin Zichen's brows slightly furrowed. He sensed that the issue with the giant mutant rat might not be so simple. It was highly probable that other giant mutant rats still existed in the old city district or nearby areas. Otherwise, they wouldn't suddenly suspend classes for such an extended period of half a month. Lin Zichen thought carefully and realized there was something off about yesterday's incident in the alley as well. The mechanically modified human had arrived too quickly. Barely any time had passed after the giant mutant rat appeared before the mechanically modified human reached the scene to exterminate it. It was as if he already knew the giant mutant rat was in the old city district, or perhaps he had been tracking the giant mutant rat all along and could rapidly arrive at the scene to handle any disturbance. "Never mind, this isn't something I should be worried about. I should be undisturbed by the world outside, focused solely on evolving at home. This is what I need to do." However, it wouldn't hurt to learn a bit about the giant mutant rats. Thinking this, Lin Zichen left the living room and entered his parents' writing room, where he searched for information about giant mutant rats on the computer. He discovered that adult giant mutant rats can grow up to 3 meters in length. And once mature, their biological level averages a common tier 5. Common tier 5? Luckily, my first instinct upon encountering a giant mutant rat in the alley yesterday was to run away, not foolishly fight it, or I might have had my head bitten off by now. Lin Zichen felt a wave of relief wash over him. "No, I'm not training hard enough, I need to increase the intensity of my workouts." He became urgent once again, quickly leaving the writing room to start high-intensity training in his room upstairs. "You are doing weighted push UPS, Chi blood +2, arm muscle strength +2, chest muscle strength +2, push-up proficiency +1. You are doing weighted squats, Chi blood +2, leg muscle strength +2, squat proficiency +1. You are doing weighted sit UPS, Chi blood +2, abdominal muscle strength +2, sit-up proficiency +1. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, childhood sweethearts, approached their 9th birthdays together. More precisely, it was Shen Qinghan's own 9th birthday. Their birthdays were 1 day apart, and both sets of parents had arranged to celebrate the other's birthday alternately each year, so their children could always celebrate together. Last year was Lin Zichen's birthday, so this year, it was Shen Qinghan's turn. In the evening, both families gathered for dinner at Shen Qinghan's house to celebrate. The two birthday kids had both prepared birthday gifts for each other with great care. Knowing that Lin Zichen liked reading, Shen Qinghan bought him a set of books related to mechanically modified humans, genetic integrators, and exotic beasts. Lin Zichen gave Shen Qinghan a hairpin he had handcrafted. Made of pure wood, hand-carved and polished, it bore Shen Qinghan's name and a dandelion she liked, looking exquisite. "Xiao Chen, this hairpin looks so beautiful, I love it." Shen Qinghan was very surprised, not expecting to receive a gift made by Lin Zichen himself. She quickly put on the hairpin, looking at it in the mirror with delight, finding it more and more appealing. It made her think that the books she gave him seemed a bit cheap in comparison. A gift made by hand holds more meaning and value than something bought with money. Xiao Chen, how about we agree to give each other handmade gifts for our birthdays every year? Shen Qinghan suggested to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen smiled and responded, sure. Xiao Chen, when did you learn woodworking, and how come mom had no idea? Zhang Wangzhen felt a pang of jealousy as she looked at the beautiful wooden hairpin Shen Qinghan had on. Lin Zichen explained, I usually stay in my room a lot and don't come out, and I spend a lot of that time crafting. That was a lie, he spent his time hidden in his room doing high-intensity physical training. As for the woodworking skill, he just casually watched an online video last week, paid attention, and then learned it. That is the power granted by heavenly roots. Mom, I've also made a wooden hairpin for you. After we celebrate the birthday and return home, I'll give you a surprise, Lin Zichen whispered to Zhang Wangzhen, noticing the bitterness in her heart. Upon hearing this, the bitter feeling in Zhang Wangzhen's heart vanished, replaced by a sweet smile. Her precious son still knew how to honor his mother. After the birthday celebration, Lin Zichen returned home, turned off the lights, and lay in bed, not hurrying to sleep. Instead, he gazed quietly at the ceiling in the weak moonlight filtering through the window, lost in thought. He had been following up on the incident with the giant mutant rat that happened last month, curious why such a creature would appear out of nowhere in the old part of the city. However, the officials had yet to provide a clear explanation, and it remained a mystery. Fortunately, the giant mutant rat only appeared once, and there had been no further sightings, allowing life to return to normal. Hopefully, the appearance of the giant mutant rat was just an accident and not part of some conspiracy. This world was not as peaceful as his former life, with exotic beasts lying in wait outside and the heretical sect stirring trouble within. Lin Zichen found it hard not to be concerned. P.S. I bow and ask for your monthly and recommendation tickets. 14 Elementary School Graduation. The 6 years of elementary school flew by in the blink of an eye. Before they knew it, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan had graduated from Sunshine Primary School. At the graduation ceremony, the two families gathered together for a group photo, just as they had when the children graduated from kindergarten. The only difference was that Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan had grown up a lot compared to 6 years ago. The youthful innocence on their faces was fading, replaced by the vigor and vitality unique to teenagers. Han Han, how can you grow up to be so beautiful? You get more beautiful every year, it just melts Aunt Xin's heart. Zhang Wangzhen looked at the Shen Qinghan, now taller than her own shoulder, with eyes full of a mother's love for her daughter. Although Shen Qinghan wasn't her daughter, she had long since come to regard her as one. Lin Yanzheng also expressed his sentiments, kids nowadays grow up so fast. They're only in the 6th grade, just 12 years old, and already nearly as tall as adults. He was mainly referring to Lin Zichen. At this moment, Lin Zichen seemed almost as tall as Zhang Wangzhen, over 1,60 m. And to think, he had just graduated from elementary school. If he keeps growing through middle and high school, after another 6 years, he'd be at least 1,80 m tall. In Lin Yanzhen's times, that height would have made him one of the tallest in the class. On the other side, Shen Jianyi and Su Meng were also marveling at how quickly the two children had grown. Among them, Su Meng said with a smile, looking at these two children before us, there's always this feeling that just yesterday they were babies, and today they have suddenly grown into little adults. Yet, time passes so quickly, said Shen Jianyi, embracing Su Meng's waist with a sense of wonder. Xiao Chen, Han Han, can you two get a bit closer together? Zhang Wangzhen held a SLR camera and called out to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan in front of her. Upon hearing this, Shen Qinghan reached out to pull Lin Zichen a bit closer to her, standing side by side with their hands almost touching. Ready, cheese! Following this shout from Zhang Wangzhen, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan both made a yeah gesture, their faces bearing a smile with 3 parts childlike and 7 parts youthful awkwardness. After dozens of photos were taken, Zhang Wangzhen finally let the childhood friends go, turning to the 3 parents behind her to show off her photography skills. Then, completely lost in the flattery of "you took such great photos," she beamed with pride. "Xiao Chen, you've grown so fast. Just 2 years ago, when we were 10 in grade 4, we were the same height. Now, you're half a head taller than me." Shen Qinghan stood in front of Lin Zichen, tiptoeing slightly to compare their heights, only to find she was now half a head shorter than him, feeling somewhat disheartened. Lin Zichen reached out to pat her head, teasing with a smile, "It's okay. In another 3 years, I may be a whole head taller than you, and then in another 3 years, a head and a half." "Don't get too cocky," Shen Qinghan said, pouting her rosy lips, "who knows, I might surpass you in middle school and be a little taller than you, just like in 3rd grade. Lin Zichen listened and smiled without saying a word, looking down attentively at Shen Qinghan, who was already 12, suddenly feeling like an old father watching his daughter grow up. The once giggly baby, the little girl with unclear speech, and the bouncing little girl had unknowingly grown into a sweet-voiced young lady. She seemed like a lively, spirited lark. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Shen Qinghan, with her clear eyes, waved her hand in front of Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen laughed and said, "It's nothing." Shen Qinghan with a mischievous face, "It must be that you think I'm pretty, right?" "Han Han, you really have grown up to be very beautiful," Lin Zichen sincerely nodded. Shen Qinghan didn't expect him to answer so candidly. Her face instantly turned red, and she quickly looked away while speaking, "If you think I'm pretty, then take a few more looks." Lin Zichen just smiled and thought to himself how the once naive little girl was now blushing and shy. She had truly grown up and was on the brink of adolescence. The graduation ceremony soon came to an end. The 2 families, as always, found a nearby restaurant to celebrate with a meal. However, unlike when they graduated from kindergarten, this time, the private room in the restaurant was joined by several scholarly middle-aged men with glasses. They were the principals of several famous high schools in Shanghai City, here in person today to attract Lin Zichen to enroll in their schools. No one had invited them. They had insisted on entering the private room themselves. This wasn't because they lacked manners. The blame lay with Lin Zichen, who had performed too excellently over the past 6 years. He had swept nearly all the awards in the city. Moreover, he always took first place without ever failing. Such dazzling achievements had made him the most talented primary school graduate in the history of Shanghai City, a prize catch in the eyes of every high school principal in town. Under the persuasion of several principals, Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wangzhen were quite tempted. No matter which school's conditions they read, they seemed very alluring, which made it difficult for the couple to make a decision. Eventually, Zhang Wangzhen turned towards Lin Zichen and asked with a gentle voice, "Xiao Chen, which school do you want to go to for junior high?" "I'm fine with anything, it depends on where Han Han wants to go." Lin Zichen handed the decision back to Shen Qinghan. He didn't care which school he attended for junior high, confident that with his abilities, he would dominate at any school. Shen Jianyi and Su Meng, who were next to him, were suddenly taken aback. Shen Qinghan had excellent results, but not every high school was within her reach. Especially the ones run by the prestigious high school principals present, Shen Qinghan might barely make the cut and could easily be edged out. But now, thanks to Lin Zichen's words, she suddenly had the luxury of choosing any school, leaving Shen Jianyi and Su Meng feeling quite overwhelmed. "Wangzhen, I think it's better to let Xiao Chen make this decision himself." Su Meng looked at Zhang Wangzhen and returned the decision to her. She felt that letting her own daughter decide would be too stressful, and their family couldn't bear the consequences. Zhang Wangzhen smiled and said, "It's okay, Xiao Chen will only go to the same junior high as King Han. Let King Han choose whatever she likes." After finishing her sentence, she looked at Shen Qinghan with an affectionate smile and said, "Han Han, you can pick any junior high you want. This is Xiao Chen's offer to you. And Xin. I don't know. Shen Qinghan also didn't know how to choose, and eventually gave the decision back to Lin Zichen, saying, Xiao Chen, you pick then. Seeing that everyone was too bashful to choose, Lin Zichen had no choice but to decide himself. He looked at the principal of Shanghai High School opposite him and politely said, Principal Chen, I have a condition that I must be in the same class as Shen Qinghan. Would that be possible? Of course, it's possible. The principal of Shanghai High School beamed with joy and nodded vigorously in agreement. Not just in the same class, but even if it meant setting up a separate class just for the two of them with the best teachers of the entire school, the principal of Shanghai High School would agree without hesitation. A genius was simply that in demand. After Lin Zichen had made his decision, the principals of the other schools also tactfully took their leave, not sticking around to disturb the family's celebration. The principal of Shanghai High School also said a few more words and then astutely followed suit in leaving. While both sets of parents raised their glasses in celebration, Lin Zichen had a thought and opened his achievement tasks to check the progress. Achievement: dominate 9 years of compulsory education. Reward: gain the biometric attribute survival of the fittest. Title: King of the Kindergarten, unlocked. Boss of the Primary School, unlocked. Overlord of Junior High, not unlocked. He had finally endured until the end of primary school. He was finally going to start Junior High. As long as he unlocked the last title of Overlord of Junior High, he would receive the long-awaited biometric attribute survival of the fittest. Lin Zichen felt excited for the first time in a while, thinking that as soon as he started Junior High, he would immediately demonstrate his absolute power to crush the entire school and unlock the title Overlord of Junior High during the first stage of Junior High, to gain the biometric attribute survival of the fittest at the fastest speed. P.S. Holding out my bowl, seeking monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. 15 Junior High. Start. During this summer vacation before starting Junior High, Xiao Chen didn't waste his time. He didn't just sit around waiting for school to start. He set a strict training regimen for himself. Every day, he would complete 1000 weighted push UPS, 1000 weighted sit UPS, 1000 weighted squats, and 300 weighted pull UPS. Besides, he ran 5 kilometers in the morning and evening. It wasn't a jog. It was an immensely intense interval run. Moreover, the route he ran had ups and downs, through bushy areas, with various obstacles. The intensity was tremendous each day. If an ordinary person trained with such high intensity every day, without giving their body any time to recover, they'd probably drop dead within 3 days. However, Lin Zichen, with his use it or lose it attribute, had a physical tolerance far beyond an ordinary person's. Even the current intensity of the training wasn't enough to overdraw his body, it only made him stronger with each passing day, his physique becoming more formidable. You did 1000 weighted push UPS, chi blood plus 2000, arm muscle strength plus 2000, chest muscle strength plus 2000, push-up proficiency plus 1000. You did 1000 weighted sit UPS, chi blood plus 2000, abdominal muscle strength plus 2000, sit-up proficiency plus 1000. You did 1000 weighted squats, chi blood plus 2000, leg muscle strength plus 2000, squat proficiency plus 1000. You did 300 weighted pull UPS, chi blood plus 600, arm muscle strength plus 600, back muscle strength plus 600, pull-up proficiency plus 300. You ran 10 kilometers at variable speeds, chi blood plus 4396, endurance capacity plus 1000, body coordination plus 1000, running speed plus 1000, running technique plus 1000. Your biological level has been upgraded to ordinary level 3. Throughout the summer vacation, Lin Zichen maintained this training intensity every day, as regular as clockwork. Finally, on the day just before the start of school, he successfully broke through to ordinary level 3, and all of his bodily attributes received a substantial boost. He could easily lift a 700 kilograms weight with one hand. He could jump 4 meters high from a standstill. His 100-meter sprint only took 6 seconds. Strength, jumping ability, and speed, all have been raised to these figures, and the biological level has just barely evolved to ordinary level 3, the value of this level is really high, he mused. In the wild, having just tested these 3 data points, Lin Zichen couldn't help but express his amazement. Then, he murmured, I wonder what level that prodigy from capital city is at now, I'll go home and look it up. With strength that far surpassed his peers, he had no match among them, and could only compare himself with the prodigy seen on TV. When he got home, he took a quick shower. Afterward, Lin Zichen went to his room upstairs, lay on the bed, and used his phone to search for news about the capital city prodigy. This phone was a gift from Zhang Wangzhen, as a reward for his excellent performance throughout 6 years of elementary school. Zhang Wangzhen trusted in his self-discipline, not worrying that he would become addicted to entertainment on the phone. Soon enough, news about the capital city prodigy came up. The most recent news was from 3 days ago. It reported that the 14-year-old prodigy from capital city could easily lift a 2,000 kilograms alloy with one hand. This strength data was more than 3 times that of Lin Zichen's. 2,000 kg? Not bad, he muttered to himself, not taking the capital city prodigy's strength data seriously. Because he knew very well that the other's current strength data relied entirely on the fusion with the exotic beast gene. It was the gene of the power ant. Normally, merging with this kind of exotic beast's gene could increase one's strength by 4 to 8 times. Let's assume this capital city prodigy increased his strength 4-fold. With that deduction, he was left with a strength of only 400 kilograms. Lifting a weight of 400 kilograms with one hand at the age of 14 was still very talented. But compared to Lin Zichen's 700 kilograms, it seemed rather weak. Not to mention, Lin Zichen was even younger. Looking at both aspects, the difference between the two was like day and night. It really looks like I'm the one with a more promising future. Lin Zichen smiled, already fantasizing about how powerful he would become after integrating with the exotic beast gene. In the blink of an eye, time had arrived at September 1st. Lin Zichen, who had been training intensely at home all summer, finally welcomed the eagerly anticipated start of the school year. Shanghai High School wasn't far from home, about a 5-kilometer journey. However, due to the school opening season, the roads were congested, and it took Lin Zichen over half an hour of driving to finally reach the school gate with difficulty. Old Lin, it's too crowded at the school gate, and it might be hard to park. From the car behind, Shen Jianyi rolled down the window and shouted to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen also poked his head out and replied, "No worries, we can drive into the school later to look for a parking spot." Drive into the school? Shen Jianyi was a bit puzzled. Could cars actually enter the school? Just then, the principal of Shanghai High School appeared at the security room door and instructed the guard to let Lin Zichen and Shen Jianyi through. Seeing this scene, Shen Jianyi understood that Lin Yunzhen's family enjoyed special privileges at Shanghai High School. Old Lin is really lucky, having a genius son like Xiao Chen. It's like one person has attained the Tao and the whole family benefits, Shen Jianyi said enviously. Su Meng laughed, it's not just his family who benefits, even our family gets a share of the luck. That's true. Being neighbors with old Lin's family and our children getting along so well is indeed a stroke of good fortune, Shen Jianyi said with a smile. Su Meng mentioned, you better not say that in front of Han Han. It wouldn't be good if she heard it. Rest assured, I'm not brainless. I know exactly what should and shouldn't be said, replied Shen Jianyi as he drove the car into the school. Soon enough, both families had parked their cars inside the school. Ziai Chen, come on, let's get out of the car and take a walk around the school to see if the environment is really as beautiful as in the promotional video, urged Shen Qinghan excitedly to Lin Zichen beside her as soon as the car stopped. The two were seated in the back of Lin Yunzhen's car, very close to each other. Lin Zichen smiled, opened the car door, and along with Shen Qinghan, started to wander around the campus aimlessly. Meanwhile, the parents of both families sat down for tea with the principal of Shanghai High School in the office, to casually handle the enrollment procedures. That boy is so handsome, and the girl next to him is also very pretty. Why aren't those two wearing school uniforms? Are they a teacher's son and daughter? Along the way, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan attracted murmurs wherever they went for their exceptional appearance. Lin Zichen was unfazed by the whispers. Shen Qinghan, on the other hand, felt delighted inside, enjoying the compliments about her beauty. It wasn't long before they had strolled around the entire school. Then they discovered that the environment at Shanghai High School wasn't as beautiful as shown in the promotional video, not even half as much, which felt somewhat like false advertising. Yet neither of them felt disappointed. They were both well aware that promotional videos were sellers' stunts, filled with falsehoods, meant just for show, and not to be taken as truth. As they were walking, Lin Zichen's phone rang. It was a call from Zhang Wangzhen. She asked him and Shen Qinghan to head to the principal's office to meet the teachers of the various subjects in their class. P.S. I'm holding out my bowl for monthly tickets and recommendation votes. 16 make up for regrets. Soon, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan arrived at the principal's office. As they entered, they saw that the room was packed with teachers, so full that there weren't enough seats for everyone, with half of them standing. Come, Zichen, let me introduce you. This is your homeroom teacher, Mr. Guanfeng. This is your math teacher, Mr. Bai Yuanhe. This is your physics teacher. Seeing Lin Zichen come in, Principal Chen immediately got up and walked over, enthusiastically introducing him to the various subject teachers of the class. The class he was placed in was a top class. From the first year of junior high, they had to learn physics and chemistry and even had additional competition courses, making the learning intensity very high. Zichen, the school has high hopes for you. We hope that in the next 3 years, you can bring countless honors to the school. After introducing the teachers, Principal Chen patted Lin Zichen on the shoulder, expressing his great expectations for him. He then let Lin Zichen have a good talk with each of the subject teachers, while he turned to continue talking with his parents. In another corner, Shen Qinghan's family sat ignored, feeling out of place and barely noticeable throughout the entire meeting. Shen Jianyi and Su Meng were quite worried about this. Their daughter was smart and beautiful, but compared to Lin Zichen, who was currently the center of attention, she seemed too ordinary, even inconspicuous. With such a big gap, the two children would gradually drift apart sooner or later, until they belonged to two different worlds. What should they do? Unlike her parents, Shen Qinghan had never thought about these problems. She just thought that Lin Zichen was very impressive, and as his closest childhood friend, she felt extremely proud. Look, this boy is not only handsome but also excels in both arts and sports, exceptionally outstanding. You may not believe it, but he is my childhood friend. Oh, we've grown up together, and our relationship is super close. Are you guys jealous? Lin Zichen didn't have much to talk about with the teachers. Because by that time, he had already self-studied all the middle and high school courses, and had even completed advanced mathematics. With the help of Heavenly Roots, he had learned all of them to a very high level. Take math, for example, he could easily achieve perfect scores on every test. Thus, Lin Zichen merely exchanged pleasantries with each of the subject teachers to familiarize himself with them, then quickly found an excuse to leave with Shen Qinghan. After the two children left, Lin Yanzheng noticed the awkwardness of Shen Jianyi and Su Meng in the corner and realized he had been neglectful. He had been so engrossed in conversation with the principal that he had forgotten about his two friends. Once he realized this, he immediately took the initiative to steer the conversation towards his friends, telling the various subject teachers, "Everyone, our Xiao Chen and their Han Han are the best of friends. They have promised to attend the same high school and university since they were young. I hope you can pay extra attention to these two kids." Zhang Wangzhen heard this and added, "Xiao Chen has always been stubborn since he was a child. If he says he will do something, he will definitely do it. He and Han Han have agreed to go to high school and university together. Even if Han Han underperformed and could only go to a more ordinary school, that child would surely follow. Please, teachers, take care of them." Principal Chen was a shrewd man and understood their meaning. He immediately smiled at the teachers and said, "As teachers of the class, you must pay more attention to the two children. Don't let them fall behind in their studies." After speaking, he proactively approached Shen Jianyi and his wife to chat cordially and learn about Shen Qinghan's situation. Seeing this, the other teachers also started to converse with Shen Jianyi and Su Meng. Shen Jianyi and Su Meng felt honored by the attention and glanced toward Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wangzhen, mentally noting the kindness of their two friends. The school playground. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan sat on the grass. They watched the coming and going of students, greatly enjoying the tranquility of the moment. Soon, they too would become students at this school, spending 3 years of middle school here. "Xiao Chen, look over there, there's a badminton court, and it just so happens my dad has a pair of rackets in his car. Want to go play badminton?" "Sure." The two hit it off instantly and immediately headed back to the principal's office to get the keys from Shen Jianyi, then took the badminton rackets from the car. Next, they made their way to the badminton court. "Xiao Chen, we're in such good luck. There's one last empty court left, and we got it," Shen Qinghan said excitedly. Seeing her so overjoyed, Lin Zichen couldn't help feeling a little envious. This girl is so easily satisfied. A small piece of good fortune could make her joy soar. "Xiao Chen, watch my fairy curveball." "Xiao Chen, I have another move, the magical girl deceptive ball." "Xiao Chen, don't be too smug, you certainly won't catch my celestial flower scattering ball." On the court, Shen Qinghan was like a child who refused to grow up, constantly shouting out all sorts of childish moves, her delicate face brimming with a radiant smile. Lin Zichen was amused by Shen Qinghan's childishness and found her inexplicably cute. Just when the two were having a blast, 2 older boys who hadn't found an empty court walked into theirs without a word. These 2 boys said nothing, just came in and started playing with their own shuttlecock, utterly ignoring Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan as if they didn't exist. "What are you doing? We are already playing badminton here," Shen Qinghan said, looking at them with displeasure. However, those 2 boys totally disregarded her. Especially the buzzcut boy on the same side of the court as her, who directly retorted, "Tch, if you want to play, play. If not, move aside and cool off." This was a blatant act of court crashing, particularly common in elementary and junior high schools. Some of the older students would often use their age and larger size to bully their way into courts for basketball, badminton, or table tennis when they couldn't find an open one, displacing the younger students. Lin Zichen had seen plenty of this behavior during his school days in his past life. Back then, he lacked the power to stop it, either keeping out of it or, when it happened to him, sucking it up. But, times had changed. It was time to make up for the regrets of his youth. Thinking this, Lin Zichen seized the opportunity. When the shuttlecock was hit over from the opposite side, he swiftly stepped in and struck the incoming shuttlecock, sending it flying out of bounds. With this strike, he had held back, using less than 10% of his strength. Yet, the shuttlecock instantly flew dozens of meters away, taking who knows how long before gently touching the ground. Seeing this exaggerated scene, the 2 boys who'd come to crash the court were stunned. Lin Zichen, holding his racket, pointed at them and emotionlessly asked, "Are you still playing?" The 2 boys shivered at his words, looking at Lin Zichen as if he was a monster, and quickly left without a word. Lin Zichen picked up his shuttlecock and, with a gentle voice, smiled at Shen Qinghan across the court. Han Han, let's continue. Oh, continue. Shen Qinghan, having recovered, agreed and picked up her racket to continue playing badminton with Lin Zichen. She too had been shocked by what just happened. But remembering that Lin Zichen has incapacitated 2 adults in an alley back when he was just a 2nd grader, she quickly started to take it for granted. P.S. Bowls up, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. 17 Junior High School Sports Meet. The older you get, the faster time seems to pass. Before you know it, half a year has gone by. Lin Zichen still feels like it was only yesterday that he arrived at Shanghai High School to go through the enrollment process, and before he realized it, he was already in the 2nd semester of 7th grade. For him, life in middle school wasn't much different from that in elementary or kindergarten. His desk mate was still Shen Qinghan. In class, he would read his own books, fair and square. And after school, he would still secretly train intensively without his parents' knowledge. The only difference now was that with a cell phone, he would often browse various instructional videos online and learn all sorts of new skills to better himself when he felt bored at night. Cooking, photography, driving, swimming, wilderness survival, and various sports if it could be found online and seemed somewhat useful, he would learn it. After all, with the blessing of biometric attributes, he learned quickly, and he had to make good use of his time without wasting it. In the meantime, eager to earn the title Junior High Tyrant in his first year, Lin Zichen took every opportunity to showcase himself at school. Throughout that past semester, he was the top student in the entire school in every exam, without exception. Besides, he took the time to participate in various national middle school competitions. These included contests in mathematics, physics, chemistry, computer programming, and more. He won awards in every competition he entered. Gold medals, silver medals, bronze medals, first place, second place, third place, or even precise rankings like the very first, second, or third position, he had won them all. In truth, if he had wanted, he could have secured all gold medals, first places, and top rankings. But if he had done that, he wouldn't just be the local genius, he would have been a super genius causing a national sensation. At that point, swarms of attention would come flooding in, his peaceful life inevitably shattered, making it impossible to continue evolving quietly. That wasn't the life he wanted. The reason he was so enthusiastic about making himself known was simply to light up the Junior High Tyrant title as soon as possible. Therefore, it was enough for him to maintain his position as the number 1 student in the school. There was no need to go any further. Today, Lin Zichen left his house for school, and just as he entered the classroom, the homeroom teacher came to find him, saying that the school wanted him to hold a study sharing session in the afternoon. His performance had been too astonishing in that past semester, with both teachers and students curious about his study methods. The school leaders had been wanting him to host this study session for a while. Okay, I got it. Lin Zichen nodded, then lowered his head to continue reading his book. Seeing this, the homeroom teacher did not disturb him any further. However, his desk mate Shen Qinghan, smiling, poked him and said, "Xiao Chen, you're going to be in the spotlight again this afternoon, excited?" "It's okay," Lin Zichen smiled and replied. At the beginning, he actually quite enjoyed being the center of attention, feeling like he was the chosen one. But as it happened more and more, it gradually lost its appeal. You might think it's just okay, but your little fangirls won't feel the same. Come this afternoon, the school auditorium will be packed with them, and I won't even have a place to sit. Shen Qinghan, just thinking about it, felt overwhelming. Because of his handsome looks and exceptional academic performance, in just half a year at Shanghai High School, Lin Zichen had already captured the hearts of a multitude of young admirers. From the 7th graders to the 9th graders, many girls adored him. In just a short span of 6 months, he had received hundreds of love letters. "Don't worry," I'll ask the principal to reserve a seat in the front row for you. Lin Zichen casually reassured Shen Qinghan while continuing to read his book. Upon hearing this, Shen Qinghan's mood instantly lifted. The two didn't chat for long and soon got busy with their own things again. Lin Zichen quietly immersed himself in his book. Shen Qinghan diligently worked through test papers, striving to improve her grades. The top-tier class curriculum was just too advanced for her. Not only were there more subjects, but the questions were also difficult, making it a struggle for her to keep up. To keep up with the teaching progress in class, she had to spend more time studying, even using the breaks between classes to stay seated and work through practice problems. Xiao Chen, I don't know how to do this problem, and I can't even understand the answer. Could you teach me? Shen Qinghan picked up a physics exam paper and placed it in front of Lin Zichen, pointing with her pen to the last multiple-choice question that involved analysis of the forces acting on an object. Lin Zichen scanned the question quickly, then picked up his pen and paper and moved over to Shen Qinghan, sitting shoulder to shoulder with her as he showed her how to solve the problem. Seeing the two of them sitting so close together, the girls in the class almost all wore expressions of envy, wishing they could be as close to Lin Zichen as Shen Qinghan was. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the afternoon study share meeting. Lin Zichen arrived at the lecture hall and saw that it was indeed as Shen Qinghan had said, filled with his little fangirls. But at that moment, he wasn't concerned about these fangirls, but rather the 10 students sitting in the front row. He recognized the faces of these 10 students, often seeing them on the school's honor roll. They were the top academic achievers of the 9th grade. He was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected even the 9th grade's top students to attend his study share meeting. The idea of 9th grade top students listening to a learning method shared by a 7th grade newcomer was something that people might not believe if they heard it. It seems I've already become a king in the field of studies in this school. If I can also dominate in sports, I should be able to unlock the title Junior High Tyrant soon, he thought to himself. With this thought, Lin Zichen could hardly wait to show off his skills at the school sports meet next month. The study share meeting soon began. The 10 top students sitting in the first row all pricked up their ears, listening intently, afraid of missing any detail. Shen Qinghan, who was also sitting in the front row, was taking notes with a focused expression. Many girls seated further back, seeing the mediocre student Shen Qinghan sitting in such a prime spot, envied her for being Lin Zichen's childhood friend and receiving special treatment from him. A month later, Shanghai High School welcomed its 70th sports meet. The timing was strange. It was scheduled for April of the next semester, not December of the previous one. Moreover, the event was not grandly celebrated, it lasted only one day. It was apparent that Shanghai High School didn't place much emphasis on the sports meet. But even so, Lin Zichen was very excited. Because, if he could dominate today at the sports meet, it was highly probable that he could unlock the title Junior High Tyrant, achieve the goal of dominating 9 years of compulsory education, and thereby gain the biometric attribute Survival of the Fittest. Students who have signed up for the competition, please go to your respective event areas to check in. Failure to do so on time will be considered a forfeiture by default. A PE teacher, acting as the head referee, stood in the middle of the field and shouted through a megaphone. Upon hearing this, Lin Zichen immediately went to check in. He had signed up for individual events only, including the 100-meter sprint that tested speed, the running high jump that tested bounce, and the shot put that tested strength. Zichen Jr., you must win the gold medal. Zichen Jr., I will be waiting for you at the finish line when you run the 100 meters. Zichen Jr., go for it. As Lin Zichen was in line waiting to sign up, several senior girls from the 9th grade were cheering him on, smiling brightly at him. Hearing their voices, he responded with a polite smile. The senior girls burst into a fit of swooning giggles when he smiled at them. One boy waiting in line behind Lin Zichen felt a sour twinge of jealousy. He was a 9th grader, a member of the martial arts team with exceptional athletic talent, often representing the school in competitions. Normally, he looked down on something as trivial as the school sports meet. But after learning that Lin Zichen was participating, he specifically came to sign up, aiming to take Lin Zichen down a notch. He couldn't accept that a girl he had a crush on had become one of Lin Zichen's fangirls. Humph, you're not as handsome as me, and your grades aren't as good as mine. Could it be that even my athletic talent is inferior to yours? Just wait and see how I will dominate over you and emerge as the champion. The boy looked at Lin Zichen, who was ahead of him in line, his mind filled with these thoughts, impatient to thrash him on the track. P.S. Bowl out, I'm begging for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. 18 dominate 9 years of compulsory education. It wasn't long before all the contestants had signed in. A PE teacher in charge began organizing the opening ceremony for each class. During this time, the athletes warmed up in the middle of the field. Xiao Chen, I bought you a sports drink. They say drinking this can improve your performance. Do you want some? Shen Qinghan walked up to Lin Zichen, who was stretching his tendons, and handed over the can with a bull printed on it. Lin Zichen felt that it wasn't very useful, and he didn't need external help to improve his performance, but because Shen Qinghan bought it, he didn't think twice before taking a sip. How does it feel, Xiao Chen? It seems to have some effect, I feel a bit more spirited. Lin Zichen told a white lie on the spot. After hearing this, Shen Qinghan smiled and made a cheering gesture, saying, Xiao Chen, I'll be waiting for you to come back with 3 gold medals for a photo together. I will, Lin Zichen confidently replied. The martial arts team boy standing nearby laughed inwardly at his confidence in winning 3 gold medals. About half an hour later, the school sports meet's opening ceremony finally concluded. The competition officially began. The first event Lin Zichen signed up for was shot put, followed by the high jump, and finally the highlight event, the 100-meter dash. Ziai Chen, go for the first place. Your senior believes in you. As Lin Zichen queued up for the shot put, a girl in the crowd to his left waved at him. Lin Zichen turned with a smile, only politely acknowledging her, nothing more. The martial arts team boy in front of Lin Zichen felt utterly tormented by the scene, internally begging for the competition to start quickly. Because the girl cheering for Lin Zichen was the one he had a secret crush on. Soon, it was the martial arts team boy's turn to throw the shot put. He picked up the shot and with a fierce twist, flung it from his hand. After a moment, the judge's voice echoed from the front. 15.67 meters. As soon as the distance was announced, the spectators all wowed, shocked by the result. Lin Zichen, queuing behind, raised an eyebrow, surprised that a middle schooler could throw the shot put so far. 15.67 meters was a distance that could qualify one as a first-tier athlete in his previous life. At the end of the day, the world was different. People in this world had far greater physical prowess than those in his past life. Leaving the white line, the martial arts team boy looked back at Lin Zichen with an air of self-satisfaction. Lin Zichen felt somewhat baffled, unable to understand why the boy felt the need to look back at him with such a proud expression. Xiao Chen, go for the gold. Not far to the side, Shen Qinghan clenched her delicate fists, cheering Lin Zichen on. Lin Zichen also smiled and returned a supportive gesture before walking to the white line, casually pushing the shot put forward. As a result, the shot put flew out as if launched from a cannon, covering a great distance instantly. The PE teacher responsible for recording the distances couldn't hide his astonishment at the sight. After snapping out of it, he hurriedly grabbed the tape measure to find out how far it had been thrown. 20.12 meters. The moment this number was called out, a huge gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Especially the martial arts team boy, who was so stunned that his mouth hung open wide enough to swallow the shot put, his face filled with disbelief. How can this be possible? How could he throw it 20 meters? He's just a freshman in junior high. I must be dreaming. Thinking this, a boy from the martial arts team raised his hand and slapped his own face. It hurt a lot, it was reality. The people nearby looked baffled, not understanding why he would slap himself for no reason. Xiao Chen, you're so awesome. Shen Qinghan, holding her phone that had just captured a few photos, excitedly ran towards Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen touched her head and smiled. I've already gotten 1 gold medal, 2 more to go, you just wait to take pictures for me after the sports meeting is over. In the following time, Lin Zichen participated in the running long jump and the 100-meter sprint one after another. As expected, he took first place without any suspense in all of them, smoothly collecting 3 gold medals. The boy from the martial arts team, who was previously filled with confidence to outperform him, ended up with a life full of doubts, getting 3 silver medals, and was completely dumbfounded. Ziai Chen, Jr., you're too amazing, all gold medals, your senior sister admires you so much. Ziai Chen, Jr., I bought you some water. Ziai Chen, Jr. Drink mine. Drink mine. I bought you a sports drink that can help you recover your strength quickly. Lin Zichen had just gotten off the stadium stage with 3 gold medals when he was surrounded by several enthusiastic senior sisters. They formed a tight circle around him, making it impossible for him to walk away. Shen Qinghan, holding a sports drink she had just bought, stood on the outside trying to hand it to him but couldn't reach. Seeing this, Lin Zichen in the middle had no choice but to say to the senior sisters surrounding him. Thanks for the kind thoughts, senior sisters, I've brought my own water, I'll just drink that. After saying this, he squeezed out from the group and walked over to Shen Qinghan to take the sports drink she was offering, unscrewed the cap, and began to drink deeply. Xiao Chen, you're so popular at school, even the 9th grade senior sisters have become your little fang girls, Shen Qinghan said enviously. Lin Zichen screwed the cap back on and chuckled, but I don't need so many little fang girls, having you as my little fang girl is enough for me. I'm not your little fang girl, I'm your childhood friend, okay? Shen Qinghan pouted her rosy lips, displaying her dissatisfaction. Lin Zichen just laughed and didn't say anything. The girls around them all looked on with envy at this scene. They were all so envious of Shen Qinghan. An ordinary girl, yet she had a childhood friend who was not only handsome but also good at studying and had great athletic abilities. It looked just like a fairy tale of Cinderella and the prince. Shen Qinghan, feeling the envious gazes from the girls around her, felt delighted inside. Having Lin Zichen as her envy-evoking childhood friend made her feel like she owned the whole world. After finishing the drink in a moment, the two took a lot of nice photos together. When they were satisfied with the pictures, they walked back to the classroom together, packed up their things, and rode home on a bike. Because her home was a bit far from the school, Zhang Wangzhen specially bought Lin Zichen a bicycle to make it convenient for him to ride to and from school with Shen Qinghan. On the way back to the classroom, Lin Zichen suddenly remembered something and immediately sent his thoughts into the void. Right after that, he finally saw the message he had been eagerly awaiting. Your academic and athletic achievements have utterly outclassed everyone in the school, making all the students pale in comparison, successfully unlocking the title Junior High Tyrant. Kindergarten Kid King title, Elementary School Boss title, Junior High Tyrant title all unlocked, dominating the 9 years of compulsory education, achievement reached. Biometric attribute acquired, survival of the fittest. P.S. I'm begging, please give me your monthly and recommendation tickets. 19. The origin of life. Survival of the fittest, your life essence reigns supreme over all, capable of devouring the life essence of other beings to promote your own evolution. The moment Lin Zichen saw this text, the first thought that surfaced in his mind was, there are ranks and grades within life itself. It felt like a return to the primitive natural world. Survival of the fittest, only the adapted survive. However, he didn't dwell on this thought for long and quickly focused his mind on the words life essence. Life essence? What did it refer to? Suddenly, Lin Zichen remembered the animal teeth that the white-haired girl had given to him and Shen Qinghan. He recalled that when he had studied the teeth before, he had found they contained a vibrant life force. So, he turned to Shen Qinghan, who was walking beside him humming a tune, and asked, "Han Han, can you take down your beast tooth and let me take a look? Why do you suddenly want to see the beast tooth?" Shen Qinghan obediently took off the beast tooth and handed it to him, asking with some confusion. Lin Zichen made up a reason on the spot. "I feel the material of this beast tooth is quite good, I was wondering if it could be made into jewelry for you." "Ah!" Shen Qinghan was a bit stunned by the comment and then said with a troubled face, "Zichen, this is a gift from Bai Shui to us, isn't it inappropriate to just turn it into something else without permission?" "That's true, we won't modify it then," Lin Zichen said nonchalantly, his attention fully on the beast tooth in his hand, feeling for the vibrant life force within it. The moment he felt the life force, the palm of his hand holding the beast tooth suddenly warmed, and in the next moment, the vitality of the beast tooth surged into him through his palm. At the same time, several lines of text appeared in the void. "You have devoured a strand of the abyssal giant butterfly's life essence. Abyssal giant butterfly album, 1%. When the album progress bar reaches 100%, you can evolve certain attributes or skills of the corresponding exotic beast. Could this be a butterfly's tooth?" Lin Zichen finished reading the text and looked down at the beast tooth in his hand as thick as his little finger, feeling quite amazed and incredulous. It could only be said that the exotic beasts on this mutated Earth were all strange creatures that couldn't be understood with past knowledge. Soon, Lin Zichen's thoughts returned to survival of the fittest. In plain terms, this trait meant that he now had the ability to devour other living beings to become stronger. This gave him a lot of ideas. For animals like ants, mosquitoes, flies, cockroaches, which are omnipresent, could he also devour their life essence and thereby acquire their attributes or skills? For instance, the cockroach's tenacity for life? He would need to find some small animals to test the survival of the fittest trait after getting back home. "Xiao Chen, you see this beast tooth every day, don't you? Why are you so engrossed in it all of a sudden?" Seeing Lin Zichen standing still, staring at the beast tooth in his hand without moving for a long time, Shen Qinghan was puzzled. Lin Zichen, hearing this, pulled his mind back from the void but didn't elaborate much. He casually brushed off her inquiry and returned the beast tooth to Shen Qinghan before going back to the classroom with her. Though all the vitality in the beast tooth had been drained, it was different from flesh and blood, it wouldn't decay and could still be preserved for a long time. It wasn't long before they got back to the classroom. As soon as he entered, Lin Zichen was shocked by the state of his drawer. The previously rather empty drawer was now filled to the brim with love letters, so full that not a sliver of space could be seen. Without having to think about it, it must have been from a girl who has a secret crush on him. Too shy to give him the love letters in person, she took the opportunity when he wasn't in the classroom to stuff a pile of love letters she had accumulated over time into his drawer. After all, this wasn't the first time he had encountered such a situation. So many love letters, how should I deal with these? Looking at the love letters in the drawer, Lin Zichen felt quite troubled. At that moment, Shen Qinghan handed him another love letter, almost taking pleasure in his misfortune. "Earlier on the sports field, the study monitor from the class next door asked me to give this to you. She was too embarrassed to find you." "Another one?" Lin Zichen took the love letter from Shen Qinghan and felt even more troubled. He sighed to himself and began to clear out all the love letters from the drawer. During the process, he glanced at the handwriting on the covers and was somewhat surprised to find that it wasn't just love letters from one person, but as many as over a dozen people mixed together. These girls have quite good qualities, not throwing away their competitors' love letters. Lin Zichen laughed wryly through his frustration. He then neatly stacked all the love letters in his hand, intending to find a secluded spot to dispose of them. Seeing the situation, Shen Qinghan immediately intervened. Xiao Chen, don't throw those love letters away. If the girls who wrote them found out, how heartbroken would they be? If you don't want them, I can keep them for you. Whenever you want to take a look, you can always come and get them from me. After saying that, she took all the love letters from Lin Zichen's hands and stuffed them into her little backpack. Lin Zichen was happy to let her do so, since it saved him the trouble. Just at that moment, he suddenly remembered that he had a beast tooth given to him by a girl with white hair in his backpack and casually swallowed it. You have consumed a strand of the Abyssal Giant Butterfly's life essence. Abyssal Giant Butterfly Collection, 2%. Now that he knew the name of this exotic beast, he wondered whether he could find any information related to it online. Well, let's have a look. Thinking this, Lin Zichen immediately took out his phone and searched for the words Abyssal Giant Butterfly. Back in elementary school, he had once taken a photo of the tooth of an abyssal giant butterfly and uploaded it to the big data image recognition online, but it was to no avail. Now, knowing the specific name, he should have a good chance to find related information. However, the subsequent results disappointed Lin Zichen. There was no information about the abyssal giant butterfly online, confirming that it was an unknown exotic beast not yet discovered and recorded by humans. So much for that, the abyssal giant butterfly collection could be sentenced to death. With no related information available, there was no way to fill up its progress bar. Unless he could meet the mother of the white-haired girl and get information about the abyssal giant butterfly from her. After leaving the classroom, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan went together to the school's bike shed and pushed out a brand new bicycle. This bike had been purchased half a year ago, but it still looked as new. That's mainly because Qinghan cherished it, cleaning it every other day. Soon, both of them were pushing the bike toward the school's gate. While passing by the school's snack bar, Shen Qinghan suddenly said she wanted a lollipop, so Lin Zichen bought one for her. Here, eat it. You're already so grown up and still want someone to feed you. Lin Zichen unwrapped the lollipop and held it up to Shen Qinghan's mouth. Shen Qinghan, who was already used to such closeness, took the lollipop in her mouth. After tasting the sweetness, she smiled with her beautiful eyes curving and said, "I can't help it, just that it feels sweeter when you feed it to me. It's all psychological." While saying so, Lin Zichen saw Shen Qinghan's cheeks bulging with the lollipop, and he couldn't resist poking her cheek. Shen Qinghan took out the lollipop and pouted her glossy lips in discontent. "Don't poke my face." "But your face is so soft, it feels good to poke," Lin Zichen said with a smile. "If it feels good, then you can pinch or rub it, just don't poke. Poking doesn't feel good." "Okay, I'll pinch from now on." "No, better to rub, that's comfy." The two of them teased each other a bit more and continued pushing the bike towards the school entrance. When they passed the school path by the playground, Lin Zichen saw members of the school's martial arts team exercising on the field and noticed a familiar face among them. It was none other than the unlucky guy who had tearfully won 3 silver medals following him during the school's sports meet. At the moment, this unfortunate soul was sprinting desperately on the grass field with a strip of cloth tied around his waist, which was connected to a tire lying flat on the ground by a rope to increase friction. This was a common training method used to enhance the explosive power of leg muscles. "Xiao Chen, that boy on the grass is training so hard. Has he been motivated by you from the sports meet?" Shen Qinghan whispered with the lollipop in her mouth. Lin Zichen, "Could be." Just as he spoke, the coach of the martial arts team, who was there encouraging the members to train, turned to look in his direction. Then, he directly walked over. Shen Qinghan panicked, speaking nervously, "Oh no, Xiao Chen, were we speaking too loud just now? Did he hear us?" "It's fine, we didn't say anything bad anyway," Lin Zichen reassured the timid Shen Qinghan. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation votes. 20. Study the attributes of the survival of the fittest. It was only a moment before the coach of the martial arts team walked up to the two of them and stopped. However, contrary to expectations, he was not there to pick a fight but to invite Lin Zichen to join the martial arts team. Zichen, I am Coach Guo from the school's martial arts team. I saw your amazing performance at today's school sports meeting with my own eyes, and I was deeply shocked, he said. In all my years at Shanghai High School, I've never seen a student with such good academic performance who can also excel so significantly in sports. Personally, I think your athletic talent is definitely superior to your academic talent. Therefore, I'd like to invite you to join the school's martial arts team. Of course, the invitation may seem a bit abrupt, and you can get to know the martial arts team first before you make a decision. Room C of the school gymnasium is our martial arts team's headquarters. Tomorrow or whenever you're available, feel free to come by and learn more, he continued. Guo Xiangyuan said all this in one breath without giving Lin Zichen a chance to speak. He genuinely thought that Lin Zichen's athletic talent was far more outstanding than his academic talent. After all, as a genius student who always came first in exams, most of his time must have been spent studying, with little time left for physical training. And yet, under such circumstances, Lin Zichen still managed to crush the martial arts team's members at the sports meeting and win 3 gold medals. Without a doubt, he was a rising star in the world of martial arts. If Lin Zichen didn't take the path of martial arts, it would be a waste so egregious that both gods and men would be outraged. Watching the martial arts team's coach who approached him like a salesman, rambling non-stop, Lin Zichen frowned slightly, not taking a very good impression of him. So, as soon as he finished, Lin Zichen immediately smiled politely and said, "We'll see about that. I need to get home now. Goodbye, Coach Guo." Having said that, Lin Zichen pushed his bicycle and left with Shen Qinghan. Once they were out of the school gate, he swung his leg over the bicycle and said to Shen Qinghan beside him, "Han Han, hop on. Zichen, how about I ride you home today?" Shen Qinghan with a lollipop in her mouth, hopped over to the front of the bicycle, eager to give it a try. Lin Zichen decisively refused. "Forget it. The last time you rode alone, you almost fell into a ditch. If you carry me, you're more likely to kill me. That was just an accident. Give up, with those skinny legs of yours, you definitely can't pedal a bike with someone else on it." "All right, I'll do as you say," Shen Qinghan said, no longer insistent, and obediently went to sit on the back seat, wrapping her arms expertly around Lin Zichen's waist. Seeing her settled, Lin Zichen lightly pedaled away. Despite not seeming to exert much effort, the bicycle sped off, covering a distance of hundreds of meters in no time. Lin Zichen's cycling skills were high caliber, on par with professional cyclists, smoothly weaving through the busy streets and alleys without attracting a single curse from pedestrians. Shen Qinghan sat behind, her arms wrapped around Lin Zichen's waist, sucking on her lollipop, feeling the breeze and feeling utterly exhilarated. Many female students from Shanghai High School were walking by, all looking enviously at Shen Qinghan seated on the rear of Lin Zichen's bike. Shen Qinghan had lost count of how many times she had been the object of envy among girls her age. Each time she was envied, her heart swelled with delight. As she reveled in these feelings, she couldn't help but let out a silly chuckle. "Why are you suddenly laughing like that?" Lin Zichen asked. "Oh, it's nothing. There's a countdown for the green light ahead, I'm going to speed up for the sprint, so hold on tight," he instructed. "Zichen, I'm holding on tight. Hurry, the green light is almost over," Shen Qinghan urged. "Here I go!" Lin Zichen exclaimed. "Go on! Little witch of flight! Faster!" Shen Qinghan cheered with unclear speech because of the lollipop in her mouth, her bangs blowing wildly in the wind, her face full of excitement. Lin Zichen, the one responsible for pedaling, was up front, desperately pushing the pedals, afraid of not making it to the green light at the upcoming intersection before it turned off. He stopped at the gate of his home. Xiao Chen bid goodbye to Shen Qinghan and pushed his bicycle into the house. As soon as he entered, Zhang Wangzhen greeted him with an enthusiastic face and asked with a big smile. Xiao Chen, how did the school sports day go? Did you get all gold medals? Yeah, I got 3 gold medals. Xiao Chen took off his backpack, unzipped it, and took out 3 gold medals to hand over to Zhang Wangzhen. Zhang Wangzhen was thrilled, her eyes crinkling into slits as she exclaimed with joy. I knew it, my Xiao Chen is a genius in both literature and martial arts. After saying that, she turned her head to Lin Yanzheng, who was immersed in watching a football match on the couch, and called out with some dissatisfaction. Hey Lin, your son brought back 3 gold medals from the sports day and you still won't come to praise him, what game are you still watching? Coming. Lin Yanzheng came over, grinning and jogging all the way. Afterward, the family of 3 each wore a gold medal, and took a happy family photo at home. It was mainly Zhang Wangzhen who wanted to take the photo, she wanted to show off her son on her circle of friends. After dinner, Xiao Chen went up to the rooftop filled with vegetables to hunt for mosquitoes. He wanted to test the effect of the survival of the fittest attribute to see if he could absorb the life source from within the mosquitoes, thereby obtaining their attributes or skills. However, after killing more than 20 mosquitoes, there was still no display of the anticipated textual information in the void. It seemed that mosquitoes did not possess a life source. Or to say, it was negligible. Out of rigor, he stopped hunting mosquitoes and went back inside the house to hunt cockroaches. After more than 2 hours, he had killed over 10 cockroaches. But the result was the same, there was no life source to absorb. Could it be that ordinary creatures won't do, and it has to be exotic beasts? Xiao Chen thought about this and felt it was highly likely. Perhaps only creatures as powerful as exotic beasts harbored enough life source within them to be absorbed. For small animals like mosquitoes and cockroaches, at the bottom of the food chain, the life source they contained was probably pitifully little, virtually negligible. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the results of the tests he just conducted. After all, in the annotation of Survival of the Fittest, it mentioned living creatures in general, without specifying exotic beasts. Having come to this understanding, Xiao Chen decided to take a trip to the mall. In this world, malls sold merchandise related to exotic beasts. Although the prices were sky high and he could not afford them, that did not prevent Xiao Chen from going to take a look and confirm his suspicions. Once he had the idea, Xiao Chen went downstairs to find Zhang Wangzhen and, with a casual excuse about needing to buy something, successfully got her permission to go out. Xiao Chen, where are you going? Just as he was pushing his bicycle out of the gate, Xiao Chen heard a shout coming from the balcony of the neighboring house. He looked up and saw Shen Qinghan leaning on her balcony, enjoying the breeze. I'm going to the mall to buy some things. I want to go too, wait for me, I'll tell my dad and mom and then I'll come. After dropping this line, Shen Qinghan quickly disappeared from the balcony, going back into her house to tell Shen Jianyi and Su Meng that she was going out with Xiao Chen. P.S. Bowls out, begging for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe. Chinese novel audio wave. 21 Ghost Squid. It wasn't long before Shen Qinghan hurried down from upstairs, afraid to keep Lin Zichen waiting too long downstairs. Why did you come out in your pajamas? I came down in such a hurry that I forgot to change. Then go back and change. I'm too lazy to go back. Let's hurry to the mall to shop. My dad just gave me 200 yuan, now I'm a little rich lady. Whatever you want to buy later, it's on me. Shen Qinghan skillfully sat on the rear seat of Lin Zichen's bicycle, waving 2 crisp 100 yuan notes in front of him, her delicate face radiating triumph. Lin Zichen felt the 1,000 yuan in his pocket but didn't want to burst her bubble, so he smiled and said, Okay, Tonight Shen Miss will pick up the tab. Stop talking, let's get going. Otherwise, we won't have much time to shop if it gets too late, and my parents will definitely call to urge me to come home early. Then hold on tight. I'm holding on tight. Shen Qinghan said with a smile, wrapping her arms around Lin Zichen's waist. Lin Zichen didn't waste words, he just pedaled hard, and in the next moment, the bike's speed soared. Huamao New World, first floor main entrance. Lin Zichen found a spot to park his bicycle, and quickly he and Shen Qinghan made their way to the top floor of the mall. If it were daytime, he would first take Shen Qinghan for a stroll in the regular commercial district below to eat, drink, and have fun. But it was too late now, and he needed to rush to the exotic beast commercial district at the very top to touch exotic beast meat and verify his speculation. Xiao Chen, what do you want to buy? Why did you run up here? In the exotic beast commercial district at the top, Shen Qinghan was somewhat bewildered by the dazzling array of exotic beast products in front of her. A glance over the goods revealed that the prices of the merchandise were exorbitant, with each item pricier than the last. Her 200 yuan was simply not substantial enough to make any purchases. Lin Zichen honestly said, "Actually, I didn't really want to buy anything. I just wanted to come here to take a closer look at exotic beast meat." Shen Qinghan nodded, showing she understood. Lin Zichen had always been fascinated by exotic beasts since he was a child, so it was normal for him to want to see what exotic beast meat looked like up close. Then let's hurry and look around. I'm quite curious about exotic beasts, too. Shen Qinghan, who had often read books about exotic beasts with Lin Zichen when she was younger, and who had accidentally wet several of his books, still remembered those moments vividly to this day. Soon, the two of them began to browse through the exotic beast merchandise area. Besides exotic beast meat, there were many other derivative products related to exotic beasts. There were jewelry pieces made from exotic beast scales and armor. There were figurines modeled after the appearance of exotic beasts. There were specimens of small exotic beasts and so on. Lin Zichen wasn't interested in these items. He just accompanied Shen Qinghan for a quick look around before heading straight to the section selling exotic beast meat. He looked at various pieces of exotic beast meat and found that all of it had been cut and processed in such a way that it was impossible to identify the original exotic beast. Moreover, crucially, all of it was wrapped in transparent cling film, sealed airtight, and therefore untouchable. He couldn't test the swallowing effect of his power survival of the fittest. He persisted and carefully made his way around the area. Finally, in a corner, he found some exotic beast meat that could be touched. It was freshly butchered meat with a staff member nearby, packing and portioning it. "Han Han, wait here for me a sec," he said. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to touch the exotic beast meat over there." "Ah." Shen Qinghan was a bit confused. Lin Zichen didn't explain much to her and, taking advantage of the packaging staff's inattention, quietly moved closer from the staff's blind spot. Next, he reached out to touch the piece of fresh exotic beast meat closest to him. The moment he touched it, Lin Zichen felt the vitality contained within the exotic beast meat. It was extremely vigorous, rich, and powerful. Instinctively, Lin Zichen wanted to devour all of the life essence within the exotic beast meat, leaving nothing behind. No, that's not right, he couldn't do that. If the meat lost its vitality, it would probably spoil. If he wanted it, he would need to buy it with his own money. Lin Zichen's rationality overcame his instinct, and he quickly came to his senses, refraining from the improper act of stealing the vitality from the exotic beast meat. Although he could have carried out the act discreetly, and there was a high probability it wouldn't have been discovered if he did it just once. But once he started down that path, he couldn't imagine what kind of person he would become later on. If not unexpected, there was a high probability he would turn into a desperado who likes to get by without effort, deceive, and indulge in robbery and plunder. It's acceptable not to be a good person, but he must not become a bad person, at least he mustn't discard his character. Thinking this way, Lin Zichen quickly returned to where Shen Qinghan was standing. Seeing him return, Shen Qinghan immediately asked with curiosity, Zichen, what does the exotic beast meat feel like to touch? Is it any different from regular meat? It doesn't feel much different. If I have to say there's a difference, it just seems a bit fresher, Lin Zichen answered nonchalantly. At this moment, he had confirmed the guess in his heart, that indeed only exotic beast meat had sufficient life essence for him to devour. With that in mind, he would have to find a way to make money to buy exotic beast meat to devour in the future. Without giving it much more thought, Lin Zichen continued to wander around the area with Shen Qinghan. Looking here and there, they found everything to be very novel. Aside from a few low-priced derivative products, most of the goods related to exotic beasts were extremely expensive luxury items, beyond the reach of ordinary families. It was hard not to feel awed by seeing so many of them at once. He felt that they had browsed enough. His horizons had been sufficiently widened. Lin Zichen stopped in front of a counter selling exotic beast meat, pointed to a type known as phantom squid meat inside the counter, and said to the female clerk, "Hello, I'd like to buy a pound of this meat." Having browsed for so long, phantom squid meat was the cheapest exotic beast meat he had seen, and the only one he could afford. The price was 998 per pound. The second cheapest kind of exotic beast meat cost 2,000 per pound. With such a significant price difference, there was no need to consider which one to choose. "You want to buy this? Where are your parents? Are you alone?" The female clerk, looking at Lin Zichen in his Shanghai High School uniform, was full of suspicion, not understanding how a middle school student could come here to buy exotic beast meat. Lin Zichen took out 1,000 yuan from his pocket, placed it on the counter, and calmly said, "Yes, just me alone, I would like to buy a pound of phantom squid meat." "That won't work, you're too young, you can't buy it," the female clerk refused to sell to Lin Zichen. After all, the amount was too large, and selling it to a minor was very risky, as the parents would most likely come after the fact to settle the account. Lin Zichen knew the clerk's concerns, so he could only make a video call to Zhang Wangzhen, seeking her consent to buy the phantom squid meat in front of the female clerk. P.S. Bowl outstretched, asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. 22 Heretical sex treachery. "Mom, I want to spend 998 yuan to buy a caddy of phantom squid meat, which is a type of exotic beast meat." "No problem, if you want to buy it, then buy it. When you bring it back, Mom will cook it for you." In the video, Zhang Wangzhen thought that Lin Zichen just wanted to eat the phantom squid meat and agreed with a smile without thinking. Although spending 1,000 yuan per caddy on meat is a bit extravagant for their ordinary family, her son had always been sensible and had never wasted a penny. Now that he rarely wanted to buy something, as a mother, she would definitely agree. After a brief chat, Lin Zichen quickly ended the video call. Immediately after, he saw that Zhang Wangzhen had transferred 2,000 yuan to him via Duct WeChat and sent a text message asking him to buy more and invite Qinghan and his family over for a meal. Lin Zichen replied with a thank you to his mom and then turned to the clerk in front of him and said, "My mom has agreed to my purchase, please give me 3 caddies of phantom squid meat." "All right, I'll pack it up for you right now," the female clerk said enthusiastically with a smile. A moment later, Lin Zichen paid 2,994 yuan and left with the 3 caddies of well-packed phantom squid meat. On the road, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you say you were just going to look at exotic beast meat? Why did you suddenly buy it?" "Because I wanted to buy it for you to eat." "I don't believe that." "It's obviously because you wanted to eat it," Shen Qinghan said, then remarked with amazement, "This exotic beast meat costs 998 yuan per caddy, it's really expensive, and I don't know what it tastes like." Lin Zichen didn't speak anymore, worrying about whether or not to absorb the phantom squid meat. Originally, he planned to secretly buy some phantom squid meat to absorb, but because he was a minor and couldn't buy it, he needed his parents' approval. Now that his family knew he had bought phantom squid meat, they were all waiting for him to bring it back to eat. How could he absorb it now? Meat isn't like teeth, if the life source inside was absorbed, it would most likely go bad. It seems I can only absorb a little bit now, and later I will need to find someone to help me buy exotic beast meat, he thought. Lin Zichen silently reached into the bag to touch and absorb a small portion of the phantom squid meat. It wasn't much, just a small piece, about 1 liang in weight. You have absorbed a strand of phantom squid life source. Phantom squid compendium, 0.1%. Absorbing 1 liang of meat yielded a 0.1% progress. By this calculation, he would have to absorb 100 catties of meat to fill the compendium's progress bar to 100%. And the price of phantom squid meat was just 998 yuan per catty. Which means by spending about 100,000 yuan, he could open the phantom squid compendium. That amount wasn't too much to be unacceptable. Lin Zichen decided to purchase phantom squid meat for absorption in the future. About the exotic beast phantom squid, he had seen an introduction in a book when he was very young. He learned that this was a common low-level exotic beast that mainly lived in the ocean depths thousands of meters undersea, occasionally venturing into shallow waters to hunt for food. Because it had a special ability to instantly dissolve in water and disappear, it seemed like a ghost, hence it was named phantom squid. Also, because it was weak in shallow waters and there were plenty of them, making them easy to catch, they gradually became a food source for humans and were traded in various exotic beast markets. Instantly dissolving in water and disappearing? I hope I'll gain this ability after opening the compendium, Lin Zichen thought silently. Having thought that, he took out the piece of meat from which he absorbed the life source, intending to find a trash can to throw it away. After all, without its life source, the meat would surely have gone bad and needed to be discarded. However, when he looked at the piece of meat he took out, he was surprised to find it hadn't gone bad. It just seemed less fresh to him, perhaps just a psychological effect. However, it didn't affect its edibility. Lin Zichen was a bit baffled. The life source had been absorbed, so why hadn't the meat gone bad? What exactly is a life source? Could it be genes? Or rather, are genes a kind of origin of life? After all, the term origin does seem to have a broad scope. Lin Zichen couldn't figure it out, so he decided to search for answers online. He took out his phone, opened the browser, and with some anticipation, searched for origin of life. But he found nothing. There was no such thing as the origin of life. Forget it, no need to obsess over it, he thought, it's enough to know meat won't spoil after its origin of life is consumed. Soon, Lin Zichen had devoured all the remaining phantom squid meat. Increasing the progress of the album he had opened to 3%. After he finished, he and Shen Qinghan went down to the ordinary commercial area for a stroll. Shen Qinghan saw a claw machine and was very fond of the dolls inside, not thinking twice before she started to play. Clumsy yet enthusiastic about the game, she quickly spent $20 without managing to grab a single doll. Lin Zichen couldn't bear to watch anymore and decided to help her. After only 3 tries, he was spot on every time, grabbing 3 of her favorite dolls. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was already 10 at night. Since they both had classes the next day, they didn't linger long at the mall, quickly leaving and cycling home. Xiao Chen, the night breeze feels so nice, Shen Qinghan said. Indeed it's nice, he replied. I really love the 3 dolls you helped me win, she expressed. Glad you like them, he said. Xiao Chen, I can't wait to try the phantom squid meat, I've never eaten exotic beast meat before in my life, she exclaimed eagerly. On their way home, they chatted sporadically. Most of the conversation was led by Shen Qinghan, with Lin Zichen responding. Their chat could have gone on. Until, as they passed by a park, they were suddenly interrupted by a commotion coming from inside. Put down the knife, rang a voice. Fuck your mother. I'll fuck her. You delusional people, if humanity perishes, you hardheads will be to blame, another voice yelled. I'm going to repeat myself one last time, put down the knife now, the first voice demanded. Being human won't save the people of Earth. Being human won't save you, don't you get it, the second one bellowed hysterically. The shouting that reached them sounded utterly hysterical. Lin Zichen's brow furrowed at the sound. Were people from the heretical sect causing a disturbance in the park? Curiosity immediately piqued. He sped up his cycling towards the commotion. As he passed by the source of the noise, he glanced in the direction of the voices. And in the next second, he spotted an unexpected familiar face. It was the intelligence development class teacher from Rainbow Kindergarten, Miss Strawberry. At that moment, Miss Strawberry was being held hostage by a deranged man with a knife at her throat, and blood was already seeping out. Things were looking dire. Yet, the several public security officers on the scene were still just verbally negotiating and warning without taking any physical action. Seeing Miss Strawberry's complexion grow increasingly paler and the blood on her neck oozing more profusely, Lin Zichen knew he had to do something within his power. He brought his bike to a halt, got off and picked up a rock from the ground. Then, with a steely gaze, he aimed at the hand that held the knife and hurled the rock with all his might. P.S. Asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. 23 rat people. Bing, aren't you ready yet? That heretic believer is getting more and more agitated, the hostage's neck is already bleeding. The situation is extremely critical. Captain, that guy is a professional. He's hidden his body well, I don't have a clear shot, no opportunity to snipe. Chen Yan, have you identified the heretic believer's identity? Contact his family as soon as possible, get them to the scene to persuade him. Captain, the suspect is an orphan. Hearing the reports from his two team members, the captain of the public security team looked worried. He was eager to rush in and save the woman being held hostage, but he saw no opportunity to act. The heretic believer was crouched in a corner, using the hostage's body as a shield, revealing only a knife against the hostage's neck, with no opening exposed. Captain, what if we try using tear gas? A team member suggested quietly. The captain of the public security team shook his head. No use, the tear gas is too obvious. It could provoke the criminal before taking effect, causing extreme reactions. Just as everyone felt helpless. Suddenly, a piercing sound of something cutting through the air erupted. Buzz. Instantly, a stone the size of an egg whizzed past at a speed invisible to the naked eye, right in front of the captain, and struck the heretic believer's hand precisely. Ah! The heretic believer let out a scream of pain. The stone had hit his knife-holding hand. Moreover, the angle it struck was extremely tricky, and the force of the impact made his knife-wielding hand twist outward, moving the knife away from the hostage's neck and quickly causing it to fall to the ground. At the same time, the hostage, Teacher Strawberry, managed to break free, and her strong will to survive made her desperately flee toward the public security officers. The public security officers reacted quickly, one moving forward to receive Teacher Strawberry, while the others rushed to control the heretic believer. From beginning to end, the officers did not understand what had happened, they only knew that all of a sudden, the heretic believer clutched his hand and screamed, and then the hostage escaped the danger on her own. Only Shen Qinghan, who had witnessed everything, was so astonished that she opened her mouth wide in shock. Xiao Chen, you. Let's go, we'll talk when we get back. Lin Zichen had no intention of staying longer, seeing that Teacher Strawberry was rescued, he got back on his bicycle to take Shen Qinghan away. However, before he could pedal away, the captain of the public security team ran over and blocked his path, breathing heavily and said, "Student, wait a second, don't rush off just yet. Was it you who threw the stone just now?" As he spoke, the captain of the public security team held out a stone that he had in his hand in front of Lin Zichen. The heretic believer's hand was injured, and there was a blood-stained stone not far from his feet. Combining the direction from which the stone had come, the captain guessed that it was Lin Zichen who had thrown it. Although it was hard to believe, there was indeed no more reasonable explanation at the moment. It wasn't me who threw it. Lin Zichen, not wanting to be bothered by the aftermath, nonchalantly dropped such a remark. Afterward, he veered the bike and rode away from the captain of the public security team. The captain was momentarily stunned, then realizing what had happened, he looked after his retreating figure and shouted. "Student! Student, wait a moment! Student, what you did was a good deed, why won't you admit it?" No matter how loudly the captain of the public security team shouted, Lin Zichen had no intention of stopping, and his figure quickly disappeared around the corner ahead. This is bizarre, why would someone not want to acknowledge their good deed? The captain of the public security team was totally puzzled by this. Nevertheless, he didn't dwell on it much longer, planning to return here tomorrow to check the surveillance footage to confirm if it was indeed Lin Zichen who had acted, and how exactly he had done it. Just then, Lin Zichen came back with Shen Qinghan and asked, "I suddenly remembered something, is there a reward for acting heroically?" There is. That's right, it was me who threw the stone, it has my fingerprints on it, you can take me back for a comparison." The captain of the public security team. This change of face was so sudden that it left the captain of the public security team at a loss for words. Lin Zichen didn't want to do this either, but in order to open the Ghost Shadow Squid album as soon as possible, he had to think of all sorts of ways to save money and bow down for a mere pittance. The captain of the public security team, "Then how about this, come to the security office later for a brief statement, and compare the fingerprints while we're at it. Once we're certain there's no issue, I'll apply for the reward for your act of bravery." "Sure, no problem." Lin Zichen agreed readily. Shen Qinghan, sitting in the back seat, immediately took out her phone and made a call home, saying she would return later. Meanwhile, the captain of the public security team went back to the park to deal with the aftermath, intending to take the subdued heretic believer back to the security office. "By the way, Xiao Chen, I don't know how Ms. Strawberry is doing now, let's go over and check on her," said Shen Qinghan as soon as she hung up. Lin Zichen, "Okay." Once they reached an agreement, the two parked their bikes to the side and walked together toward the security vehicle in the park. Ms. Strawberry had been immediately taken into the security vehicle for treatment of the wounds on her neck right after being rescued, presumably resting in the vehicle at the moment. Just as the two of them were about to reach the security vehicle, not far to the side, the handcuffed heretic believer suddenly started to make a painful heh-heh noise out of nowhere. Following that, his face began to crack, revealing shocking, bloody gashes. The gashes grew longer and wider until they formed eyes, symmetrically distributed on both sides of his face. Counting the original pair, there were exactly 8 eyes. The security officer responsible for escorting the heretic believer noticed the problem, quickly drew his gun and chambered around, while anxiously shouting to the captain of the public security team. "Captain, there's been a mutation. The heretic believer is showing signs of transformation and is turning into a giant mutant rat." No sooner had he spoken than the heretic believer displaying the symptoms of mutation suddenly became incredibly strong, snapping the handcuffs with ease and then turning around to ferociously pounce on the security officer and bite him. Luckily, the security officer was on guard and reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time to dodge the attack. Giant mutant rat transformation. Lin Zichen first heard these 5 words and then saw the 8 eyes on the heretic believer's face, and without thinking, he immediately picked up Shen Qinghan beside him and started sprinting towards the park's exit. He didn't know what exactly was happening, but getting away from the situation as quickly as possible was definitely the right choice. Shen Qinghan was still a bit bewildered, but she had been carried by Lin Zichen like this often enough as a child, so she obediently wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her face against his body to make it easier for him to carry her. "Shoot, shoot now!" No sooner had Lin Zichen started running than the captain of the public security team, frantic, yelled at several security officers. Then, a series of deafening gunshots rang out, piercing the quiet night. Bang! 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 By that time, Lin Zichen had already run outside with Shen Qinghan, and they both got on their bikes, pedaling away swiftly to leave the dangerous area behind them. However, whether he pedaled too hard or something else went wrong, the bike chain suddenly broke just less than 20 meters out, not a slipped chain, but a complete break, leaving no hope for repair. Fuck! Lin Zichen rarely cursed. P.S. Holding out my bowl, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. 24 female mechanically modified human. In the park. Several security officers quickly drew their guns and fired a burst at the heretic believer, aiming for the heart and head. In just a moment, they turned the believer, who was mutating into a giant rat, into a colander. However, riddled with bullet holes, the heretic believer merely fell to the ground and continued to transform. After several more sniper shots, even with his head blown apart, the transformation persisted. Jiangbei West Road, Citizens Park, a heretic believer is mutating into a giant rat, and ordinary firearms are not causing fatal damage. Initial assessment suggests a fusion with Rat King genes. We are unable to cope, requesting the deployment of mechanically modified humans for support. Seeing that they couldn't handle the situation, the head of the security team immediately contacted the city security headquarters, requesting support from mechanically modified humans. "Captain, he's getting up," yelled a security officer. The heretic believer, who moments ago lay slumped on the ground, had somehow stood up. More and more rat-like features began to appear on his body, with long whiskers, a pointed mouth, and his face covered in rat fur, becoming an upright walking rat man. Bang! 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 Hold him off! Fire and hold this beast back! Just need to hold off for 2 minutes, and we can await the arrival of support from the mechanically modified human. Stop it, don't let it leave the park! Bang! 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 Under the captain's command, several security officers retreated while firing their guns to suppress and prevent the rat man from leaving the park. Outside the park. Hearing the words of the park's security captain, Lin Zichen left his car behind, picked up Shen Qinghan from the back seat, and started to sprint away. The situation had developed more seriously than he had imagined. He needed to escape the area quickly. You are sprinting at full speed with added weight, Qi blood +4, endurance +2, bodily coordination +2, running speed +2, running technique +2. You've sprinted 1000 meters at full speed with added weight, Qi blood +400, endurance +200, bodily coordination +200, running speed +200, running technique +200. In just over a minute, Lin Zichen had carried Shen Qinghan over 1000 meters, thoroughly leaving the dangerous park behind. Though he had only run 1000 meters, the intensity was incredibly high, leaving him panting heavily with his hands propped on his knees. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan immediately ran into a nearby convenience store, bought a bottle of sports drink, twisted off the cap, and gave it to him to help him catch his breath. Lin Zichen took the drink but didn't drink it right away, still catching his breath. He couldn't drink it with his breath still ragged. Ah, darn it, Xiao Chen, I forgot to take the phantom squid meat from the bike basket. Shen Qinghan suddenly remembered this and her face immediately showed panic. Upon hearing this, Lin Zichen felt a twinge of pain. His first reaction was to go back for it, but reason quickly stopped him from making the foolish move. It was still very dangerous at the park, and acting rashly could lead to an accident. He decided to wait and see. He would ensure his own safety first and then decide whether it was worth it to go back for the phantom squid meat. Just then, there came a loud roar from the sky. It sounded like a high-capacity motorcycle accelerating past, rattling the eardrums and causing discomfort. Lin Zichen looked up following the noise. It was a mechanically modified human. But it was just a fleeting glimpse, disappearing hundreds of meters away in an instant, leaving no chance to catch a clear view of it. Nevertheless, it was likely the support the security captain had just requested. With a mechanically modified human on the scene, safety should be guaranteed. With this thought, Lin Zichen decided to go back and retrieve the phantom squid meat. So, he turned to Shen Qinghan and said, "Wait here for me a moment, I'll go back to the park for the phantom squid meat, I'll be back quickly." "I'll go too. I'll be faster if I go alone." "Alright then, be careful on the way, and come back quickly." "MHM." Lin Zichen didn't say anything more and quickly turned to run in the direction of the park. Since he wasn't carrying Shen Qinghan, it took him less than a minute to get back to the outside of the park. At that moment, a massive amount of purple-blue smoke was wafting through the park, and intense combat noises could be heard from inside. Lin Zichen ignored all that, quickly ran to his bicycle, stopped in front of it, and took out the phantom squid meat from the basket. As soon as he had it in his hands, he smelled a faint stench of decay. He sniffed, and the scent was coming from the bag that contained the phantom squid meat. Lin Zichen immediately had a bad feeling about it. With some trepidation, he opened the bag to peek at the phantom squid meat inside. Disappointingly, he found that the meat had spoiled and was showing clear signs of decay. Damn! The meat had a delayed spoilage time after its life essence had been devoured, not that it wouldn't spoil at all. What was he supposed to do now? How could he explain this to his parents when he got back? Lin Zichen was very troubled. At that time, even more intense fighting sounds came from the park. Along with them was a sharp, shrieking sound that was like a mouse, yet also human. The next second, a slender figure burst up from the dense purple-blue smoke, hovering in the sky thanks to the powerful reverse thrust device under their feet. Lin Zichen looked up into the sky and what met his eyes was a female mechanically modified human. Her chest was flat, made of pure alloy, with a round glowing area in the middle, seemingly an energy pump. Just by the alloy alone, she seemed stronger than the male mechanically modified human he had encountered in an alley when he was in elementary school. Suddenly, the energy pump on the female mechanically modified human's chest emitted an extremely dazzling light. The next moment, a terrifying beam of energy shot out from the energy pump, blasting towards the ground below with a roar. Then, a loud boom resounded. The previously dark park was instantly illuminated by more than half. A moment later, the light dissipated. The park, which had been filled with noise, was now silent. What remained was just a whiff of the faint smell of scorched matter. Lin Zichen stood rooted to the spot, stunned by the scene before him. This female mechanically modified human could actually fire laser cannons? Shanghai City was just a small prefecture-level city, and it had such high-level mechanically modified humans? That laser cannon blast looked terrifyingly powerful. It was hard to imagine to what extent a living being's flesh and blood would need to evolve to withstand the damage from that laser cannon blast. Lin Zichen fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, the chest of the female mechanically modified human in the sky was smoking, and the surrounding area was blackened. It was evident how scorching the energy beam that had been released from there had been. After confirming the Rat King below had perished, the female mechanically modified human didn't linger and turned to fly away. Lin Zichen watched her departure, his mind brimming with thoughts. He himself possessed physical qualities far beyond his peers, all thanks to his hard work and daily exercise. And mechanically modified humans didn't have to do anything, just install powerful alloy equipment, and they could have incredible destructive power. This rapid acquisition of power truly made one envious. While Lin Zichen was lost in these various thoughts, the security team captain and others came out from not far away and jogged toward the park to clean up the scene. Seeing this, Lin Zichen hesitated for a moment, then followed them in as well. He wanted to see the extent of the damage caused by the female mechanically modified human's recent laser cannon blast. P.S. Bowls out, begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. 25 Giant Rat Atlas. On the way into the park, Lin Zichen felt the decaying flesh he was carrying was a bit cumbersome, so he opened the bag and threw the meat into a bush by the roadside. The rotting phantom squid meat was emitting an increasingly heavy and pungent odor, the mere smell of which was nauseating, rendering it unnecessary to keep any longer. It could only serve as waste put to use, returning it to the nurturing embrace of nature, offering a feast to the saprophytes of the ecosystem. As for explaining it to his parents when he got home, he'd just say he ran into some heretic believers causing trouble, and in the chaos, he accidentally lost the meat. Moreover, to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future, if he were to buy exotic beast meat to devour again, he'd have to figure out a way to have someone else purchase it on his behalf. Lost in thought, Lin Zichen followed the security team into the interior of the park. At a glance, a purple-blue smoke still lingered in the air, but it had mostly dissipated, revealing large swaths of scorched earth still smoking. Moving closer to inspect, one could see a pit with a radius of about 1 meter at the centermost point. Approaching the pit to peer inside, he saw a completely charred corpse. It was the mechanically modified human that had transformed into the giant mutant rat. Lin Zichen was somewhat surprised. Such a powerful laser cannon, yet it hadn't completely erased this rat man, only blasted it into a charred carcass. It seemed that genetic fusion was still formidable. Unrelated personnel, please keep away. Student, please quickly leave this area. At the edge of the pit, a security officer saw Lin Zichen standing on the side and immediately shouted at him to leave. As soon as these words were spoken, the captain of the security team said, "Let him stay. We'll have to take him back to the station to give a statement anyway." Give a statement? The security officer was a bit puzzled, not understanding why Lin Zichen needed to go back to the station to give a statement. He didn't know that the hostages had managed to escape from the hands of the heretic believer thanks to Lin Zichen's secret intervention. Right then, Lin Zichen's phone rang. It was a call from Shen Qinghan. As soon as he answered, Shen Qinghan's voice, full of worry, came through immediately. "Xiao Chen, it's been over 10 minutes, and you haven't come back yet. Did something happen on the way?" "It's nothing, don't worry. That rat man has been dealt with by the mechanically modified human. I stayed behind to check out the scene. You wait in the convenience store, I'll be back soon." "Should I come to find you?" "No, it doesn't feel too safe. I'm coming to get you now, wait for me, I'll be there in a moment." Lin Zichen quickly hung up the phone and ran to pick up Shen Qinghan. In just a short while, he brought Shen Qinghan over to the park. Shen Qinghan looked at the scorched ground in front of her, her face full of surprise. It was hard for her to imagine what had just happened here to cause everything to turn out like this. At that moment, the people from the security team had already removed the body from the pit and were carrying it on a stretcher to be placed in the trunk of the security vehicle. Luckily, the trunk of the security vehicle was usually large enough to hold various types of sizable equipment, otherwise, the stretcher wouldn't have fit. Lin Zichen, observing the completely charred corpse, recalled that the security team captain had mentioned something about the Rat King gene when he had called for backup earlier. He speculated that the charred heretic believer most likely had the Rat King gene fused into him. And the Rat King gene was certainly a type of exotic beast gene. So, could I devour the Rat King gene from the corpse? Lin Zichen suddenly thought of this. After considering it, he felt it should be possible and decided to take the opportunity to touch the corpse when getting off at the security station to confirm his suspicion. Soon, everything at the scene was dealt with. The captain of the security team looked towards Lin Zichen and asked, "We're going back to the security station. Do you two know where it is? Can you ride your bicycles over? Our bicycle chain broke, we can't ride it. In that case, come back with us in the security vehicle. Can you take our bicycles as well?" "Sure, go fetch them." "Thank you." After a brief exchange, Lin Zichen went out to push their broken bicycle over. Since the trunk was full, a tall security officer used a rope to secure their bicycle to the top of the vehicle. Afterward, they all headed to the security station by car. In the car, Lin Zichen didn't see Teacher Strawberry, figuring she must have already been taken by the security to the hospital to treat her wounds. On the way, since Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were both minors, the captain of the security team had the two notify their parents to come to the security station. Both of them called to inform their parents. About 10 minutes passed. The car finally arrived at the police station. After getting out, Lin Zichen took the initiative to help lift the heretic believer's body from the back of the car. When the officers weren't looking, he stifled his revulsion and touched the body, to see if he could absorb the Rat King gene from within. To his surprise, he found that he actually could. Genes are the essence of life, or at least one kind of it. Without a second thought, he decisively chose to absorb it. You have absorbed a strand of the giant exotic rat's life essence. Giant exotic rat compendium, 5%. 5%? That much? Looking at the progress bar behind the compendium, Lin Zichen felt mildly surprised. However, more than the progress bar, he was interested in what abilities he might gain after opening the giant exotic rat's compendium. On careful consideration, aside from having 8 eyes and somewhat tough skin, giant exotic rats didn't seem to have any particularly special abilities. Of course, it could be that humans lacked sufficient understanding of the giant exotic rats. After all, giant exotic rats had only appeared in human society recently and still carried much unknown potential. Forget it, there's no use thinking too much about it, I'll know everything when the compendium's progress bar is full. With that thought, Lin Zichen specifically glanced at the body on the stretcher. Seeing no change, it seemed that losing the Rat King gene didn't have any effect. Of course, it could also be like the phantom squid meat from earlier, where there's a certain delay. In the following time, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan sat together to give their statements. The captain of the security team was very interested in Lin Zichen's heroic action and wanted to know how he managed to injure the heretic believer with a stone. After all, the distance was somewhat long, and the visibility wasn't great at night. Under such conditions, to accurately hit the heretic believer's knife-holding hand with a stone was not something a middle school student should be capable of. Lin Zichen didn't want to reveal too much of his abilities, so he gave the excuse he had already prepared, saying he used a slingshot. Where is that slingshot? The captain of the security team asked suspiciously. Without even blinking, Lin Zichen calmly replied, I accidentally lost it while fleeing the scene. Are you sure? I'm very sure. Lin Zichen replied without a moment's hesitation. The captain of the security team nodded and didn't ask further. Soon, the statement was completed. At that time, the parents of Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan had arrived at the police station. Both sets of parents looked anxious, none of them had expected their children to encounter trouble with heretic believers just by going out at night. Fortunately, the outcome was fortunate, and both kids were unharmed. Otherwise, none of the parents would have been able to bear it. After a brief chat with his parents, Lin Zichen turned to the captain of the security team and asked, Excuse me, when can I apply for my reward for the act of courage? Right now, if you go for a fingerprint comparison, and once the results come back confirming everything is correct, I can apply for your reward in the system. The captain of the security team answered. Having understood the process, Lin Zichen followed a young officer to do the fingerprint comparison. Seeing this scene, both families' parents were somewhat bemused. A reward for an act of courage? What is that? Both parents were aware that their children had encountered some heretic believer-related unrest but were unaware that Lin Zichen had acted heroically to save someone. It wasn't until they asked the captain of the security team and looked at the statement that they understood what had happened. Your son is truly remarkable, having the courage and composure to face a crisis head-on in middle school, he's a little hero. A passing female officer praised. After hearing this, Zhang Wangzhen merely smiled politely at her, feeling no joy in her heart. She didn't want Lin Zichen to be a hero, she just wanted him to grow up safe and sound. P.S. Bowls out, begging for monthly tickets and recommendation votes. 26 Bizarre Giant Rat. After completing the fingerprint comparison and applying for the reward, the parents of both families noticed it was getting late, so they didn't linger at the police station and wanted to take the two kids home. While passing by the office door, Lin Zichen, with his exceptional hearing, keenly picked up some of the conversations inside. They were talking about the heretic believers and the giant mutant rats. The rat god cult has become increasingly active lately, seducing those who are dissatisfied with society and filled with resentment to join them. I've heard that members of the rat god cult have even infiltrated certain universities to lure those cultural students who can't undergo genetic fusion through official channels. The heretic believer shot dead tonight was once a cultural student at Guangzhou University. Because his body did not meet the standards for genetic fusion but he longed to become a genetic integrator, he was then beguiled by the members of the rat god cult. What a bunch of rat droppings, those culprits will all be rounded up sooner or later. Rounding up the culprits is useless, it treats the symptoms not the root cause. We need to take down that self-proclaimed rat king. The rat god cult? Lin Zichen was hearing this term for the first time and immediately took out his phone to look it up. He then learned that it was a heretical sect that worshipped a giant mutant rat as a god. Their headquarters were in Shanghai City, and most of its members were social outcasts. Their activities had been ramping up over the past few years. It was suspected that the Rat King wished to evolve into an advanced level creature and needed its followers to collect a vast amount of evolutionary resources for it. All this was officially disclosed information. Worship a rat as a god. Lin Zichen shook his head, didn't search any further, and tucked his phone back into his pocket. He walked out of the police station and went to where their car was parked. Shen Qinghan, as usual, got into Lin Yunzhen's car, wanting to sit in the back seat with Lin Zichen. Shen Jianyi watched this scene unfold and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sigh, our daughter seems almost like she belongs to the Lin family. Su Meng said with a calm expression, it's actually a blessing for Han Han to be close with the Lin family. Why are you sighing over it? That's true. Shen Jianyi smiled and quickly got into the car with Su Meng. In the other car, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were chatting off and on. Most of the conversation consisted of Shen Qinghan talking while Lin Zichen responded. Zichen, I wonder how Strawberry Teacher is doing now. When I saw her, her neck was bleeding. She should be okay, right? It didn't look too serious. A simple bandage should be enough. She'll be fine. Zichen, the face of the heretic believer that mutated earlier suddenly grew 8 eyes. It was really scary. Mutation is like that. Lin Zichen replied casually. While chatting, Shen Qinghan, who had been talking non-stop, suddenly fell silent. She didn't fiddle with her phone either, just sat there tightly pressing her straight legs together, seamless, with an off-looking expression on her face. Lin Zichen noticed her odd behavior and subconsciously glanced at her lower half, realizing it was bulging like when she was little. But he knew it was probably not a diaper anymore, but another type of water-absorbing pad. Having realized this, he silently turned his head to one side, looking out the car window to avoid making Shen Qinghan uncomfortable. Shen Qinghan realized that Lin Zichen had noticed and kept her head down with her lips tightly pursed, not saying a word. Just like that, the car's atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. Suddenly, Lin Zichen's eyes widened. He saw a fat rat, as big as a cat, zip past from the side of the road and quickly climb into the second floor of the police station through the drain. How could there be such a huge rat? Could it be a giant mutant rat? Lin Zichen's nerves instantly tensed up. But soon, he relaxed, feeling that he was just overthinking it. This was the south, not the north, where it's quite normal for rats to grow as big as cats. There was nothing strange about it. It seems I've been too tense lately, I really need to relax when I get home. Lin Zichen thought to himself. After the car arrived home, Shen Qinghan dropped a "see you tomorrow" and awkwardly got out of the car and left. Zhang Wangzhen was somewhat puzzled. What's with Han Han today? She usually loves to stick around and chat with you for a while longer, doesn't she? Why was she so quiet in the car just now, and the moment we stopped, she got out and left? She looked really tired just now, probably sleepy and not in the mood to talk, Lin Zichen explained. Zhang Wangzhen nodded and didn't dwell on it. Soon, the family of three got out of the car and entered the house. As soon as they entered, Zhang Wangzhen solemnly advised Lin Zichen, "Xiao Chen, if you ever encounter something like tonight again, your mom wants you to prioritize your safety. You must know your limits and not act recklessly." "Mom, I understand, I will," Lin Zichen obediently nodded. Zhang Wangzhen's worry eased slightly when she saw him willing to listen. Afterward, something occurred to her, and she asked. "Right, didn't you buy 3 pounds of phantom squid meat? Where is the meat? I didn't see it in the bike's basket, and you are not carrying it either." "Mom, don't be mad when I tell you this. When we ran into the heretic believer's mutation earlier, Han Han and I rushed out so quickly that I accidentally lost the meat." Lin Zichen hesitated before speaking. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wangzhen's eyes widened. She felt terrible about the loss but restrained herself from showing it in front of Lin Zichen. Instead, she consoled him. "It's okay, if it's lost then it's lost. After all, we encountered a heretic believer causing trouble. It's a lucky misfortune that no one was hurt, and not to mention you bravely saved someone else. You are Mom's pride. While it hasn't been lost for long, why don't I drive there and look along the way?" Lin Yanzheng suggested. Zhang Wangzhen immediately objected. "No, it's too dangerous there, especially after the heretic believer incident just happened." "That's true," Lin Yanzheng nodded. Lin Zichen didn't speak, silently thinking to himself that he would have to enter more competitions in the future. Once he had saved enough prize money, he would buy 3 pounds of phantom squid meat to honor his parents. At the public security office, in the captain's office, the security team captain, looking at the statement in his hand, couldn't help but laugh. "Shot with a slingshot? Who uses a slingshot with stones as big as chicken eggs? And can they even shoot them out? It's undoubtedly thrown by hand. Does he not realize what I do for a living, thinking he can fool me, a student?" The security team captain lit a cigarette, took a deep drag and exhaled, his thoughts lingering amidst the spreading smoke. That said, how on earth did a middle school student manage to throw stones with such force? "No, I must check the surveillance footage tomorrow morning to see what happened." Thinking this, he put the statement back into its dedicated filing box, locked it, and prepared to leave work for home. Just then, he noticed a large mouse on the windowsill, as big as a cat. He was a bit surprised. Where did this mouse come from, and why is it so big? The mouse outside the window didn't run away at the sound of his voice and just sat quietly on the windowsill, its eyes staring deeply at the security team captain. Join the martial arts team. Shanghai High School. In a certain first-year classroom. Lin Zichen was in class but his mind wasn't on the lecture. He hadn't even opened his book, as he was preoccupied with the events of yesterday. Thinking about the rat god cult, he realized it was a safety hazard and decided to be more cautious in the future. Thinking about the female mechanically modified human's laser cannon, he acknowledged his own weakness but took solace in his youth. With the attributes of survival of the fittest, heavenly roots, and stronger with age to bolster him, his potential for growth was greater than anyone else's. Thinking of the phantom squid meat catalog, he pondered how to make money to fill up the progress bar, and then unlock the catalog to acquire some of the phantom squid's abilities. School scholarships? Prize money from various student competitions? What else? Were there any other sources of income? The price of phantom squid meat was too high. With such meager annual earnings, how many years would it take to fill up the progress bar? He had to find a way to increase his income. Become a famous scholastic online personality? No, that was too flashy. What about a technical side hustle? That didn't seem feasible either, as his schedule was already packed with studying and training, leaving no spare time. Was there a side hustle that could make money without interfering with his studies and training? Forget it, he thought, 3 cobblers with their wits combined equals Zhiliang the mastermind. Better to consult with his well-informed online friends. With that thought, Lin Zichen took out his phone and posted a message on a forum. Seeking advice, how can a middle school student quickly earn 100,000 yuan without impacting their studies? Perhaps due to the outrageous nature of the title, his post quickly garnered a flurry of enthusiastic responses. First comment, you can have anything in your dreams. Second comment, I suggest you study criminal law. Third comment, you can join the school martial arts team and compete in matches. I have a friend who earned nearly 300,000 yuan in prizes over the course of middle and high school. I'm so jealous. 300,000 yuan in prize money? That much? Lin Zichen was a bit surprised and quickly exited the forum to look up information about martial arts competitions on his browser. He focused on local competitions in Shanghai City. After a brief search, he learned that during school vacations, the city hosted various sizes of martial arts exchanges, targeting middle and high school students. He checked specific competition details and found the forum user was not boasting. The prizes were indeed quite substantial. There was a 9-school junior high competition in the city with a first-place prize of 50,000 yuan for the winning school. It meant a division of money here and there, but core team members could still pocket at least several thousand yuan. For a middle schooler, that was a lot of money. Moreover, the competition was not long-lasting, ranging from 3 days to a week at most. Earning several thousand yuan in just a few days was akin to hauling money in a burlap sack. Most importantly, practicing martial arts would strengthen his body and allow him to make money and evolve simultaneously. The school happens to have a martial arts team, I'll go check it out after school, Lin Zichen thought to himself. Before long, the end of class bell rang, and the morning classes finally came to an end. Once the class was over, the students quickly left the classroom to head to the cafeteria for lunch. Some who lived close by went home to eat. Others enrolled in nearby daycare classes went there for their meal. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were an exception. Both brought their meals from home and simply needed to heat them up in the microwave in the teacher's office. That was one of the privileges Lin Zichen had earned in exchange for winning numerous honors for the school. Shen Qinghan, as his closest childhood friend, was fortunately able to share this privilege with him. Zichen, try this, it's super delicious. Shen Qinghan placed a piece of rolled omelette into Lin Zichen's lunchbox, looking perfectly natural, clearly not dwelling on the embarrassing incident in the car yesterday. Lin Zichen tried the omelette and nodded, it is really good. Can you guess who made it? Do you want me to guess? Stop playing word games, just take a guess. You made it. Correct. Shen Qinghan's smile blossomed like a flower. She then propped her face with one hand and looked at Lin Zichen with shining eyes, saying, Zichen, I've started learning to cook with my mom. How about I cook for you every day from now on? Sure, Lin Zichen said with a smile. Soon, they finished their meals. Translation. When he went out to wash his lunchbox, Lin Zichen encountered the coach of the martial arts team in the corridor outside the classroom. Zichen, what a coincidence. Upon seeing Lin Zichen, Guo Xiang Yuan immediately walked over with a smile on his face to strike up a conversation. He had deliberately waited in the corridor for a long time and finally saw Lin Zichen come out after finishing his meal. The reason he had gone to such lengths to stage a chance meeting was to avoid seeming too abrupt like he did yesterday, which might give Lin Zichen a poor impression. For a sports talent like Lin Zichen, he believed he needed to take the initiative, recruiting Lin Zichen into the martial arts team as soon as possible, not wasting even a single day of martial arts training. Every wasted day was a travesty that deserved to be struck by lightning. Coach Guo, I was actually looking for you. Originally, Lin Zichen planned to visit the gym after school to learn more about the martial arts team, but since he had bumped into Guo Xiangyuan now, he might as well take this opportunity to understand the matters regarding the team. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiangyuan first looked a little astounded, then said excitedly, "Are you interested in learning about the martial arts team?" "Yes." Lin Zichen nodded. Hearing this, Guo Xiangyuan immediately walked up with an enthusiastic face and said cheerfully, "Feel free to ask any questions, and I will answer all of them to the best of my knowledge." So, in the following period, Lin Zichen asked a series of questions. About martial arts competitions in the city. About how the competition prizes were. About the strength of the martial arts teams from various schools, and so on. Guo Xiangyuan patiently answered all these questions for him. Shen Qinghan, who was nearby, saw that the two seemed likely to talk for a while, quietly took Lin Zichen's lunchbox away to wash, and didn't interrupt them. About half an hour later, the two in the corridor finished their conversation. Lin Zichen verbally agreed to join the martial arts team, saying that he would visit room C of the gym after school. Afterward, he turned and went back into the classroom. It was now the lunch break, and the classroom was mostly empty. At a glance, there were only about a dozen students who weren't napping and were studying hard instead. The diligent and studious Shen Qinghan was one of them. Lin Zichen sat down at his own desk, put on his earphones, and started searching on his phone for a bunch of videos about martial arts competitions to understand the process. Next to him, Shen Qinghan was hunched over a set of papers, her brows occasionally furrowing and then relaxing. About half an hour later, Shen Qinghan finally finished the set of papers. She neatly packed away the papers with a sense of accomplishment and turned to pat Lin Zichen on the shoulder, wanting to chat with him. Lin Zichen took off his earphones and looked at her, asking, "Finished with the papers?" "All done." "Not bad, you finished in less than an hour this time, showing progress." "Of course, although I'm not as smart as you, Xiao Chen, I'm still quite smart." Shen Qinghan was a bit smug. Then, she curiously asked Lin Zichen, "By the way, Xiao Chen, are you going to join the school's martial arts team?" "I've verbally joined already." "So, does that mean I can watch you compete in the future?" "You should be able to." Upon hearing this, Shen Qinghan's face lit up with a smile, her beautiful eyes curving as she said, "Then I'll be your little fan, cheering and shouting for you in the stands every day, all right?" "Sure." Lin Zichen smiled and said. No sooner had he finished speaking than Shen Qinghan yawned hugely, looking sleepy. Seeing this, Lin Zichen brought over a chair from the lectern, combining it with the chair Shen Qinghan was sitting on, and then he said to her, "There's still more than half an hour left of the lunch break, take a nap if you're sleepy." I'll take a nap, then. Remember to wake me up when it's almost time." After speaking, Shen Qinghan curled up like a little kitten on the two chairs joined together, resting her head on Lin Zichen's leg and quickly falling asleep. Lin Zichen fetched a small blanket to cover her. Then he put on his earphones and continued to watch martial arts competition videos on his phone. Not sure if it was dreaming or something else, barely awake for long, Shen Qinghan's cherry lips moved slightly, and she muttered softly, "Xiao Chen. I've worked hard and got admitted to Shanghai High School's senior high. We're still desk mates. P.S. Holding out a begging bowl, ask for monthly and recommendation tickets. Martial arts prodigy. Gymnasium, room C." Right after school in the afternoon, Lin Zichen took Shen Qinghan here. When they first entered, Guo Xiangyuan was the only one inside, leisurely sipping tea and scrolling through short videos. "Coach Guo." Lin Zichen called out, his reference changing from the previous teacher to the now coach. Guo Xiangyuan, hearing the voice, immediately looked up with a smile, "You're here early. None of those kids on the team arrive earlier than you. They need to improve their attitude. Come in, sit down and have some tea first. Once everyone arrives, I'll take you for a tour, Guo Xiangyuan said as he fetched 2 cups and poured tea for both of them. As time passed, people began to trickle into the room from outside. All of them were boys, not a single girl was present. Upon entering, each of them curiously glanced at Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan sitting beside the tea table, with most of their gazes landing on Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen had a big reputation in Shanghai High School. There wasn't a student who didn't know him. Most had heard of his various extraordinary tales as a study prodigy. However, none had expected this academically exceptional prodigy to possess equally outstanding athletic talent. "Is it you?" Right then, a boy hurried into the room, and upon seeing Lin Zichen sitting in front of the table, his reaction seemed a bit exaggerated. It was none other than the boy who had been previously defeated by Lin Zichen at the school sports meet, forced to tearfully take silver instead of gold. Lin Zichen, hearing him, turned towards the boy and politely smiled, saying, "Hello. My name is Zhang Kai, remember my name," the boy replied indifferently. After saying so, he walked off to one side with his backpack, paying no further attention to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen just smiled and said nothing, thinking that this Zhang Kai was quite arrogant. He could only think that it was normal for middle school boys in the throes of adolescence to act this way, and found it understandable. Seeing all team members had arrived, Guo Xiangyuan stood up and, looking around with a smile, said, "This handsome boy here is Lin Zichen. I believe everyone is familiar with him, so I won't waste time introducing him. From today onwards, Zichen will be part of our martial arts team. Let's welcome him with a round of applause." Clap clap clap. Guo Xiangyuan began clapping first as soon as he finished speaking. Seeing this, the team members also followed suit and clapped along, very much in sync with their coach. Except for one person, the boy named Zhang Kai. After the applause subsided, Guo Xiangyuan addressed the team members again, "Right, everyone, introduce yourselves one by one so Zichen can get to know you. My name is Huang Tianxing, from class 9 to 3. You can just call me Ah Xing. I am Li Shutong, from class 9 to 6. You can call me Little Li, that's what everyone calls me, and I really like the nickname. My name is Han Yaishuo, just call me Brother Suo." The team members seemed quite easygoing, introducing themselves one after another with smiles on their faces. Lin Zichen responded with a smile too, cordially replying with a "please guide me" after each introduction. The martial arts team didn't have many members. Aside from Lin Zichen and Guo Xiangyuan, there were only 7 others, so the introductions were concluded quickly. During this time, Shen Qinghan stood silently beside Lin Zichen, holding both of their lunch boxes, and remained quiet throughout. She only became talkative and lively in front of Lin Zichen. In the presence of strangers, especially unfamiliar boys, she seemed quite introverted, almost socially anxious. "By the way, this classmate, what's your name?" Guo Xiangyuan, always seeing Shen Qinghan accompanying Lin Zichen, knew they were inseparable and thought he should get to know her better. I'm Shen Qinghan, you can call me Xiao Shen or Qinghan," Shen Qinghan introduced herself somewhat nervously. Guo Xiangyuan smiled and said, "Then I'll call you Xiao Shen from now on." With that, he told the veteran team members to practice on their own. Then, he took Lin Zichen around the room for a quick tour to get familiar with the martial training equipment. But it was all very ordinary equipment like punching bags, weighted sandbags, and wooden dummies, nothing special to look at. "Zichen, there are 5 team members in 9th grade and 2 in 8th grade, and you're the only one in 7th. I have high hopes for you. Follow me closely, and within a year, I guarantee you'll become the ace of the team." After making a round, Guo Xiangyuan suddenly told Lin Zichen this, sounding a bit like he was giving false promises, but in reality, he was not. "Lin Zichen, thank you, coach, for valuing me." Guo Xiangyuan, "By the way, Zichen, have you ever practiced martial arts before?" Lin Zichen, "No." Guo Xiangyuan nodded after listening and then said to Lin Zichen, "Well, Today I'll teach you a set of the most basic boxing and kicking techniques, so you can get a feel for what martial arts training is like. Lin Zichen responded, okay. Soon after, Guo Xiangyuan walked to an open space ahead, stopped, and started demonstrating the basic boxing and kicking techniques at a leisurely pace for Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen watched very closely, etching every movement enacted by Guo Xiangyuan into his mind. About 10 minutes later, the demonstration ended. Guo Xiangyuan, like a martial arts grandmaster, slowly withdrew from his stance and then smiled at Lin Zichen, saying, "You might think these moves are simple, but they actually are quite difficult. Even little Li, who is the fastest in the team to master it, spent a week's time initially. However, no matter how much I say, it's hard to really understand without trying it out. Come on, give it a try." Guo Xiangyuan said and stepped aside to let Lin Zichen have a go. Lin Zichen walked over, stopped, and based on the memory of just observing from the sidelines, he quickly replicated the set of boxing and kicking techniques demonstrated by Guo Xiangyuan and replicated them perfectly, 1-to-1. His talented nature allowed him to master all the movements after watching just once. Use reinforced the learning, making each replication of the movements more explosive than the last. As his movements got faster and faster, familiar textual information soon appeared in the void. You are practicing boxing, Qi blood +1, muscular strength in hands +1, agility in hands +1, boxing proficiency +1. You are practicing kicking, Qi blood +1, muscular strength in legs +1, agility in legs +1, kicking proficiency +1. At the side, Guo Xiangyuan was completely stunned. This is his first time practicing martial arts? Really? Are you sure he's not lying? The other team members, who were practicing on their own and glancing over from time to time, all had incredulous expressions when they saw Lin Zichen instantly grasp the basic boxing and kicking techniques. Zichen, is this really your first time practicing martial arts? Guo Xiangyuan asked somewhat skeptically after a moment of collecting himself. Realizing that he might have been showing off too much supernatural prowess, Lin Zichen made up a quick excuse, "It's not really my first time. I took some interest classes in martial arts during elementary school, practicing boxing and kicking for a while." "No wonder," Guo Xiangyuan said with relief, touching his forehead with a smile. "I wondered how you could perfect it on the first try, you gave me quite a scare." Guo Xiangyuan laughed at himself for overthinking it. How could someone, who had never practiced martial arts, just watch once and get it? If humans had such strong learning abilities, would they be in the current predicament, constantly living under the threat from exotic beasts from outside the human realm? By now there would likely be countless geniuses born, beating those exotic beasts from outside the human realm into submission. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was already 6:30 p.m. The martial arts team generally practiced until 7:30 p.m. However, Lin Zichen didn't want to train that late and applied to go home an hour early. Guo Xiangyuan didn't mind these things as he was quite laid back in leading the team, with most of the time relying on the team members' self-discipline. As for training until 7:30 p.m., it only meant that he, as a coach, would stay in the gym until that time. Zichen, remember to bring a clean set of clothes to put in your backpack tomorrow. Otherwise, after practicing and sweating, you might catch a cold on your way home, Guo Xiangyuan reminded Lin Zichen as he was about to leave. Lin Zichen nodded, saying, "I know, thanks for the reminder, coach." After saying that, he left the gym with Shen Qinghan. When they arrived at the bicycle shed, seeing Lin Zichen still sweating, Shen Qinghan took out a tissue and said, "Xiao Chen, you're still wet from sweat, let me wipe it off for you." Saying so, she carefully used the tissue to wipe the sweat off Lin Zichen's face and neck. As for the sweat under his clothes, that was beyond her help. Lin Zichen felt it was wiped enough, so he let her sit in the rear seat of the bicycle, and under the pleasant evening sun, he rode home leisurely with her on board. P.S. Begging bowl out, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. Shudder without being cold. Xiao Chen, I heard from your mother that you joined the school's martial arts team, how does it feel? Lin Zichen had just returned home when he was asked this by Lin Yanzheng in the living room. He had called Zhang Wangzhen after school to say he had joined the school's martial arts team and would be coming home late, so both of his parents were aware of this. It's quite good, I can sweat it out after school and work out a bit. Lin Zichen replied while taking off his shoes. Lin Yanzheng asked another question, Xiao Chen, whether it's academic talent or athletic talent, you excel in both. Have you decided which path to pursue in the future? I think my athletic talent is more remarkable than my academic talent, and the path of martial arts seems more promising too. Once I reach high school, I'll join the martial arts class and learn martial arts, Lin Zichen answered without hesitation. There are no martial arts classes in the educational stages of this world. Because practicing martial arts too early can affect the body's development. Only when students reach high school and their bodies are almost fully developed do schools start offering martial arts classes. Before that, students mainly focus on academic studies. But courses related to genetic integrators, mechanically modified humans, and exotic beasts are also offered to allow students to develop comprehensively. What a coincidence, your mother and I also want you to learn martial arts, it seems our family of three is in perfect agreement, Lin Yanzheng said with a satisfied smile on his face. In this world where humanity is constantly threatened by exotic beasts, all traits are inferior, only martial arts stand superior. Because only by training in martial arts to a certain physical strength can one bear the backlash of genetic fusion and mechanical modification, becoming a superior genetic integrator or mechanically modified human. By the way, where's Mom? Your mom and your Aunt Sue went out to buy groceries. They said it's Friday, so everyone will get together tonight. No wonder I didn't see her around the house. Lin Zichen nodded and didn't chat further, quickly going upstairs to take a shower. He had worked up a sweat during martial arts practice and now felt sticky and uncomfortable. In the bathroom, Lin Zichen finished his shower, dried off his body, and stood naked in front of the mirror, carefully examining himself. Despite the intense workouts he did regularly, his muscles didn't look bulky at all. They weren't exaggerated like a bodybuilder's but were lean and toned. He appeared slim when clothed but muscular once undressed. Not bad, a perfect physique. Looking at his reflection, Lin Zichen felt very satisfied. Then, on a whim, he started practicing punches and kicks in front of the mirror. You're practicing punching, Qi blood +1, strength of hand muscles +1, hand flexibility +1, proficiency of punching +1. You're practicing kicking, Qi blood +1, strength of leg muscles +1, leg flexibility +1, proficiency of kicking +1. He hadn't been practicing for long when laughter and conversation drifted up from downstairs. It was the voices of Zhang Wangzhen and Su Meng, who had returned from grocery shopping. At the same time, he heard Shen Jianyi and Shen Qinghan's voices. The two families were getting together for dinner that evening, and all three members of the other family had arrived. Seeing that everyone was there, Lin Zichen grabbed his clothes, got dressed, opened the door, and went downstairs. When he reached downstairs, he saw the two mothers cooking in the kitchen, the two fathers chatting leisurely at the tea table, and Shen Qinghan sitting on the sofa doing her papers, studying hard. Hearing the sound of Lin Zichen coming downstairs, Shen Qinghan looked up at him and complained. Xiao Chen, you took such a long time to shower, I've been here for half an hour. It was all right. Lin Zichen replied and sat down beside her, casually starting to check his phone. He was looking at the current news, keeping an eye on the situation everywhere. Not long after, Shen Qinghan leaned over with a mysteriously excited expression and said, Xiao Chen, guess what sort of groceries your mom and Aunt Xin bought? You'll never guess it. King crabs. No. Lobster. Wrong again. Then I have no idea. I knew you wouldn't be able to guess. Shen Qinghan said with a victorious smile before revealing, it's phantom squid meat, 3 pounds of it. Phantom squid meat? Lin Zichen thought he must have heard wrongly, visibly surprised. From the front, Lin Yanzheng said, your mom knew you and Qinghan wanted to have this, so she specially asked your Aunt Su to buy it at the market. Hearing this, Lin Zichen suddenly felt an indescribable sensation in his heart. He looked toward Zhang Wangzhen, who was busy in the kitchen, and quickly stood up, walking over to say, Mom, let me help you. Shen Qinghan also went into the kitchen to help upon seeing this. It was now 8:30 p.m. Dinner was finally ready. Although the meal was served much later than usual, causing everyone to be ravenously hungry, the sight of the 8 dishes and 1 soup on the table made them feel the wait was worthwhile. Xiao Chen, this phantom squid meat is so fragrant, and the texture is chewy, really delicious. Shen Qinghan, her face beaming with happiness, took the initiative to pick up a piece of phantom squid meat and place it in Lin Zichen's bowl. Lin Zichen tasted a bite, and it was indeed delicious. You have absorbed a trace of the phantom squid's life essence. Phantom squid album, 3.01%. Hey? The progress bar for the album actually increased? Lin Zichen was first startled, a bit surprised, but then he thought it made sense. If touching it with his hands allowed him to absorb, then eating it would undoubtedly result in absorption as well. While he was pondering these things, the television screen in front of them was broadcasting a piece of news. Genius girl shocks the nation. At just 14 years old, she successfully merged with the heart of energy, becoming the youngest mechanically modified human in the country's history. When the energy is activated, she can easily lift a 2,000 kilograms off-road vehicle with one hand, sprint 100 meters in just 3 seconds, and perform a vertical jump from a standstill to a height of 8 meters. The prodigy of capital city from yesteryear and today's genius girl, which of the two peerless geniuses will become the king of this era? Will genetic fusion be unrivaled, or will mechanical ascension prove undefeatable? Let's look forward to the ultimate showdown between these two geniuses in the future. Everyone at the dining table watched this news report. Among them, Zhang Wangzhen said somewhat incredulously, another genius girl has popped up? She's only 14, her body has not even fully developed, and she's already undergone mechanical modification. I really don't know what her parents were thinking. Lin Yanzheng sipped his soup and said, they probably saw how successfully the prodigy from capital city marketed himself, making a fortune, and they wanted to jump on the bandwagon to make a quick buck as well. Listening to this, Lin Zichen also felt that this so-called peerless prodigy was all about marketing to make money. Earning money? Well, there's no shame in that, it's understandable. Shen Qinghan, looking at the news on the television screen, thought that the term peerless twin heroes sounded really nice, so she looked at Lin Zichen with full enthusiasm and said, Xiao Chen, I'm going to work hard to improve myself and strive to become peerless twin heroes with you one day. Yeah, keep it up, Lin Zichen made an encouraging gesture to her. Watching the interaction between the two children, Shen Jianyi and Su Meng across the table felt a hint of bitterness, growing increasingly worried about Shen Qinghan's future. Strive to become peerless twin heroes? But the reality was, the gap between the two children would only grow wider and wider. Forget it, Han Han is still young. Let her enjoy her happy days as long as they last, and cherish the friendship as long as it continues. Let her live in the present. What's to come can be dealt with later. Shen Jianyi and Su Meng had come to terms with it, feeling that letting nature take its course was the best approach. They were no longer plagued by needless worries. After all, worrying would only bring bad moods and couldn't change a thing. Soon, the television screen switched to another news story. In XX district of Shanghai City, the captain of the local security force tragically perished last night at 11 p.m. in his office. Surveillance footage shows he died from a giant exotic rat that had infiltrated the premises. The captain, named He Chun Chan, had held his position for 3 years, making outstanding contributions to the security of XX district during his tenure, with a record of arresting 19 followers of the rat god cult, helping mechanically modified humans kill 3 giant exotic rats. After reporting on the security force captain's contributions, the TV screen immediately played an interview clip. The interviewees were security officers from the office, all looking furious and shouting that from now on they would fight the rat god cult to the death. After watching this news report, everyone in the room widened their eyes in disbelief. The security force captain was dead? Last night at 11 p.m. Wasn't that shortly after they had left the security office? Thinking of this, everyone felt a chill of fear. Especially Lin Zichen, who remembered the rat he had seen the night before and shuddered. P.S. Holding out my bowl, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. Survival of the fittest. Deep into the night, Lin Zichen lay on his bed, unable to fall asleep. His mind was preoccupied with the death of the security captain. The report had stated that the captain was killed by a giant mutant rat. Could the large rat he saw from the car be the same giant mutant rat that killed the security captain? But that so-called big rat looked only about the size of a cat. How could it possibly be the giant mutant rat that measured 3 meters in length? He couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. Gazing out the window. The night was deep. All the streetlights along the road had been extinguished, and not a single shadow could be seen. Speaking of which, I haven't tested my biometric data in a long time, and since I can't sleep anyway, I might as well go outside and test it. Thinking this, Lin Zichen donned a hat and a mask and quietly left his home. He chose paths without surveillance cameras, and after some time, he arrived at an abandoned highway. First, he warmed up a bit, then quickly took out his phone, opened the stopwatch app, and started timing his 100-meter sprint. Then, in just a brief moment, he sprinted the 100-meter distance he had measured in advance. The stopwatch on his phone displayed 4.61 seconds. Last time it was 6 seconds, this time 4.61 seconds, an improvement of nearly 1.4 seconds. Not bad. After testing his speed, he started to measure his jumping ability. He found a few spots with some height, measured them, and then tried to see if he could jump onto them with a vertical leap to roughly gauge his own ability. After about 10 attempts, he came up with a fairly accurate figure. 5.51 meters. Last time it was 4 meters, this time 5.51 meters, an increase of nearly 1.5 meters. After testing speed and jumping, it was time to test strength. Lin Zichen avoided cameras all the way, eyeing the cars parked along the roadside. He had committed to memory all the car models of this world, as well as their corresponding weights. He needed to choose a suitable car to use as a barbell and see if he could easily lift it with one hand. You'll do. After looking at more than a dozen cars, Lin Zichen finally chose one weighing about 1,500 kilograms. He walked around the car, looking for the right point of leverage to lift it, then tried to raise it with one hand. 3 minutes later, he failed. The SUV was too heavy, he couldn't lift it at all and had to choose a lighter one to try. Soon, Lin Zichen picked out a car weighing around 1,200 kilograms. He lifted it halfway, but no, he couldn't hold it. Finally, he found a small women's car weighing about 1,000 kilograms and managed to just barely lift it. Last time it was 700 kilograms, this time 1,000 kg, an improvement of 300 kilograms. All 3 basic stats had seen great progress. One could only say that during the growth spurt, the body grows quickly, and all basic values increase rapidly. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, next Monday arrived. After school that afternoon, Lin Zichen headed to the gym to practice martial arts. Saying he was practicing martial arts actually meant practicing some simple punches and kicks, nowhere near as powerful as the techniques described in martial arts novels. However, Lin Zichen didn't care about these things. The reason he joined the martial arts team was to compete for prize money. He never thought about actually learning anything from the team. Zichen, your martial arts talent is too strong. No matter what technique I teach, you are always the quickest to learn it. The future looks bright for you. Guo Xiangyuan said, beaming with praise. He had just taught the 8 team members a dodging technique, utilizing continuous head swings to avoid the opponent's punches. As soon as the demonstration was over, Lin Zichen had instantly mastered it. The other 7 members, however, were still very stiff and awkward. It would take at least a few days of head wobbling to become proficient. All thanks to the coach's excellent teaching. Having said that, Lin Zichen took the clean clothes Shen Qinghan offered him and headed for the front changing room. It was a simple southern-style washdown, not the full northern ritual of body scrubbing. So, less than 5 minutes later, Lin Zichen emerged from the changing room. "Xiao Chen, I've taken care of your dirty clothes for you," said Shen Qinghan with a sweet smile, waiting at the entrance of the changing room. Lin Zichen noticed her bangs were a bit messy, tenderly straightened them for her, and said softly, "Let's go home." Shen Qinghan responded softly, walking silently beside Lin Zichen. They arrived at the bike shed. Just as Lin Zichen was pushing his bicycle out, Shen Qinghan took out her phone to show him the photos she had just taken in the gym. "Xiao Chen, look, you look so cool when you're throwing a punch. Your bangs swing with inertia, flipping a few drops of sweat utterly cool. If those little fang girls of yours saw this, they would probably go crazy." Shen Qinghan held the phone up to Lin Zichen's face, swiping through the photos for him to admire. Lin Zichen laughed and said, "The main thing is you captured it well." Days went by like this, one after another. Before he knew it, Lin Zichen had been part of the martial arts team for over a month. At first, Shen Qinghan was the only girl in the gym who would watch him practice martial arts and wait quietly for him to finish so they could go home together. Gradually, word got out about him joining the martial arts team, and many little fang girls knew to come to the gym after school to watch him train. So today, not long after he arrived at the gym to practice, girls began to trickle in to watch him sweat, and after half an hour, the audience had grown to over 30 people. "Wow, Zichen, that kick you just did was so cool. It must really hurt to be kicked by you, hey?" A high school junior girl said with a dreamy expression after seeing Lin Zichen kick a wooden post. Lin Zichen was somewhat speechless and suddenly lost the interest to practice. He had spoken to Guo Xiangyuan about this issue. He suggested not letting girls enter because it was affecting everyone's training. In the end, he was met with the unanimous opposition of the other 7 team members, rather awkwardly. Practice sessions used to be so dull with just a few guys training earnestly in a big space. But now, with so many female spectators suddenly showing up, they felt as if they had reached heaven, energized by their presence and unwilling for the situation to change. Guo Xiangyuan felt the same way. Seeing that the team members trained more seriously since the female audience arrived and that the martial arts team was getting more attention, he thought it was a good thing and asked Lin Zichen to make a small sacrifice. Lin Zichen thought it over and decided if everyone was okay with it, he was fine too. Time ticked away. Soon, it was almost 6:30 in the evening. Lin Zichen, feeling it was about time, took the clothes Shen Qinghan handed him and headed toward the changing room. Just then, a high school junior girl blocked his path, her face full of infatuation. "Zichen, I brought you milk, fresh milk." "No need, thank you for your kindness, but I'm allergic to milk." Lin Zichen did not want to accept gifts from the opposite sex to avoid misunderstandings, so he made an excuse to politely decline and then walked around her. But hardly had he taken 2 steps when he heard disgruntled shouts from behind him. "Zichen, how can you reject a girl's sincere gesture? Even if you're allergic to milk, you could still have accepted it, then give it to someone else. Why hurt a girl's feelings? Can't you be a bit more gentlemanly?" It was Zhang Kai's voice, the same guy who had performed excellently at the school sports meet. And the girl who had just offered fresh milk to Lin Zichen was the object of his secret affections. Lin Zichen found Zhang Kai's interference pointless, and responded without warmth, "My matters are for me to decide. You mind your own business." Zhang Kai, being a brash junior high student, wasn't pleased to be spoken to like that, feeling it was a blow to his pride. He immediately challenged, "Dare you spar with me? If I lose, I'll never hassle you again. If I win, you take the milk." At his words, everyone perked up with excitement. Guo Xiangyuan was no exception. Lin Zichen had been with the martial arts team for over a month. He always practiced quietly by himself and went home after showering, without a single spar. After some time, the others in the team grew curious about his strength. Facing Zhang Kai's challenge, Lin Zichen grew a bit annoyed too. Wanting to teach this brash kid a lesson to behave more humbly and stop making a fuss, he replied without hesitation, "Fine, let's have a match." No sooner had he spoken than familiar text messages appeared in the air. Achievement: in a formal competitive setting, eliminate a total of 1,000 different competitors using the most primitive biological methods. Reward: gain the biometric attribute survival of the fittest. Number of competitors eliminated, 0/1000. Looking at the messages floating in the air, Lin Zichen was momentarily stunned, then a ripple of excitement went through him. After such a wait, he had finally received his fourth achievement mission. He wondered what the effect of the biometric attribute survival of the fittest would be. Would it be more powerful than the previous 3? P.S. Bowls out, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. Dominate the martial arts team. Junior brother Zichen, teach him a lesson. Senior sister hates guys who like to moral bind others the most. Junior brother Zichen, I'll be cheering loudly for you later. Junior brother Zichen, go for it, I'll take some great photos for you. When Lin Zichen stepped up to the challenge, the scene suddenly erupted with noise. Most of it was the voices of Lin Zichen's little fangirls. Hearing all this one-sided support, Zhang Kai felt neither moved nor amused, quite the opposite, in fact. You all think I'm some brainless brute? Wrong. Deadly wrong. I'm a mastermind disguised as a fool. You're all on level 3, thinking I'm on level 1, but actually, I'm on level 5. I'm just taking advantage of this genius kid before he fully develops, to publicly overpower him and secure a glorious victory for my martial arts career. In the past month, Zhang Kai had been well aware of Lin Zichen's disruptively advanced martial arts talent. He knew very well that if Lin Zichen were given another 6 months of training, no one in the team would be able to match him. Therefore, while Lin Zichen had just started training and hadn't grown strong yet, it was time to publicly spar with him and thoroughly crush him. That way, the higher Lin Zichen's martial arts achievements soared in the future, the more he could brag about it. He could boast to anyone who'd listen, saying, "Back in the day, I was the man who hooped Genius Lin on the martial stage." Lin Zichen had no idea Zhang Kai had all this drama going on in his head. With a thought, he dismissed the text message from the void, handed his clothes back to Shen Qinghan, and then walked towards the martial stage ahead. As he walked, he said, "It's getting late, and I still need to get home for dinner, so let's make it quick." "Come on." Zhang Kai replied and lifted his leg to head towards the martial stage. Seeing them move, Guo Xiangyuan, their coach, quickly followed the two of them towards the stage. On the martial stage, once both of them had taken their positions, Guo Xiangyuan said, "I'll be the referee for this sparring match. Remember, friendship comes first, competition second, don't hurt the camaraderie." Lin Zichen, got it, coach. Zhang Kai didn't respond but instead shouted to Li Shutong down below, "Little Li, help record the process of our sparring." He wanted to preserve today's achievement in video form so that he could show it off once Lin Zichen made something of himself. Sure. Li Shutong, one of the members of the martial arts team, gave him an OK sign and then took out his phone to begin recording the martial stage. Shen Qinghan below also took out her phone and started recording, wanting to capture the process of Lin Zichen's match. Unlike Zhang Kai, she knew how strong Lin Zichen was and wanted to record his victory. Are you both ready? On the martial stage, Guo Xiangyuan asked the two sparring team members. Lin Zichen, ready. Zhang Kai, we can start, coach. Seeing that both were prepared, Guo Xiangyuan retreated to the edge of the martial stage, raised his right hand high, and then brought it down powerfully, announcing. The sparring begins now. As his words fell, neither of the two on stage took immediate action. Among them, Zhang Kai, full of confidence, put on airs and said. Junior brother, you've barely been on the team for over a month, whereas I've been here for nearly 2 years. So, I'll let you have the first 3 moves, so you can't accuse me of bullying by virtue of my age. All right. Lin Zichen replied succinctly, then suddenly charged forward, rapidly closing the distance to Zhang Kai and directly kicking him off the martial stage. Zhang Kai. The 6 team members below, what the heck? Guo Xiangyuan was dumbstruck. The fresh milk senior sister screamed, ah! Junior brother Zichen, you're amazing. You've completely stolen my soul. The other little Fang girls also began screaming in adoration. On the martial stage, Lin Zichen didn't pay attention to the uproar below, his focus was entirely on the text information floating in the void. You have defeated a competitor and successfully captured the heart of the opposite sex, gaining the right of first choice in mating. Total competitors eliminated, 1/1000. Still need to eliminate 999 competitors. Thinking this, Lin Zichen put away the text information and looked down at the other 6 teammates and asked. Would any of you 6 like to spar with me as well? However, nobody responded to him. Because everyone was stupefied, still not having recovered from the shock of the scene just now. The first to snap out of it was Zhang Kai, who Lin Zichen had just kicked off the martial stage. At this moment, Zhang Kai was enduring the pain in his lower abdomen, struggling to get up from the ground, returning to the martial stage, unconvinced, he said, that doesn't count, I wasn't even ready. Let's do it again. Guo Xiangyuan, hearing this, came back to his senses, frowned at Zhang Kai, and said somewhat displeased, Zhang Kai, honor your bets, don't lose the spirit of martial arts along with the match. Zhang Kai opened his mouth to argue, but Guo Xiangyuan didn't give him the chance. The very next second, he looked down at Li Shutong and shouted towards him, Li Shutong, come up and spar with Zichen. Oh, okay, okay. Upon hearing this, Li Shutong put down his phone, responding as he climbed onto the martial stage. In the following time, Lin Zichen sparred with all the teammates on his team and, as expected, won every match. However, in order to make it seem as though his strength was still within a normal range, he didn't annihilate his opponents instantly like he had done with Zhang Kai. Instead, he drew out the fight, exchanged a few moves, then defeated them. In this way, the exaggerated combat power he had displayed by instantly knocking out Zhang Kai was easily explained, sparing him many unnecessary complications. Everyone would think that Zhang Kai's instant defeat was purely because Zhang Kai was showing off and carelessly overestimated himself, and not because Lin Zichen truly had the power to knock him out in one blow. Genius, Zichen, you're truly a genius. You've only joined the martial arts team for a bit over a month, and you've already become the ace of the team. In this year's district martial arts competition, our Shanghai High School will definitely beat the other 9 schools and secure the first place in the district. Guo Xiangyuan patted Lin Zichen on the shoulder, his face beaming with a smile. Meanwhile, Zhang Kai, who had originally refused to accept Lin Zichen, believing he had lost the spar because of his own carelessness, now thoroughly conceded defeat. He had watched Lin Zichen's spars with the other teammates with great attention and realized he truly lagged behind Lin Zichen, leaving nothing more to say. Zichen, Zhang Kai, admit defeat and will accept the consequences. Even if you were to poo on my head, I wouldn't complain one bit. Zhang Kai looked towards Lin Zichen, his voice booming as he shouted, sounding like he was taking an oath. He thought he looked cool doing this, showing that he kept his word and willing to admit defeat, which would surely earn the favor of the girls. However, when the surrounding girls heard him bluntly say the distasteful words "POO on my head," they instantly thought he was vulgar and didn't even want to glance at him anymore. Lin Zichen had no time to deal with Zhang Kai, staring with a slight frown at the text information in the void. Achievement: eliminate 1,000 different competitors by the most primal biological means in an official competitive context. Reward: gain biometric attribute survival of the fittest. Total competitors eliminated, 1/1000. The progress only increased when defeating Zhang Kai, and not at all when defeating the other 6 teammates. Considering the text information that appeared when he defeated Zhang Kai, Lin Zichen pondered seriously and soon came to a conclusion. Not just any contest could increase the achievement task's progress, it had to be a competitive one with conflicting interests, like a duel for mating rights. It seems that to complete this achievement in the future, I'll need to participate in more competitions, he muttered to himself. The contests in competitions were all imbued with competitiveness. Competition for a ranking. Competition for prize money. Therefore, as long as he defeated opponents in competitions, he would definitely be able to increase the progress of the achievement task. P.S. Begging for your monthly and recommendation tickets. Follow the path of martial arts. Time flew by. Before I knew it, more than a month had passed since Lin Zichen had dominated the martial arts team. Since that day, Lin Zichen's status in the team had changed. He went from being a newcomer to directly transforming into the team's ace. However, the only changes were in the attitudes of the coach and teammates toward him. He himself hadn't really changed at all. After school, he still came to the gym to practice martial arts, still found a spot to practice alone, and still only practiced until 6:30 p.m. before showering and going home. As for Shen Qinghan, she still waited in the gym every day for Lin Zichen to finish training so they could go home together. During the wait, Shen Qinghan was either reading or doing practice problems, occasionally taking out her phone to snap some good-looking photos of Lin Zichen, passing the time quite pleasantly. Sometimes, seeing Lin Zichen sweat profusely, she would even take the initiative to wipe it off for him. To the scenes of their interactions, everyone in the gym looked on with faces full of envy. The girls envied Shen Qinghan, envied her for being Lin Zichen's childhood friend, and for being able to stay by Lin Zichen's side every day. The boys envied Lin Zichen, envied him for having Shen Qinghan, a childhood friend who knew how to take care of others. As for Lin Zichen's internal reaction to everyone else's envy, there wasn't a ripple. Shen Qinghan, on the other hand, fitting the heart of a teenage girl, felt a sweet satisfaction when faced with the envious gazes from her peers. Han Han, let's go. In the gym, after Lin Zichen had finished practicing martial arts and come out from the shower room refreshed, he looked at Shen Qinghan, who was quietly waiting at the door, and said. Upon hearing his voice, Shen Qinghan obediently followed, with her high ponytail swaying with her steps, full of the youthful and lively spirit of a young girl. The 7 teammates who were still in the gym continuing their training saw Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan always coming and going together, every single one of their faces brimming with envy. All right, stop being envious and focus on training. Summer break is almost here, and the New Year's inter-school martial arts competition involving 8 schools is coming up. As always, there'll only be 5 spots for competitors, and the best will take the field. Now that Zichen has already secured 1 spot, the 7 of you will only have 4 spots left to contend for. Whoever performs well will get to compete. Seeing that the team members were all staring at the departing back of the childhood friends, Guo Xiangyuan immediately spurred them on with a few words. Upon hearing this, the 7 instantly wore urgent expressions and threw themselves back into training, fearing they would fall behind. 5 of them were in their 3rd year of junior high. This year's inter-school competition would be the last one they could participate in, and none of them wanted to leave with regrets. In the blink of an eye, The second semester of the first year was about to come to an end, with only a week left before the final exams. In that week, in order to help Shen Qinghan achieve good results, Lin Zichen visited her room every night to help her identify and fill in her knowledge gaps. This evening, having just finished dinner and taken a bath, Lin Zichen headed next door to Shen Qinghan's place. Su Meng knew he would arrive on time and was waiting for him at the entrance to the house with the door open. Upon seeing him, she said with a smile, "Xiao Chen, you've really been a big help lately, coming over every night to tutor Han Han. After you finish your exams and start summer break, Auntie Meng will buy you a present, anything you want. No need to be formal, Auntie Meng. I grew up with Han Han, so helping her out is the right thing to do," Lin Zichen said with a smile. Afterwards, he went straight into the house and headed to the second floor. Shen Qinghan's room was on the second floor, separated from his own by only 2 walls. You could say their rooms were right next to each other. He stopped at Shen Qinghan's half-open door. Lin Zichen didn't think too much about it and simply pushed the door open and entered, saying, "Qinghan, I." He meant to say "I'm here," but before he could finish, he almost bit his tongue, and his whole person froze on the spot. Because at that moment, the girl in the room was sitting on her bed, about to pull up her pajama pants, and right above the pajamas was a distinctly visible diaper. Lin Zichen. Shen Qinghan. At that moment, both of them were silent, the air nearly solidifying, the atmosphere becoming extremely awkward. After a moment of regaining his composure, Lin Zichen took the initiative to break the silence. I'll come back in a bit," he said before hastily turning around and leaving, also closing the door behind him. No sooner had Lin Zichen left than Shen Qinghan's face turned beet red, and she covered her head with the blanket, curling up into a ball on the bed, completely motionless. She felt socially dead and wanted to live on a different planet. 10 minutes later, Lin Zichen felt that enough time had passed, so he stretched out his hand and knocked on the door in front of him. The awkwardness in his voice was hard to disguise. "Han Han, may I come in now?" A nearly inaudible voice came from the room, indicating Shen Qinghan hadn't recovered from the awkward moment just now either. Lin Zichen acted as if nothing had happened, entering the room with a composed face. "I only need to wear diapers when I sleep at night, I don't need them during the day." Shen Qinghan pursed her lips, bringing up the topic with embarrassment, her delicate face blushing brightly. Lin Zichen didn't know how to respond, so he simply nodded, "Yeah, I know." Then, neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere once again lapsed into awkwardness. However, Shen Qinghan quickly decided to break the ice. She played with her hair delicately with her pale fingers and started a conversation as naturally as possible. "During dinner tonight, I asked a question to Mom and Dad. I asked whether they think I look better with my hair tied up or let down. Then, Dad said I look better with it down, while Mom said I look better with it up. Xiao Chen, do you think I look better with my hair up or down?" While asking this, Shen Qinghan mustered the courage to look into Lin Zichen's eyes, hoping to move past the diaper incident and ease the awkwardness between them. Lin Zichen responded without hesitation, "I think you look good either way." "That's so evasive, just pick one." "After thinking about it, I guess you look slightly better with your hair tied up." "Then, do you think I look better with a single ponytail, double ponytails, or a bun?" "I like the bun and single ponytail more." "Then I'll wear a bun tomorrow and a single ponytail the day after." "Oh right, between a low ponytail and a high ponytail, which do you think looks better?" "I think a high ponytail looks better." Gradually, both of them opened up, and the conversation flowed more freely than when Lin Zichen first entered the room, easing the initial awkwardness. It seemed as though the matter of the diapers had been completely forgotten, never to be brought up again. Before long, they started on the main agenda for the night. One studied as a student, the other tutored as a teacher, and they spent a productive evening at the desk together. Time flies. A few days later, Shanghai High School was holding the end-of-term exams. As a top student, Lin Zichen once again effortlessly secured the first place in the entire school. Shen Qinghan also did very well. Within just a year, she had moved up from third from last at the beginning of the school year to the top 20 of her class, proudly receiving an award certificate for Most Improved. In this process, not only were her own efforts evident but Lin Zichen's tutoring and help played a significant part. Xiao Chen, thanks to your help in spotting and fixing my weaknesses, I did really well in the exams. In the classroom, Shen Qinghan held the Most Improved award certificate, her face full of joy as she spoke to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen smiled and said, "It's mainly because you were diligent in your studies. Xiao Chen, at this rate of progress, in 2 years, I am definitely going to get into the same class as you, and then we can continue to be desk mates." Shen Qinghan said with anticipation. Continue being desk mates in the same class? Having heard Shen Qinghan's words, Lin Zichen suddenly remembered that he had decided to take martial arts class in high school and that he hadn't mentioned it to her yet, so he said, "Han Han, I've decided to join the martial arts class in high school. Then I'll join the martial arts class too," Shen Qinghan declared without hesitation. Lin Zichen wondered if she was really suited to take the martial arts path, but seeing her so resolute in her decision to join him, suitably or not, it seemed she was determined to join. If you've also decided to take the martial arts path, then from today on, you'll need to change your focus in studies. You'll need to learn more about exotic beasts, genetic fusion, and mechanical enhancement, he advised her. "Yeah, I'll do my best," said Shen Qinghan, full of determination. She was confident in this area of knowledge. After all, she had read a lot of books with Lin Zichen when they were younger. The only area where her confidence lacked was perhaps physical fitness. Lin Zichen thought of this as well, and soon suggested, "Then, after school in the afternoons, come to the gym with me and I'll teach you some exercises for strengthening the body." "Okay, I'll do whatever Xiao Chen says." Shen Qinghan nodded obediently. Her experiences from childhood had taught her that, whatever the matter, following Lin Zichen's advice was always right. P.S. Bowl out, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. Dimensionality reduction strike. Everyone, train seriously. Don't slack off. There are only 4 spots left for the competition, and those who perform well will represent the school in the contest. In the gymnasium, Guo Xiangyuan had abandoned his usual laissez-faire attitude and was sternly urging the team members to train. Having just finished their final exams, the martial arts team was gearing up for the most important martial arts competition of the year, which would take place in midsummer. This martial arts competition was jointly organized by 8 middle schools in the district. The event was scheduled for August 1. Therefore, in the month leading up to the competition, Guo Xiangyuan gathered the team members back in school for a training camp. Afterward, based on their performance in the training camp, 4 members would be selected to represent the school. While Guo Xiangyuan was pushing the 7 members to train hard, Lin Zichen had already secured a spot in the competition and wasn't training with the others. Instead, he was on the side coaching Shen Qinghan. Ever since Shen Qinghan had decided to continue in the martial arts class during high school, Lin Zichen had devised a summer training plan for her to improve her physical conditioning. So as not to impact her physical development, the intensity of this training plan was not high. The daily content was only as follows. 1. Jog 3,000 meters to increase stamina. 2. Practice martial arts techniques for an hour to improve hand and foot skills. 3. Push UPS, sit UPS, squats, pull UPS, and other muscle training exercises, done just enough to get by, to increase some physical strength. Beyond that, there were no other exercises. But even so, the somewhat frail Shen Qinghan still found it a bit too much. Right after exercising, she was so tired that she collapsed on the ground, panting non-stop, drenched in sweat. Han Han, you can do it. You also completed the training tasks smoothly today. Lin Zichen unscrewed the cap and handed the sports drink in his hand to Shen Qinghan, affirming her training attitude. Shen Qinghan took a few sips of the sports drink, her breathing still uneven as she said, "Zichen, exercising is really tiring, much more so than studying." "Of course, it involves sweating," Lin Zichen replied as he took a yoga mat from the side to spread out, and then knelt down on it, saying, "Come on, lie down on the yoga mat and spread your legs. I'll help you relax your muscles." Obediently, Shen Qinghan lay down on the yoga mat and opened her slender, straight legs slightly. Seeing this, Lin Zichen quickly began to massage her skillfully. Perhaps the massage was too forceful, or the stimulation on the sore muscles was too intense. Shen Qinghan occasionally let out a shy, stifled moan. Her hands instinctively grasped the yoga mat tightly, and her expression seemed to be in pain. Sometimes she couldn't stand it any longer and couldn't help but cry out that it hurt and to go lighter. Unfortunately, that wasn't an option. To quickly dispel the lactic acid accumulated in the muscles, one had to apply some pressure during the massage, otherwise, it would have no effect. First, he massaged her calves, then her thighs, and finally her arms. In just a short 15 minutes, Lin Zichen had massaged almost her entire body. Feeling that the massage was sufficient, he took out a set of clean clothes from his backpack and handed them to Shen Qinghan, saying, "Go take a shower. After that, we'll head home." "Okay, I'll be quick," Shen Qinghan replied, refreshed as she rose from the yoga mat, took the clothes from Lin Zichen, and headed to the dressing room. Every time after training, she enjoyed being massaged firmly by Lin Zichen's hands. Although the process was a bit uncomfortable, she would feel her whole body relax afterward, which was exceptionally pleasant. 1 month later, the training camp concluded. The 5 competitors had been determined. Among them, the very lively Zhang Kai was not selected. Feeling dispirited, he left the martial arts team after learning the result and didn't even attend the competition as a spectator. However, nobody paid much attention to that, and life went on as usual. The next morning, Guo Xiangyuan drove the school's bus, ferrying the team members to the city gymnasium for the competition. Shen Qinghan also went along, saying she wanted to be Lin Zichen's little fan in the audience, cheering him on. Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wangzhen also made time to attend the event, wanting to support their son. As for Su Meng and Shen Jianyi, the couple was busy with their work, leading classes for the senior year students at the school and couldn't find the time to attend the competition. Nevertheless, they asked Shen Qinghan to record a video of Lin Zichen's competition to bring back for them to watch. City Gymnasium, Players' Rest Area. The competitors from all 8 schools lined up, waiting to draw lots to match up with their opponents. The rules of the competition were simple, it was school against school, and it only took 3 rounds of matches to determine the champion. 1 round a day, 3 days to finish. Soon, the results of the draw were out. Lin Zichen's Shanghai High School unfortunately drew Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, the strongest school. Guo Xiangyuan saw it and his face immediately changed. The faces of the other 4 team members were also unsightly, all feeling that they were going to be eliminated in the first round. Among them, a team member named Li Shutong conceded defeat before the battle, saying, "It's over. I heard that No. 1 Middle School this year has a tough guy who can run the 100 meters in under 9 seconds. We're definitely going to get blown away. What nonsense are you spouting? We have Zichen here, and who wins or loses is not yet certain." Guo Xiangyuan glared at Li Shutong as he spoke. Though he said this, in his heart, as a coach, he also had no confidence. In his eyes, Lin Zichen was indeed powerful, but after all, he was still just a first-year student and hadn't fully grown yet. Up against someone who could sprint 100 meters in under 9 seconds, he was mostly going to get blown away. Alas, he only hoped that his mentality wouldn't get crushed. Otherwise, it would affect his confidence, and that would be a great loss. The future flag bearer of the martial arts team for the next 2 years still had to be carried by him. Guo Xiangyuan fretted in his heart. As for Lin Zichen himself, his face was calm at this moment, his heart undisturbed. Running 100 meters in 9 seconds was strong, but in front of him who could do it in 4.61 seconds, it was like an ant, easily crushed with a single press. Before long, the first round of the competition began. The first match was between Shanghai High School and Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. Which one of you four is going first? Guo Xiangyuan asked the other 4 team members besides Lin Zichen. All 4 were silent, chickened out, not wanting to be the first to confront the opponent. Shanghai No. 1 Middle School was last year's champion, and this year they were even stronger than last. The one going up first to face the opponent was essentially the first to get beaten up. Junior high students are at the age where they care most about face, and no one would want to be the first to embarrass themselves. No one wants to go first. Guo Xiangyuan frowned and, seeing that still no one wanted to play first, he finally had to say, "Since none of you want to go first, let's decide by drawing lots." Having said that, he was about to grab a pen and paper. However, before he had taken 2 steps, Lin Zichen spoke up, "Coach, I'll go." Guo Xiangyuan immediately responded, "No, you're our ace. You have to go last to maximize your advantage." The advantage of going last was the ability to observe the opponent's habits from the sidelines, thus knowing oneself and the enemy and winning every battle. However, Lin Zichen, who completely overwhelmed everyone with his strength, didn't need this at all. What he needed was to defeat as many opponents as possible himself to complete the achievement task and get the rewards sooner. Therefore, he said earnestly, "Coach, I want to go first." Guo Xiangyuan fell silent and did not immediately answer. But seeing the seriousness in Lin Zichen's eyes and that the other 4 really didn't want to go up, in the end, he could only compromise, "All right then, Zichen, you'll go first." After both sides had decided on the players to go first, the first round's opening match soon arrived. The first to step up for the other side was a big boy over 1.9 meters tall, all muscle, seated on the martial stage like a mountain, exerting an immense pressure. Lin Zichen, whose body hadn't developed as quickly and was less than 1.7 meters tall, stood in front of the other like a just-hatched chick, easily crushed with a simple pinch. "Little junior from Shanghai, I've seen your information on the list. Being able to stand on this martial stage of the 8-school tournament as a first year is impressive. You have great talent," the brawny boy said with a naive smile on the martial stage. Seeing his naive smile, Lin Zichen thought the big guy seemed pretty nice. But just as he was about to respond politely, the other's tone suddenly shifted, his gaze becoming extremely disdainful as he said, "However, what I want to say is, this is not a place for a first year like you, especially not for a shorty first year who isn't even 1.7 meters tall." Speaking, the other violently tensed up his entire body, showing off his massive pectorals with a chunibyo look on his face. "Soon, I will let you feel what the gap in body size is, what the gap in strength is. P.S. Holding out my bowl, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. The child of destiny." The sudden burst of chnibi from the big boy left Lin Zichen somewhat speechless. This kid must be a bit airheaded. On the other side, in the audience seats, watching the big boy on the martial stage, Zhang Wangzhen was completely shocked. What on earth did this child eat to grow so big and tall in middle school? Then, with a worried face, she said, "Husband, the kid is so big, how can Xiao Chen fight against him? What if he gets hurt?" "It's fine, these big types usually aren't very agile. Xiao Chen can win by using nimble footwork, and as for injuries, there's a referee watching, so it shouldn't happen," Lin Yanzheng said soothingly. He said these words, but in reality, even he didn't feel confident, he was more trying to calm Zhang Wangzhen. Differently from the couple, Shen Qinghan was full of confidence in Lin Zichen. She looked at Zhang Wangzhen and said confidently, "Don't worry, Aunt Xin, Xiao Chen will definitely win. Against those dumb brutes, Xiao Chen can knock them down with a single punch. Hearing her call someone a dumb brute, Zhang Wangzhen immediately said with a gentle voice, Han Han, you shouldn't call people dumb brutes, it's not nice. Oh, I won't do it again, Aunt Xin, Shen Qinghan said, acknowledging her mistake. Afterwards, she looked towards the martial stage and put her delicate, white hands in front of her mouth, shouting with her little voice, Xiao Chen, come on. When her cheering voice was heard, people on the opposite side of the audience seats quickly yelled back, not to be outdone, De Zhuang, come on, take him down. Zhang Wangzhen, upon hearing this, was immediately displeased and also shouted, Xiao Chen, come on, you can win, Mom believes in you. After shouting, she nudged her husband, Lin Yanzheng, and urged him, husband, shout quickly, your voice is louder, we can't lose in momentum. Xiao Chen, come on. Lin Yanzheng bellowed with all his might, making several nearby spectators' ears ring. Guo Xiang Yuan, in the rest area, heard this and had the other 4 team members cheer for Lin Zichen as well. Seeing this, people from Shanghai No. 1 Middle School immediately imitated them and shouted out their cheers. In just a brief moment, the whole venue became lively. On the martial stage, Lin Zichen smiled and waved to both sides when he heard the cheers from his family and teammates. His opponent, the big boy, stood there with a cold face, not moving at all, paying no mind to the family and teammates cheering for him, thinking it made him look cooler. Competitors, please take your positions quickly. The match is about to begin. The referee, seeing it was time, immediately said to the 2 on the stage with a loud voice. Hearing this, both of them quickly took their positions. Seeing that both were ready, the referee immediately raised his right hand and chopped down, the duel begins. As soon as the words were out, the big boy immediately charged at Lin Zichen like a bull. This was a formal match, no competitor would foolishly let their opponent strike first. This is a bad habit that doesn't lead to victory. If a competitor up top dares to do that, the coach below dares to curse them out. Faced with the charging big boy, Lin Zichen simply sidestepped to avoid him and then lightly pushed on the boy's back with his hand. Then, in the next moment, the big boy lost his balance and stumbled straight out of the martial stage, losing in record time. All at once, the venue fell silent, stunned by this unexpected scene. About 2 seconds passed. Shen Qinghan was the first to snap out of it, her small face filled with excitement as she yelled. Xiao Chen, you're so amazing! Zhang Wangzhen also hugged Lin Yanzheng excitedly, exclaiming. Husband, you really have a knack for prediction, Xiao Chen actually won with agility against that big lump. Ha ha ha, that's right, that's right. Lin Yanzheng couldn't be happier, having merely guessed the outcome, no one could have expected that. With the voices of these 3, the other people around also came back to their senses, and a wave of murmuring erupted in the audience seats. What the heck? He's so much bigger and stronger, how could he lose? Dead muscles, definitely dead muscles, not agile at all, no wonder he lost. Damn it, stupid lump, there goes my money down the drain. On the other side, in the competitors' rest area, Guo Xiang Yuan and the 4 teammates were all insanely excited, each of them shouting at the top of their lungs, Ziai Chen is awesome. Meanwhile, the people from Shanghai No. 1 Middle School were all frowning, feeling somewhat displeased. The coach from Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, in particular, was so angry that his face turned green, berating the hulking boy, footwork. Footwork. How many times have I told you? Don't just rush straight in on the martial stage. Use footwork. Why don't you ever listen? The hulking boy was dumbfounded by the scolding, his eyes instantly welling up with tears, but he dared not cry. Lin Zichen watched the coach from Shanghai No. 1 High School and felt that this person might not be very competent. The reason the hulking boy had been pushed out of the martial stage wasn't that he was moving too fast and couldn't stop, causing him to lose balance. It was purely the strength of the light push on his back that was too great. After all, an arm that could easily lift over 1,000 kilograms was not something a middle schooler could withstand. Even if this middle schooler was extremely bulky, he would still end up being pushed off the martial stage when faced with such a powerful burst of strength. You have successfully defeated a competitor, and your ranking in the competition has improved. Total opponents knocked out, 2/1000. As expected, as long as he defeated competitors in a highly competitive contest, he could advance the progress bar for his achievement tasks. Lin Zichen felt a surge of excitement in his heart, eager to get started on the next duel. Luckily, there was no break time in the middle of this tournament's matches, and competitors had to fight the next round immediately after winning their current duel. Chen Feng, you're up for this duel. Go all out from the start and defeat that freshman from Shanghai High School as fast as you can, got it? In the rest area of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, the coach, with a stern face, told the crew cut boy ranked second in strength on their team. The crew cut boy nodded seriously and said, I got it, coach. After speaking, he took his position on the martial stage calmly and stood there, silently waiting for the referee's signal to begin. Seeing both competitors ready, the referee immediately raised his right hand and chopped it down. The duel begins. Hearing the signal to start the duel, the crew cut boy charged out in a burst, aiming a sharp side kick at Lin Zichen's neck. Lin Zichen calmly ducked down, narrowly evading the side kick, and casually pushed the crew cut boy's waist with his hand. The next moment, while still in the middle of executing the side kick and standing on one leg, the crew cut boy's body instantly lost balance. To the far-off onlooker, he looked as if he had slipped. He fell to the ground with a thud. Conveniently, he happened to hit the back of his head and passed out on the spot. The venue fell silent once again, utterly stunned by the scene on the martial stage. The first to react were the medical personnel who had been waiting below the stage. After seeing the crew cut boy faint from hitting the back of his head, they immediately rushed to the stage with a stretcher and carried him away for treatment. Then, a flurry of discussion broke out in the spectators' seats. What's going on? How come that student from Shanghai High School is so lucky? Well, geez, the previous opponent lost by running out of the ring, and now this one accidentally slips, hits his head, and faints. Is this the son of fortune? It's not just luck, though. That move just now to dodge the side kick was really quick. They've got skill. Holy crap! It must be a rigged match. Refund. In the rest area of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, the coach from Shanghai No. 1 Middle School was dumbfounded, unable to believe the scene unfolding before his eyes. Luck? Was this really just luck? No. It wasn't luck. This freshman from Shanghai High School had real skill. Realizing this, the coach from Shanghai No. 1 Middle School immediately turned to the strongest person on the team, a sprinter who could run 100 meters in just 9 seconds, and said with a hint of panic in his voice, "Jfei, you're up for this next duel. Focus on defense, don't attack proactively. Let's see what this freshman from Shanghai High School is all about. You absolutely cannot lose. Don't worry, coach. I'll win." The boy named Jfei responded confidently and then walked onto the martial stage with a self-assured demeanor. He had observed the entirety of those 2 recent matches and felt that Lin Zichen wasn't particularly strong physically, he was just agile and knew how to take advantage in combat, which is why he could win so effortlessly. So he believed that with his equally agile body, rich fighting experience, and the ability to sprint 100 meters in just 9 seconds, as long as he took the upcoming duel seriously and stayed fully focused, there was no reason for him to lose. P.S. I'm setting the bowl down, asking for monthly tickets and recommendation votes. Undefeated champions. I heard that Jfei from Shanghai No. 1 Middle School can run 100 meters in under 9 seconds, that's just ridiculous, considering he's still a junior high student. That's normal, his father is a genetic integrator, so as an offspring of a genetic integrator, it's certain that his physical quality far surpasses that of an ordinary person. Hearing you guys talk like that, it seems that the freshman from Shanghai High School doesn't stand a chance. What's there to worry about? He's just a freshman now. Give him a couple of years to grow, then Shanghai High School will surely be in the top spot. As soon as JFEI from Shanghai No. 1 Middle School appeared, the spectator stands were immediately filled with murmurs about him. Most were in awe, captivated by his exceptional physical quality. As for Lin Zichen, almost no one was optimistic. Even Zhang Wangzhen and Lin Yanzheng didn't hold much hope, feeling that their son was probably going to lose. In the eyes of the parents, their son was very talented, but still within the range of ordinary people. They thought it nearly impossible for him to compete with the monster who could run 100 meters in 9 seconds. While they thought so, Zhang Wangzhen still shouted to Lin Zichen as usual, "Xiao Chen, come on, as long as you try your best, you can definitely win." Hearing that, Lin Yanzheng and Shen Qinghan beside her also started to cheer for Lin Zichen. On the martial stage, Lin Zichen, hearing Shen Qinghan and his parents' shouts of encouragement, immediately waved his hand with a smile in response, just as before. JFEI, seeing this, said, "Junior from the mountain school, you and your family seem to have a great relationship. It makes me envious." "It's okay," Lin Zichen replied with a smile. No sooner had he spoken than JFEI, with a look of envy, said, "Unfortunately, I can't stand seeing other people have harmonious family relationships. For the upcoming duel, I suggest you prepare yourself mentally, because I'm going to launch the fiercest onslaught on you." Lin Zichen was exasperated to hear this, having encountered yet another junior high boy who seemed a little off. It seemed that Shanghai No. 1 Middle School was a breeding ground for such youthful exuberance. "The duel is about to begin, please take your positions," the referee told the two of them. At that, they both took their positions and prepared for the start of the duel. Seeing them ready, the referee skillfully raised his right hand and brought it down, declaring, "Begin the duel." At this command, JFEI leveraged his calf muscles, instantly dashed in front of Lin Zichen, and launched his family's martial art, the flowing water rock smashing fist. In a flash, his fists hammered toward Lin Zichen like raindrops, with speed, precision, and ferocity. Lin Zichen found this set of fist techniques interesting and didn't rush to take JFEI down. Instead, he easily dodged the attacks while memorizing and learning every move and style. "JFEI, what are you doing? I told you to focus on defense, why are you attacking?" Below the stage, the Shanghai No. 1 Middle School's coach, seeing his student ignore the tactical arrangement, was so frustrated that he shouted loudly. However, JFEI on the platform paid no attention to him and continued his fierce attacks against Lin Zichen, self-willed as always. Defense? That kind of turtle strategy wasn't needed by someone with his talent. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he was determined to launch the most vicious attacks on his opponent. Either a swift victory or a swift defeat. Never to shrink back. That was what JFEI thought as he began his offensive. But as time went on and he realized he couldn't land a hit on Lin Zichen at all, his mentality collapsed. "What's going on? How can you dodge my attacks? This is unscientific." JFEI stopped attacking, looked at Lin Zichen in disbelief, and asked loudly. Without answering, Lin Zichen simply asked, "Do you have any other moves? Show them all." "You." Hearing Lin Zichen's words, JFEI's face turned red with anger. It was an unabashed mockery. Damn it! Enraged, his complexion flushed, he quickly charged at Lin Zichen again, launching a furious barrage of punches. Seeing that he was still using the same techniques, Lin Zichen knew that JFEI was out of tricks and didn't want to waste any more time. He promptly kicked him off the martial stage, claiming victory in the duel. JFEI actually lost? At that moment, everyone in the audience was stunned, never expecting such an outcome to the duel. Soon, the venue erupted with incredulous gasps of amazement. Xiao Chen, you're so awesome. Honey, our son is amazing. Zai Chen, badass. What's going on? What's the deal with that freshman from Shanghai High School? This is too fake, it must be a rigged match. At that moment, the entire stadium was filled with the piercing noise of the crowd. Lin Zichen paid no attention to these voices and quickly started the next match. The fourth match, taken down at lightning speed. The fifth match, taken down at lightning speed. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Zichen had defeated the remaining 2 players from Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, single-handedly overcoming the whole school. Then, in the following 2 days, he continued in the same vein, single-handedly defeating the next 2 schools they faced, successfully leading Shanghai High School to win the championship of the 8-school league. During this time, his 4 teammates didn't play a single match, winning lying down. Perhaps for them, not having played in their last competition might be a bit regrettable. But Lin Zichen didn't care about these things, he only cared about his progress in completing achievement tasks. On the winner's podium, Lin Zichen held the championship trophy aloft, taking pictures with the coach, teammates, family, childhood friends, and even several passing spectators. After sharing the joy of the victory, he immediately looked into the void to check the progress of his achievement task. Total opponents eliminated, 16/1000. He still needed to defeat 984 different opponents to complete this achievement related to survival of the fittest. With such a gap in progress, it definitely couldn't be finished anytime soon. It seemed it would take years. Thinking this, Lin Zichen shook his head, no longer overly concerned with this achievement task, and turned to ask Guo Xiangyuan about the division of the championship prize money. The champion of the 8-school league had a total prize money of 30,000 yuan. The school took a share, and then the coaches and teammates took theirs. In the end, Lin Zichen, as the absolute main force, received a bonus of 20,000 yuan. He took away 2/3 of the total. It was much more than he had expected. That evening, the 2 families gathered together for a celebratory dinner. Lin Zichen, the champion, was praised by the parents of both families from start to finish. He had the stature of a mechanically modified human. He had the stature of a genetic integrator. They showered him with compliments and high hopes. Listening, Lin Zichen felt no emotion inside, he was busy calculating how much money he had saved up. There was the 20,000 yuan bonus for winning the martial arts competition. There was the prize money from various academic contests he had won before. And there was the scholarship money from the school. All added together, it was almost 30,000 yuan. This is a substantial amount of money. It's time to find a personal shopper to buy some phantom squid meat, aiming to unlock the phantom squid's compendium before graduating from junior high, Lin Zichen thought to himself. P.S. Begging for monthly tickets and recommendation votes. Junior high school graduate. It took a few days of wandering around the mall. In the end, Lin Zichen successfully found an old man to act as his personal shopper. This old man was a local landlord, owning several properties for rent. On his days off, he'd stroll through the mall in his boxer shorts and flip-flops, helping to tidy tables or dig through trash bins for empty bottles to sell. He wasn't short of money, but he just liked collecting trash to save up. Every time he found an empty bottle, he felt an immense satisfaction, elated to the point of bliss. All Lin Zichen had to do was tell the old man that all the empty bottles from his house would be his, and the old man happily agreed to help him with the purchases. With the personal shopper settled, the 30,000 yuan he had was quickly spent. All on devouring phantom squid meat, consuming 30 jin in a row, directly boosting the progress of the phantom squid album to 33%. In the half-month of summer vacation that followed, Lin Zichen trained every day, working out 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening. Each session was intense. During breaks, he'd call Shen Qinghan out from her home to help her train her body. Days passed by one after another. When the summer vacation ended and the moment to step into the second year of junior high arrived, Lin Zichen's biological level broke through. He successfully went from a regular third order to a regular fourth order. At the same time, all his physical data improved tremendously. He could easily lift a weight of 1,090 kilograms with one hand. His vertical jump from a standstill reached 5.65 meters. And his 100-meter sprint took just 4.49 seconds. However, upon closer examination, one could see that the improvement in these three data points wasn't as exaggerated as the previous two evolutions, which had doubled or quadrupled. Lin Zichen could understand this. After all, it gets harder to strengthen the body as it improves, and the scale of improvement couldn't always be in multiples, as it also depended on the original figures. Take strength, for instance. Increasing from 100 kilograms to 400 kilograms, the value quadrupled. But going from 400 kilograms to 800 kilograms, it merely doubled. Yet, the latter's improvement was clearly larger, with an additional 100 kilograms gained. Before, I thought that reaching a regular fourth order before graduating junior high would be an achievement, but now, only in the second year, I've already made it. It seems I underestimated myself. Lin Zichen thought to himself with a smile. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan had both completed their middle school exams and successfully graduated from the junior division of Shanghai High School. On the day of graduation, both sets of parents found time to attend their children's ceremony. Come on, you two, get closer, and give me a brighter smile. Zhang Wangzhen, as always, was in charge of taking a joint photo of this pair of childhood sweethearts, capturing their growth at each school age with photographs. While they posed for the photo, many girls around them were watching. Seeing Shen Qinghan clinging to Lin Zichen, the onlooking girls were all brimming with envy, wishing they could pull Shen Qinghan away and take her place next to Lin Zichen. Feeling the envious gazes of her peers, Shen Qinghan felt incredibly elated, believing she was the happiest girl in the world. Almost half an hour passed. The photo session ended. Lin Zichen looked down at Shen Qinghan beside him and realized that without noticing, he had almost grown a head taller than her. Shen Qinghan noticed his gaze and immediately turned to him, lifting her incredibly beautiful face, her eyes shimmering, and she asked, "Why are you staring at the top of my head? Is there something stuck there?" "No, I just suddenly realized I'm almost a head taller than you." "Don't talk nonsense, how can it be a whole head? We just measured our heights a few days ago, you're 1.78 meters, I'm 1.62 meters, it's only a difference of 16 centimeters. A head's difference has to be at least 20 centimeters. Shen Qinghan pursed her rosy lips slightly, showing her dissatisfaction with Lin Zichen's imprecise wording. As the height difference between them grew larger, she became very conscious of her own height, not even a centimeter could be discounted. Lin Zichen corrected, "Don't be in such a rush, I said I'm almost a head taller than you, don't ignore the word almost. Shen Qinghan pouted, "I don't care, even almost is not okay, it must be precise to the centimeter." After saying this, she looked at the widening height gap between herself and Lin Zichen and couldn't help worrying, "You're nearly 1.8 meters now, if you continue to grow after entering high school, I'll have to stand on my tiptoes to wipe the sweat off your face." "You're overthinking it, you're so short that standing on tiptoes won't be enough to reach me anyway, you'd at least have to stand on a chair." Lin Zichen reached out to pat her head, teasing her. "Ah, that's right." Shen Qinghan glared at him annoyed, "In a few more years, I'll be so short I'll have to jump to hit your knee." Zhang Wangzhen watched the two of them with an auntie's smile and said, "It's fine, Han Han, if standing on tiptoes is still not enough, you can just let Xiao Chen pick you up, then you'll be able to wipe the sweat from his face." "Aunt Xin, you're teasing me again." Suddenly being made fun of by Zhang Wangzhen, Shen Qinghan's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. Lin Zichen, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind and just smiled without saying anything. But now that he thought about it, it had been a long time since he had held Shen Qinghan. In kindergarten, he used to hold her often. During nap times at school, Shen Qinghan liked to crawl into his blanket and hold him while they slept, and over 3 years, she had peed on him almost 100 times. In elementary school, he had only carried her a few times, but he carried her on his back quite frequently. During the 3 years of middle school, he only held her when they encountered trouble from the heretical sect, and hadn't held her since. It could only be said that ultimately they had grown up. Their physiological differences became increasingly pronounced, and their secondary sexual characteristics became more apparent, making physical contact with the opposite sex more sensitive. Out of various considerations, they couldn't casually hug and hold each other like they did when they were younger. Half a month later, the results of the middle school exams were released. As everyone expected, Lin Zichen secured the first place in the district. Whether it was the cultural subjects or the physical fitness data needed for the martial arts class application, he was the absolute first in the district. Actually, he could have been the first in the entire city, but he thought it would be better to keep a low profile. Being district number 1 was enough. For Shen Qinghan, there was an unexpected turn. She performed exceptionally well in cultural subjects, going above and beyond to rank within the top 100 in the district, more than enough to advance to Shanghai High School's high school division. However, her physical fitness data fell short of the admission score for the martial arts top class at Shanghai High School, missing it by over 10 points. That was a significant margin. Xiao Chen, I've been training so hard, but my physical fitness scores just won't improve. I feel as if I'm not suited for martial arts. Shen Qinghan lay on her bed with her right arm covering her eyes, looking utterly disheartened. Lin Zichen sat beside her bed, comforting her. Don't lose confidence in yourself, you just didn't get into the top class, that's all. You're already better than many people, and you're still young, just 15 years old. Your body hasn't fully developed yet, you still have a lot of potential. What do you mean I'm still young? You're only a day older than me, why do you say it as if you could be my dad? Shen Qinghan couldn't help but retort. Lin Zichen teased with a smile, I wouldn't mind being your dad. Ah, you're so annoying, I'm already so heartbroken, and you're still joking around with me. Shen Qinghan lightly hit Lin Zichen, but didn't put much force into it, like the playful banter between a couple. After that, she quickly added with a defeated tone, even though our bodies haven't fully developed, your physical fitness scores are way better than mine. Compared to you, I feel like a useless homebody. Lin Zichen was about to console her when his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. It was a call from Zhang Wangzhen. Upon answering, he learned that the principal of the high school division of Shanghai High School was at his home, making a special visit to this district's number 1 prodigy and academic star. The purpose of the visit was to ensure he would proceed to Shanghai High School's high school division, instead of being secretly poached by another high school. After hanging up, Lin Zichen turned to Shen Qinghan on the bed and said, Qinghan, the principal of the high school division is at our place, come with me to meet him. I don't feel like going. Shen Qinghan was in a low mood and just wanted to stay quietly in her room. Lin Zichen spoke gently, trying to persuade her, still, come with me. Greet the principal, let him get to know you, so when school starts we can continue being classmates and desk mates. Upon hearing this, Shen Qinghan pressed her lips together and reluctantly got up from the bed, following Lin Zichen to meet the principal of the high school division. After all, with her ordinary physical fitness data, there was no way she could get into the martial arts top class of the high school division. If she wanted to remain in the same class as Lin Zichen, she would have to use her relationship with Lin Zichen like during the transition from elementary to middle school, taking advantage as a beneficiary of favoritism. P.S. Bowls out, seeking monthly tickets, recommendation tickets. 37. Open the Squid Ink picture book. Lin Zichen led Shen Qinghan home, and as soon as they entered, they saw the principal of the senior high school department at Shanghai High School. The principal was a middle-aged woman with gold-rimmed glasses, her hair done up high, and dressed in a neat lady's suit, giving off a very capable air. Xiao Chen, Han Han, come over and sit here, and have a good chat with Principal Bai. Seeing both kids had arrived, Zhang Wangzhen immediately waved them over to sit down on the couch. Soon, Lin Zichen sat down opposite the female principal. He was well aware that the visit from the principal was for recruitment purposes, so after a brief chat with her, he decided to get straight to the point and asked. Principal Bai, I am personally inclined towards advancing directly to the high school department, but I have a small request. I'd like to continue being in the same class as my childhood friend here. Do you think that would be possible? Of course, no problem. The principal answered without hesitation. She had already discussed with Principal Chen of the junior high department before and knew that Lin Zichen would make such a small request. And she had also familiarized herself with everything about Shen Qinghan beforehand. Her academic grades were very good, it was only because her biometric attributes were slightly lacking that she hadn't been able to get into the elite martial arts class. For a student whose grades weren't terribly poor like hers, granting her a favor wasn't a big issue. After a simple conversation like this, eventually, both Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan confirmed their enrollment in the high school department at Shanghai High School, same as before, in the same class. The only difference was that Shen Qinghan was not as happy as she had been during the transition from elementary to middle school. Both times were through favors, but when she found out she would go to the same school and be in the same class and desk as Lin Zichen in the transition to middle school, she was overjoyed. Now, during the transition to high school, she felt more embarrassed, self-conscious, and disheartened. As she grew older, Shen Qinghan had come to realize that securing favors like this was actually quite disgraceful. Yet, time and again, she had to rely on pulling strings to keep up with Lin Zichen in the same class and at the same desk. This made her feel useless, like an oversized baby who could only depend on others. Several days later, in the gymnasium of the junior high school of Shanghai High School, Guo Xiangyuan, who was the coach of the martial arts team, was sternly training the 26 members. Previously, the martial arts team was not valued by the school leaders, and there were fewer members, so he lacked enthusiasm for training, basically leaving them in a free-range state. But ever since Lin Zichen joined the martial arts team and took it to new heights, everything changed. School leaders started to value the martial arts team. And there were more students wanting to join the martial arts team. All these changes made him more responsible and determined to manage the martial arts team well. Hello, Captain. Hello, Captain. Hello, Senior Shen. No sooner had Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan set foot inside the gym than the team members, who were training inside, all stopped to greet them. Even Guo Xiangyuan, the coach, switched from his stern expression to a smile and said, Ziai Chen, Xiao Shen, there's tea prepared on the table, it's at the right temperature now, so sit down and have a cup first. No need, I just came to use a yoga mat for a bit, I'll be leaving soon. After dropping that line, Lin Zichen casually picked up a yoga mat and laid it down in a corner to help Shen Qinghan stretch her muscles. Shen Qinghan had just finished training on the athletic field outside and was now sore all over, terribly tired. As soon as she saw the yoga mat laid out on the floor, she collapsed on it, entirely exhausted. She then skillfully spread her legs apart to allow Lin Zichen to knead the muscles in her legs. After several years of exercise, Shen Qinghan's physical condition had greatly improved, and her bodily proportions looked much more perfect. Take her legs, for instance, they used to be straight, slender chopstick legs with little flesh on them, lacking a bit of aesthetic appeal. But now, her legs had more flesh and had become fuller, feeling better to touch, and at the same time, her legs appeared healthier and more attractive. Xiao Chen, you can press a bit harder on the thigh, she said. All right. No, that's too hard, it hurts. How about now? Now it's just right. Shen Qinghan lay relaxed on the yoga mat, closed her eyes to rest and relieve fatigue, while enjoying the appropriately vigorous kneading from Lin Zichen. About half an hour later, the massage was over. Shen Qinghan stood up from the yoga mat, stretching languidly with a satisfied expression on her face. Then, looking down at Lin Zichen sitting beside her, she said with a smile, "Xiao Chen, it's your turn to enjoy my massage techniques. Lie down quickly. Remember to put some muscle into it." "No problem, I'll satisfy all your needs. Then let's start with my calves." As he spoke, Lin Zichen lay down, allowing Shen Qinghan's delicate hands to serve his body well. 1 month later. The date was August 1st. Lin Zichen, who had been with the martial arts team for 3 years, faced his third 8-school tournament. In this competition, like the two before, he single-handedly broke through the opposing school's forces alone. Conquering 3 rounds in a row, he claimed the championship with an undefeated streak. After receiving his share of the prize money, Lin Zichen immediately went to the mall to find the landlord uncle who would buy things on his behalf. The Phantom Squid album was just 20% away from being unlocked, and with 20,000 yuan in hand from the prize money, he could unlock it today. Soon, the Phantom Squid meat purchased on his behalf was in his possession. Lin Zichen left the mall and hurried to a small wooded area without surveillance cameras, impatiently starting to devour. "You have consumed a large amount of the Phantom Squid's essence. Phantom Squid album, 100%. After the text appeared, a blue squid slowly materialized in the void, leisurely swimming through the void's ocean, contented and undisturbed. This was a phantom squid. It had 18 tentacles. Each tentacle bore an eye. It looked quite bizarre and peculiar. Suddenly, as if the phantom squid sensed Lin Zichen's gaze, it plunged into the depths of the void ocean and disappeared without a trace in an instant. At the same time, new text emerged in the void. "You have successfully unlocked the Phantom Squid album and gained the biometric attribute Fortune of Melding with Water. Fortune of Melding with Water greatly enhances your affinity with water, allowing you to move freely in it, coming and going without a trace. Is this it?" After reading the description of the attribute, Lin Zichen's first thought was that the effect of the Fortune of Melding with Water seemed somewhat lackluster. Being meticulous, he immediately found the nearest swimming pool to experience the effects of the Fortune of Melding with Water. He soaked in the pool for a full 3 hours. In the end, he determined that the attribute Fortune of Melding with Water had the following effects. First, skin doesn't wrinkle as before after long immersion in water. Second, soaking in water feels very comfortable. Third, there's a noticeable reduction in water resistance while swimming. Beyond that, there were no other effects. Lin Zichen felt somewhat disappointed with this. The effect of the Fortune of Melding with Water was far inferior compared to attributes like Regression, Sagacious Root, and Law of the Jungle. However, upon further thought, it was normal for the effects to be inferior. After all, phantom squids are a low-level exotic beasts with only edible value and no value for genetic fusion. Correspondingly, the biometric attribute obtained from unlocking its album would also be low-level. To gain a higher-level biometric attribute, one would likely need to consume the high-level exotic beasts used for genetic fusion. With that in mind, Lin Zichen came to terms with it. After all, acquiring the Fortune of Melding with Water biometric attribute for just 100,000 yuan was a very good deal and there was no reason to be disappointed. To obtain better biometric attributes, he would save money and purchase them over time, they would be his eventually. Or perhaps, when his strength improved in the future, he would go and hunt wild exotic beasts to devour. For instance, the giant exotic rats nearest to him. Lin Zichen suddenly considered boldly. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. 38. The reasons why Shen Qinghan tends to wet the bed. Time flew by, and by late August, there was less than a week left before school started. Zhang Wangzhen saw that the summer vacation for the 2 children was almost over and none of the families had properly gone out for fun, so she suggested that they go on a seaside vacation together in the remaining few days. Everyone agreed to this proposal. The next morning, both families got up early, ready to drive to the nearest bay for some fun. Before leaving, Shen Qinghan, as usual, wanted to ride in Lin Yunzhen's car and sit in the back with Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen felt that it wasn't quite right to always lure someone else's daughter into his family's car, so he suggested taking Shen Jianyi's car. About 2 hours later, the car smoothly arrived at the destination. The two families rented a seaside house, and after moving everything from the car into the house and getting settled, they quickly set off for the beach. It was the height of summer, and the beach was bustling with activity. Everywhere you looked, there were people. Lin Yanzheng and Shen Jianyi, two grown men, faced with the occasional passing of sexy bikini-clad women, wanted to look but dared not, and awkwardly found themselves squinting. Lin Zichen, being male himself, had no interest in so-called bikini beauties. His gaze constantly swept back and forth along the shoreline. He was looking for a less crowded spot suitable for swimming. With the attribute of aquatic blessing, he now felt excited at the sight of water. The wonderful sensation of soaking in the water at the swimming pool last time made him somewhat reluctant to leave, eager to experience it once more. "Xiao Chen, there's a changing room over there. I'll go change into my swimsuit, and you wait for me outside," said Shen Qinghan, pointing at a building ahead. She could have changed into her swimsuit back at the seaside house, but she felt embarrassed at the time. It was only after arriving at the beach where everyone was wearing swimsuits that she slowly let go. Lin Zichen accompanied her to change into her swimsuit, and waited outside the building. As for himself, he had come wearing only his swim trunks, not nearly as shy as Shen Qinghan. About 10 minutes later, Shen Qinghan emerged from the changing room. She was wearing a very conservative swimsuit that covered so much not even her belly button was exposed, only her hands and feet. It didn't look like a swimsuit at all. Yet even so, Shen Qinghan still felt embarrassed, her face red as she stepped out. "Xiao Chen, do I look weird in this swimsuit?" "Not at all, I think it looks really good," he replied. "Really? Really?" Lin Zichen said, going against his conscience. "Did it look good?" "Very good. But it was too covered up, it looked a bit odd." Shen Qinghan didn't know what he was truly thinking. Hearing him say it looked good, a bright smile immediately blossomed on her delicate face. Soon, the two of them found a less crowded spot to play in the water. As it happened, both of their parents were also there. The 6 family members coincidentally had the same idea and chose that prime spot. "Xiao Chen, the sea water is so cold. It feels like that when you first get in. Just adapt slowly, and then you won't find it cold," he said. No sooner had he spoken these words than Lin Zichen submerged himself in the sea, commencing the long-awaited swimming session. With his aquatic blessing, he was as comfortable in the water as if he were back home, finding every part of his body unusually at ease. "You are swimming, Qi blood +1, overall muscle strength +1, overall muscle coordination +1, water affinity +1, swimming skills +1. You are diving, Qi blood +1, overall muscle strength +1, overall muscle coordination +1, water affinity +1, anaerobic capacity +1, water pressure resistance +1, diving skills +1. With continuous progress fueled by the use it or lose it principle, Lin Zichen turned into a fish that seemed to have lived in the sea since birth, swimming more and more comfortably in the water. Breaststroke, backstroke, butterfly, freestyle, he tried them all, one after another, without repeating any style from start to finish. On the shore, Zhang Wangzhen, who was lying on a chair enjoying the sunbath, saw Lin Zichen swimming so impressively and couldn't help but express her surprise. "Honey, look at Xiao Chen. How can this kid swim so well? As far as I remember, we haven't taken him to the swimming pool that many times since he was little, have we?" He probably learned it at school. Lin Yanzheng answered casually, contentedly sitting nearby, grilling various flavorful meat skewers. At that moment, not far ahead, Shen Jianyi stood on a rock and shouted to him. Old Lin, come over here, there's a rock that's perfect for diving. I've checked below, and there are no hard objects, you can jump safely. Coming, coming. Hearing there was a chance to dive, Lin Yanzheng left the barbecue behind without a second thought and trotted over. Soon after, childlike voices could be heard from the rock. Woohoo, a crow flying on a plane. Boom. Voila, voila. Look at my depth charge dive. Boom. Voila, voila. The two grown men got more and more excited with each jump, splashing water around, competing to see whose splash could rise higher. Zhang Wangzhen and Su Meng on the shore were both speechless, criticizing these two dads for behaving more childishly than the actual children, not nearly as mature as their kids. Elsewhere. With his strong core strength, Lin Zichen effortlessly floated on the water's surface, watching the two men diving and finding their antics quite amusing, not thinking of it as childish at all. After all, a man remains a boy all his life, and as a fellow man, he really could relate to that. Xiao Chen, don't just swim by yourself, come teach me how to swim. In the shallow water where the sea reached her knees, Shen Qinghan, seeing Lin Zichen ignoring her, called out to him rather plaintively. Lin Zichen, upon hearing this, realized he had been having too much fun swimming and unintentionally left Shen Qinghan to her own devices. Aware of this, he immediately swam back to her and patiently taught her how to swim, hand in hand. Xiao Chen, swimming is so simple, I learned it in no time. Xiao Chen, diving is so easy too, I learned it right away. Wow, Xiao Chen, I'm amazing. I always hear people say it's hard to open your eyes in the sea, that it's really painful from the irritation, but I don't feel uncomfortable at all, it's actually quite refreshing. Under Lin Zichen's instruction, Shen Qinghan suddenly had an epiphany. Once in the water, it was as if she returned home. Every swimming technique was mastered with a single try. In fact, without any need for acclimation, she was able to open her eyes underwater with ease, more comfortable than if wearing goggles. Lin Zichen was dumbfounded, not understanding how Shen Qinghan managed to do this. Born with an affinity for water? But even with a natural affinity, one couldn't possibly master every swimming technique instantly. It was far from normal. Not normal? Wait a second. Speaking of abnormalities, there was another unusual thing about Shen Qinghan, also related to water. At that moment, the word abnormal that suddenly popped into his mind made Lin Zichen think of Shen Qinghan's tendency to wet the bed in her pants. Especially when combined with Su Meng's often comment about Shen Qinghan, how come you've wet yourself again? Are you made of water or something? He had a bold guess about it. Shen Qinghan's bedwetting might not be due to a problem with her urinary tract, her bladder, or even her nervous control. Instead, she might have a special connection, link, or relationship with water from birth, leading to her frequent bedwetting. To put it simply, her bedwetting might not be a medical issue at all, but something extraordinary. It might not be a bad thing as everyone thinks, but a good thing that just hasn't been discovered yet. Like the special constitutions for cultivation found in past life cultivation novels. The more Lin Zichen thought about it, the more excited he became, feeling as though he stumbled upon some earth-shattering secret. P.S. Bowls out, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. 39. You're not a loser, girl. Xiao Chen, I can hold my breath underwater for such a long time. Xiao Chen, I can see so clearly underwater that I can even make out the grains of sand on the bottom. Xiao Chen, the fish in the water aren't scared of me either. Upon Lin Zichen's suggestion, Shen Qinghan continuously tried various maneuvers in the water to test her aquatics. Every time she finished a test, her little face would be covered in amazement, never having imagined herself capable of such incredible underwater feats. She suddenly felt like she didn't quite understand herself. Lin Zichen watched the entire process by her side, his face equally filled with amazement. Shen Qinghan's abilities in the water were in no way inferior to his own, as someone blessed with the water fusion fortune. If these extraordinary aquatic abilities weren't a superpower, then what were they? Bedwetter? No, a water elementalist. In the subsequent time, Lin Zichen had Shen Qinghan perform various underwater maneuvers to see if any special changes would occur in her body. For example, whether her pores would expand or contract unusually, her body temperature would suddenly rise or drop, or her heartbeat would suddenly speed up or slow down, and so on. But after observing for a while, he discovered nothing. When Shen Qinghan was submerged, her bodily state was no different from an ordinary person's. There were no particular changes. It seems, just by observing her from the side, I probably won't be able to find the answer. I'll need to search online later or look through related books, that might solve this mystery, Lin Zichen silently contemplated. As he was contemplating this, Shen Qinghan, who had been holding her breath underwater for more than 10 minutes, suddenly burst out of the water with a splash. Her entire little face was flushed from holding her breath. She was taking in big gulps of fresh air. After she caught her breath a bit, she looked at Lin Zichen with an expectant face and asked, "Zichen, how long did I hold my breath?" 11 minutes and 02 seconds, Lin Zichen answered after glancing at the timer on his phone. This duration of holding breath underwater was simply unattainable without professional training. However, Shen Qinghan, who had never even been to a swimming pool all her life, could now hold her breath underwater for such a long time. It was simply defying the natural order. Realizing this, Shen Qinghan became extremely excited. "Zichen, it seems I really have a talent for aquatic abilities. I'm not just a good-for-nothing damsel. You were never a good-for-nothing to begin with. You scored in the top 100 for the cultural subjects in the district middle school examination. That's an achievement many can only dream of. But, in front of you, I am just a good-for-nothing. I've already said, you're not a good-for-nothing." Shen Qinghan hadn't finished speaking when Lin Zichen, floating in front of her, interrupted her. After that, silence fell over the two of them. Only the sound of the water surging and the sea breeze whistling, occasionally lingering and flowing past their ears, remained. After about 3 seconds, Shen Qinghan said with a sweet and pleasant smile, "Yes, I'm not a good-for-nothing. I never have been, I'm not now, and I won't be in the future." It was a smile from the heart, filled with genuine joy. At that moment, Lin Yanzheng shouted to them from the shore, "Zichen, Han Han, come over for the barbecue." As his voice reached them, a tantalizing aroma of meat also wafted over. Shen Qinghan, just by smelling it from a distance, couldn't help but swallow her saliva and then turned to Lin Zichen with a smile, saying, "Zichen, let's go have some barbecue." After speaking, she turned towards the shore, eager to swim up and enjoy the delicious barbecue. Just as she was about to make a swimming motion, she suddenly paused in the water and didn't move at all, her complexion looking somewhat peculiar. Seeing this familiar unusual expression, Lin Zichen realized something and instantly went numb, hurriedly pretending to know nothing and started swimming quickly toward the shore. Though he felt numb, he knew Shen Qinghan didn't do it on purpose and didn't blame her one bit. After all, there were things that she truly couldn't control. Evening. Lin Zichen lay on his bed with his phone, describing one by one Shen Qinghan's incredible performances in the water today, searching for information online. However, he found nothing. He was impressed. How could the search engines of this world be so lame, clueless at every turn? First there was the abyssal giant butterfly, then the life origin, and now Shen Qinghan's heaven-defying water affinity, none of them yielding the information he wanted. This world truly was a mystery where everything was the unknown. It had a kind of beauty like living in a fairy tale without having learned science. Shaking his head, he put the phone down. "Lin Zichen, taking advantage of the dead of night when no one was around, left the seaside room and ran to swim in the sea for training. Originally, he had wanted to run for fitness, but thinking about the indescribably pleasant feeling of being immersed in water, he couldn't help but switch to swimming instead. At this stage, his yearning for water was stronger than it had ever been before. The reason for this change was the effect of the biometric attributes, water fusion fortune. He figured he would need to soak in the water a few more times, get accustomed to it and bored of it, lose the novelty, and then he could return to normal. You swam 10 kilometers, chi blood plus 8,888, total muscle strength plus 2,000, muscle coordination plus 2,000, water affinity plus 1,000, swimming technique plus 1,000. You dove and swam 10 kilometers, chi blood plus 8,888, total muscle strength plus 2,000, muscle coordination plus 2,000, water affinity plus 1,000, deoxygenation ability plus 1,000, water pressure resistance plus 1,000, diving skill plus 1,000. After more than 2 hours, Lin Zichen finally completed his swimming training. He sat on the shore for almost half an hour to rest, feeling almost recovered, and soon dived back into the water. But this time, he didn't train in swimming. Instead, he held his breath to explore the underwater world. You are using your eyes in the dim depths of the sea, deoxygenation ability plus 1, water pressure resistance plus 1, underwater vision plus 1, night vision plus 1. After some exploration, Lin Zichen found that the marine world seemed much richer than the land. To put it simply with 2 idioms, it was vibrant and colorful, full of variety and diversity. The marine life that lived below was even more diversified and bizarre than terrestrial creatures. The sea truly is the origin land of life, its depth seems much greater than that of the land. I hope that one day I can evolve to live in water so as to explore the mysterious depths of the sea. With this possibly achievable dream, Lin Zichen continued to hold his breath and explore the seabed, training his deoxygenation ability and resistance to water pressure. You are holding your breath in the dim depths of the sea, deoxygenation ability plus 1, water pressure resistance plus 1. You are using your eyes in the dim depths of the sea, deoxygenation ability plus 1, water pressure resistance plus 1, underwater vision plus 1, night vision ability plus 1. You are moving in the dim depths of the sea, aquatic locomotion ability plus 1, water affinity plus 1. In this way, Lin Zichen intermittently held his breath for training in the sea depths for nearly 2 hours. Seeing it was about time, he resurfaced and returned to the seaside room to rest. P.S. Setting out my bowl, begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. 40. The sound of the sea. In the days of vacationing by the seaside, Lin Zichen only did 2 things every day. One was to have Shen Qinghan do various underwater actions in the sea during the day, while he observed from the side, trying to uncover the secrets Shen Qinghan might be hiding. The other was to dive into the sea at night when no one was around and intensely train to improve his various abilities in the water. Several days passed by just like that. Time quickly brought them to the last evening of their seaside vacation. That evening, after finishing dinner, Lin Zichen lay on his bed, watching videos on his phone, learning all kinds of knowledge related to the ocean. Not long after he started watching, Shen Qinghan sent him a message on WeChat. Han Han, Xiao Chen, come over to my room now, I have a surprise for you. Ziai Chen, okay, coming right now. After replying to the message, Lin Zichen got out of bed and headed to Shen Qinghan's room to see what surprise she had prepared. Han Han, open the door. In front of the door, Lin Zichen knocked and spoke. Ever since the last time when he entered the room without knocking and accidentally saw Shen Qinghan wearing a diaper, he had become much more cautious. The door isn't locked, just come on in. Shen Qinghan's voice came from the room, carrying a hint of nervousness and shyness. Lin Zichen sensed the unusual tone of her voice and became very curious. What kind of surprise had Shen Qinghan prepared that made her voice sound so nervous and shy? With that thought, he opened the door and walked in. What he saw was Shen Qinghan standing by the bed wearing a swimsuit, her face flushed as she shyly watched him enter. The swimsuit was different from the one she wore to the beach during the day. It looked more normal, more revealing, not much different from just wearing underwear. Xiao Chen, do you think it looks good? Shen Qinghan suppressed the shyness in her heart, walked up to Lin Zichen, and twirled around to show off her swimsuit-clad figure. This swimsuit had been prepared by Su Meng when she was at home, thinking she would wear it after arriving at the seaside. Unfortunately, she was too embarrassed to wear it. Throughout the whole vacation by the seaside, she hadn't worn it even once. And for that reason, feeling that it would be a waste not to wear it, she decided to put it on in her room for Lin Zichen to see, hoping to get some sort of feedback. It looks very good, particularly suited for you to wear. Lin Zichen took a few glances at Shen Qinghan in her swimsuit and gave her this very honest answer. Really? Really? Lin Zichen wasn't speaking against his conscience, what he said was all true. After all, Shen Qinghan in her swimsuit, whether it was her face or body, was incredibly perfect, and they matched together beautifully. If she were to walk along the outside beach, she'd get a second glance from at least 80% of the people. By the way, it's pretty comfortable walking on the beach at night with the sea breeze blowing. Do you want to come down and experience it with me? Lin Zichen, at the full flush of youth, knew that looking at Shen Qinghan in her swimsuit any longer might lead to inappropriate thoughts, so he made this suggestion. Without any hesitation, Shen Qinghan said, I must experience it, wait for me a moment, I'll go change my clothes. As she spoke, she picked up a set of casual clothes on the bed and went into the bathroom that came with the room to change. She wasn't at all embarrassed in front of Lin Zichen and didn't ask him to wait outside the room. On the beach at night, a gentle breeze blew softly. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, both without shoes, walked barefoot on the beach, enjoying the sensation of the sand grains through their toes. Xiao Chen, walking on the beach at night really is so comfortable. I can't believe I didn't come to the beach for a walk the last few nights, it's such a pity. Shen Qinghan said, feeling like she had missed out. Lin Zichen smiled, it's okay, there will be plenty of opportunities to come to the beach in the future, we can come every summer vacation. That's right, during every holiday, our two families can come to the seaside to play, swim together, play beach volleyball together, barbecue on the shore, and eat all kinds of delicious meat skewers. When it came to meat skewers, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but swallow her saliva, obviously craving some. Seeing her like this, Lin Zichen was reminded of scenes from when they were children, shopping in the mall. Back then, Zhang Wangzhen loved to shop and often invited Su Meng to join her. Shen Qinghan, who came along with Su Meng, could never help but drool whenever they passed by snack stalls, and she would stop and refuse to move, saying in her baby voice that she wanted to buy snacks to eat. It was the same every time, without exception. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen couldn't help but look over Shen Qinghan, comparing her to the little foodie from those years. In a word, women change greatly as they grow up. Back then, she was a chubby-cheeked, short-legged little loli, now she is a delicate-faced, slender-legged, youthful girl, her attribute having changed from cute to beautiful. Is my face really that pretty? We've walked over 100 meters and you're still staring at my face. Shen Qinghan couldn't stand Lin Zichen's gaze any longer, her face flushing as she spoke. Lin Zichen laughed, it really is pretty, prettier than a lot of so-called female stars. Oh, stop it with that kind of talk, you're just up to no good, trying to see me blush. Shen Qinghan really couldn't bear being praised like that, feeling so embarrassed she couldn't even walk comfortably. At this time, without realizing it, the two had already walked into the sea nearby. Their feet soaked in the cool water. Lin Zichen, looking at the seawater under his feet and thinking of the colorful underwater world, spontaneously turned to Shen Qinghan and asked, do you want to dive with me and enjoy the colorful undersea world? How do we dive? I'll teach you. Saying this, Lin Zichen led Shen Qinghan towards the deeper parts of the shallow area, and together they dove into the underwater world that was only a few meters deep. However, just 2 seconds after diving down, Shen Qinghan suddenly started frantically tapping Lin Zichen with a tense face, signaling that she wanted to surface and not dive anymore. Seeing this, Lin Zichen quickly helped her to the surface. The moment they surfaced, Shen Qinghan's face turned deathly pale and she said, "Quick, Xiao Chen, let's get to shore, far away from the sea." Lin Zichen didn't understand what had happened, but didn't press for answers, instead swimming with her to the shore first. After reaching the shore, he asked with a puzzled face, "What happened? Why did you suddenly get so nervous?" "The sound, I heard a sound. Just as I dived to the seabed, strange sounds continuously echoed in my ears, so strange that they were a bit terrifying." "What sound?" "I don't understand, it might have been a language I don't recognize. All I know is that it was a woman's voice, very real, echoing non-stop in my ears until I surfaced," Shen Qinghan said with a face far from relieved. Lin Zichen listened, becoming even more puzzled. A woman's voice? A language he didn't understand? Constantly echoing in the ears? How come I, who was diving too, didn't hear a thing? "Let's go, Xiao Chen, let's hurry back. I don't want to stay on this beach any longer. I keep feeling a chill on my back, it's kind of scary," Shen Qinghan said with a face full of fear. Seeing her so scared, Lin Zichen didn't linger on the beach, quickly taking her back to their sea view room. Late at night. On the bed. Lin Zichen hadn't been able to sleep, his mind was full of the thing Shen Qinghan told him, hearing a woman's voice while diving. The more he thought about it, the more his spine tingled, uncontrollably drifting toward the idea of water ghosts. But soon, he realized that all these were meaningless speculations. The more he thought about it, the more time he wasted. So, in order not to keep thinking about it, he took out his phone and started browsing current news online. Before long, he came across an unexpected piece of news. In Shanghai City, traces of giant mutant rats had appeared again. A fishing enthusiast went to the riverside for night fishing and was carried away by a giant mutant rat that suddenly appeared. His fate, dead or alive, remained unknown. After reading this news, Lin Zichen was suddenly filled with a sense of urgency. Considering that he was too restless to sleep anyway, he decided to get out of bed and train. And so, he got out of bed and began his training. "You've done 1000 weighted push UPS, Chi blood plus 2000, arm muscle strength plus 2000, chest muscle strength plus 2000, push-up proficiency plus 1000. You've done 1000 weighted sit UPS, Chi blood plus 2000, abdominal muscle strength plus 2000, sit-up proficiency plus 1000. You've done 1000 weighted squats, Chi blood plus 2000, leg muscle strength plus 2000, squat proficiency plus 1000. Your biological level has advanced to Common Tier 5. As he trained, Lin Zichen was thrilled to realize he had actually evolved. His biological level had evolved from 4th order to Common Tier 5. Common Tier 5, a level that could contend with an adult giant mutant rat. I wonder how much those 3 basic attributes have increased. I need to test it out, he thought. Thinking this, Lin Zichen immediately took out a measurement tool from his luggage and couldn't wait to go outside to test his body's data. After about half an hour, the data for all 3 basic attributes were measured. 100-meter sprint in just 3.64 seconds. Vertical jump reach of 6.98 meters. Able to lift a car weighing around 1,600 kilograms with one hand. Compared to when he had just broken through to 4th order, the improvements in the data were significant. The 100-meter sprint time was cut by 0.85 seconds, the vertical jump height increased by 1.33 meters, and the weight he could lift with one hand increased by 510 kilograms. P.S. Bowing down for votes, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audio Wave. 41. High School. Start. September 1st, the first day of school. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan got up early, ate breakfast, and then set out together to register at school. There was no need for parents to accompany them, so just the two of them went together. After all, they were almost 16 years old and had enough independence to avoid bothering their parents if they could manage on their own. Of course, the main reason was that the high school division of Shanghai High School was very close to home, only a few hundred meters away. It was a matter of a few minutes' walk. Zichen, with the school so close, our bicycle is going to be of no use. What a pity. Wearing a light blue dress that showed off her fair and straight calves, Shen Qinghan walked side by side with Lin Zichen on the street and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable with the situation, expressing her regret with a hint of disappointment. Lin Zichen, it's okay, we can still ride on weekends. There's nothing to regret. Then on weekends we should ride our bikes out for fun. I'll take you, my legs are really strong now, no problem carrying you. Shen Qinghan said this, her clear eyes gazing at Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen smiled and said, okay, then I'll look forward to your cycling skills a bit. The two continued their walk and chat. When they were about to reach the intersection ahead, Shen Qinghan pointed to a barber shop across the street, somewhat uncertainly saying, Zichen, look at that barber shop across the street. Isn't that Zhang Kai inside? Zhang Kai? The very energetic boy from the martial arts team back then? Lin Zichen followed Shen Qinghan's direction and indeed saw Zhang Kai from the old martial arts team. However, the present Zhang Kai was no longer the sunny buzz-cut boy from the past, but had transformed into a non-mainstream guy with an earring in his left ear, his right eye covered by slanted bangs, his hair dyed in a riot of colors. In front of the barber shop, there was also a ghost fire motorcycle parked, probably his. Failed academic subjects back then, didn't get into high school, and then became a non-mainstream ghost fire youth. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but feel nostalgic and reflective. Nevertheless, he didn't pay too much attention to it and quickly continued towards the school with Shen Qinghan. Shanghai High School's High School Division. The Freshman Welcoming Hall. The so-called Welcoming Hall was actually just a spacious corridor under a certain academic building. There, each new student's homeroom teacher had their own designated desk and chairs, sitting there waiting for their class's new students to report. At the same time, there were quite a few upperclassmen volunteering to welcome the newcomers, making the scene quite lively. Lin Zichen looked around and soon found the welcoming spot for his class. Senior 1 Class 1 immediately walking over with Shen Qinghan. Hello, teacher, we're 2 new students here to register. You're here so early. At the Senior 1 Class 1 welcoming spot, the burly man sitting there responded casually as he finished replying to a message on WeChat on his phone. Only then did he put down his phone and look up at the newcomers. When he saw the outstanding looks of Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, he was stunned. Afterward, while taking out the registration form for them to check their names off, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "You two are so handsome and beautiful. Are you siblings?" "Not siblings, we've grown up together since childhood." Lin Zichen picked up the pen on the desk, ticked off his name on the list, and also ticked Shen Qinghan's name below it. The burly man glanced at the spot he checked off, his eyes widening instantly, then quickly beaming with a smile he said, "So it's Zichen, I've always heard of your name, and today I finally get to meet you in person." Lin Zichen was the most dazzling student in Shanghai High School's junior division, and many teachers from the high school division had heard of him, though very few had seen him in person. "May I know how to address you, teacher?" Lin Zichen asked politely. The burly man smiled heartily and said, "My surname is Han, just call me Old Han." Lin Zichen smiled and said, "So it's Teacher Han. Hello, Teacher Han." "Hello, Teacher Han." Shen Qinghan also followed suit, but her voice sounded weak, giving off a somewhat introverted impression. "Haha, good, good." Han Yuanfeng smiled heartily, looking very approachable. After speaking, he shouted to a volunteer not far away, "Hisu, could you please show them around the school and introduce its various places to them?" "No need, Teacher Han, we can just wander around by ourselves," they said. Leaving just that line behind, Lin Zichen led Shen Qinghan away from the corridor. It took them about 10 minutes to walk around the school. Then they discovered that the high school section of Shanghai High School was essentially an enlarged version of the middle school section. Whether it was the garden style or the architectural style, everything was exactly the same. After looking around and finding nothing of interest, they headed to their classroom. The third teaching building. Class 1 of the first year. When Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan entered, the classroom was empty. They had arrived too early, they'd come to report in right after breakfast, and most of their classmates probably hadn't even gotten out of bed yet, let alone come to the classroom. After all, today was the full day for registration, so everybody could totally sleep in at home and report in the afternoon after eating. "Xiao Chen, there are pictures of the teachers for our class on the back wall, they look like they've just been put up, let's go take a look," Shen Qinghan said as she ran to the back of the classroom, curiously examining the photos hanging on the wall. Lin Zichen also walked over and saw that under each teacher's photo was their respective introduction, figuring that these were probably put up to help newcomers quickly familiarize themselves with the teachers. It had to be said that the school was really considerate in this regard, and deserved extra points for that. There were 4 pictures in total, all of male teachers, each corresponding to one of the 4 main subjects in their high school curriculum. The first picture, martial arts teacher, also the homeroom teacher, named Han Yuanfeng. The second picture, wilderness survival teacher, named Cheng Bei. The third picture, genetic fusion teacher, named Lu Diren. The fourth picture, mechanical modification teacher, named Cai Yuanfei. Apart from the basic information about the teachers, there was also an introduction to the 4 main subjects beneath the photos. Martial arts, mainly to train the body and learn martial arts skills, practice-oriented. Wilderness survival, mainly to learn various survival skills, such as climbing, fire making with wood friction, and how to find water sources, etc., practice-oriented. Genetic fusion, mainly to learn about the technology of genetic fusion, as well as recognizing various exotic beasts, understanding the attributes and habits of known exotic beasts, mainly taught from textbooks, theory-oriented. Mechanical modification, mainly to learn about the technology of mechanical modification, recognizing various materials and alloy equipment, also taught from textbooks, theory-oriented. Xiao Chen, there are so few subjects in high school, just 4, way fewer than middle school, Shen Qinghan said after reading the introductions under the pictures, feeling a bit elated. Lin Zichen threw cold water on her excitement, "Don't be happy too soon, the fewer the number of courses, the harder they are. And these are just the main courses, we still have electives to study." "No problem, the electives are just some hobby and culture classes, they won't be difficult for me at all," Shen Qinghan confidently asserted. After all, as a little academic overachiever who ranked in the top 100 in the district for cultural subjects, she truly had the reason to be a bit proud at the moment. Lin Zichen just smiled and didn't speak, he was more than happy to see Shen Qinghan proud. For him, who had always been brilliant from a young age, he was not afraid of Shen Qinghan being proud, but rather of her feeling inferior. Because pride at least meant that Shen Qinghan was happy, whereas the opposite, inferiority, meant that she was very unhappy and could become depressed at any time. He didn't want her to lack confidence and become introverted because he was too dazzling. P.S. Begging for a bowl, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. 42. Social animal. Xiao Chen, there's a lot of dust on the floor, and since we have nothing else to do right now, why don't we sweep the classroom floor? After the two had finished looking at the photos on the wall and were about to leave the classroom, one of them, Shen Qinghan, noticed a lot of dust on the floor and, her compulsions getting the better of her, suggested cleaning it up. Lin Zichen had no objections. Thus, the two quickly found a broom and silently started sweeping the floor in the classroom. Not long after they had started, two girls walked in from outside. One of the girls, with her hair tied into a bun, hesitated upon seeing people sweeping the floor, then timidly asked, are you guys new students too? Lin Zichen stopped his sweeping upon hearing the voice and looked up at the two at the doorway, saying, yes, we're new as well, only arrived not long ago, saw some dust on the floor, and decided to give it a sweep. What? It's actually Lin Zichen. My God, the moment they saw Lin Zichen's strikingly handsome face, the two girls instantly became excited and thrilled. Especially the bun-haired girl, whose entire face turned red-hot, nervously said, then. Lin Zichen, I'm a fan of yours. A fan? Yes, as in, I've been to every regional competition you participated in during middle school, I think you're amazing, so I became a fan, the bun-haired girl explained shyly. Liar, dishonest, you're clearly just a fan because he's handsome. The short-haired girl beside her was internally rolling her eyes at the bun-haired girl's words. Afterwards, she looked at Lin Zichen, her cheeks tinged with a blush, and said in an embarrassed voice. Lin Zichen, I'm a fan too. Both of us attended Shanghai No. 1 middle school, we chose this school because we wanted to go to the same one as you, thinking that you would surely move up to the high school division here, so we specifically applied to Shanghai High School. That statement was indeed true, the two of them were little fans of Lin Zichen, deliberately applying to Shanghai High School to attend the same school as their idol, even hoping to be in the same class. Lin Zichen felt flattered to hear this, never expecting that his own group of little fans had even spread to other schools. However, it seemed his good fortune with admirers was a bit excessive. This wasn't a good thing. Sooner or later, his desk drawer was bound to be stuffed with love letters, which would add a whole set of unnecessary troubles. While the three of them were chatting, Shen Qinghan, standing to the side all this time, kept on sweeping the floor silently, like an invisible person with zero presence. Aside from a period of liveliness in early elementary school, she had always been somewhat introverted and rarely initiated conversations with others. She only became more talkative in front of Lin Zichen. After all, they had grown up together and were very familiar with one another, making it a lot more comfortable to interact. The classroom floor does have a lot of dust, and since the two of us also have nothing else to do, let's join you in cleaning the classroom. The bun-haired girl said and headed to a corner of the room, picked up a broom, and started sweeping. Seeing this, the short-haired girl also began to sweep. With the addition of these two girls, the classroom floor was quickly cleaned. It was at that moment that Lin Zichen saw 3 pieces of text information floating in the void. Achievement: collaboratively completing tasks 1000 times under the premise of cooperation. Reward: earn the biometric attribute social animal. Cumulative completion of tasks, 1/1000. After reading the content, Lin Zichen felt a wave of excitement. Unexpectedly, his 5th achievement had suddenly appeared. What a pleasant surprise! He had no idea what effect the social animal attribute would have. Really looking forward to it. At that time, the homeroom teacher Han Yuanfeng was passing through the hallway outside the classroom, on his way to the restroom in front. Seeing some students cleaning the classroom, he immediately smiled and walked in, saying, "You guys have swept the whole classroom? Not bad, it's very clean, well done." Upon hearing this, the 3 girls immediately felt delighted. They had made a good impression on the homeroom teacher at the start of the school year, which was a big win. The floor sweeping had truly paid off. Unlike them, Lin Zichen felt utterly unmoved. Having been praised too much since he was young, he had become immune to it. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was time to eat. Lin Zichen saw that it was about time and went home to have a meal with Shen Qinghan. After eating, he rested at home for a while before quickly leaving again. Without calling Shen Qinghan, he went out alone. The Phantom Squid album had been opened, and now it was time to open another exotic beasts album. It was time to go to the mall to see what kind of exotic beast meat was suitable for consumption. Riding his bike, he arrived at the mall like a gust of wind. Lin Zichen parked his bike and headed straight to the top floor to see if there was any exotic beast meat being sold at a reasonable price. After looking around, he set his sights on the violent great eagle meat. The ferocious great eagle, a beast slightly more advanced than the phantom squid, was still primarily used for consumption. Its biometric characteristic was exceptional eyesight. The eyesight of an ordinary eagle was usually 8 times that of a human, while the vision of the ferocious great eagle could reach 30 times that, which was extremely powerful. Moreover, its ability to capture its field of view was incredibly strong. It could even precisely catch exotic rabbits that nearly turned into afterimages. With the previous summer vacation experience of opening the Phantom Squid album, Lin Zichen estimated that after opening the Ferocious Great Eagles album, he would most likely acquire a biometric attribute related to eyesight. Eyesight was an extremely important biometric attribute. If it was good enough, it could significantly increase a person's combat effectiveness. Take martial arts competitions, for example. Those with good eyesight could more easily capture their opponent's movements, defend better against attacks from the opponent, and attack the opponent more effectively. All things considered, the album of the Ferocious Great Eagle was undoubtedly worth opening. Well, the main reason was that the violent Great Eagle meat was cheap, costing only 1998 yuan per pound. This cheap was in comparison to the prices of other exotic beast meat. After all, in this entire floor, aside from the phantom squid meat that cost only 998 yuan per pound, there was no other exotic beast meat cheaper than the violent great eagle meat. The third cheapest exotic beast meat cost 5,888 yuan per pound. The price gap was quite exaggerated. If it was like the phantom squid meat, where consuming 1 pound could increase the album's progress by 1%, then the total cost needed to open the album would come to about 900,000 yuan. 900,000 yuan. Round it up and it's almost a millionaire. Can't afford, can't afford. After deciding to buy the violent great eagle meat, Lin Zichen quickly found the landlord and asked him to help purchase a pound of the violent great eagle meat. Soon, he had the meat in hand. His savings evaporated by 1998 yuan. Lin Zichen didn't care about the money and turned to find a secluded place to start consuming the violent great eagle meat. You have consumed a trace of the ferocious great eagle's life essence. Ferocious Great Eagle album, 1%. Just as he expected, consuming 1 pound of meat could improve the album opening progress by 1%. Calculating this, it would cost about 200,000 yuan to open the Ferocious Great Eagles album. 200,000 yuan. It looks like I have to work even harder in high school to save enough money by participating in competitions, with the goal of lighting up the Ferocious Great Eagles album before sophomore year, he thought to himself. Lin Zichen was confident in his heart, silently planning to brighten the Ferocious Great Eagles album before his second year of high school, adding another biometric attribute to himself. Although the cost needed to open the Ferocious Great Eagles album was high, twice that of the Phantom Squid's album, correspondingly, the prize money for high school level martial arts competitions was much higher than for middle school level competitions. P.S. Holding out my bowl, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. 43. Competitive top students. The next morning, September 2nd. Inside classroom 1 of the first-year high school students. 4 main subject teachers stood on the platform, taking turns introducing themselves to the 40 new students below. The freshmen were all very quiet, listening attentively the whole time. It wasn't because they were particularly meek by nature, but rather because these students were still not very familiar with each other and interacted somewhat cautiously, unsure of what to talk about. All right, students, the 4 of us on the stage have finished our introductions, and now it's your turn to come up and introduce yourselves so everyone can get to know each other, the homeroom teacher said, looking towards the girl sitting in the front row on the left with a smile. let's start with this young lady, and then we'll go row by row in order. The girl seemed extroverted. As soon as the homeroom teacher finished speaking, she stood up from her seat and cheerfully began to introduce herself on stage. Hello everyone, my name is Chu Yuxi, and my special talents are playing the lute, chess, calligraphy, and painting. After her, the others followed in turn, stepping up to introduce themselves. My name is Zhong Yujia, I like watching anime, playing cosplay, and sports. My name is Peng Huiguang, I usually like to stay at home and play video games. Lin Zichen was sitting towards the back in the middle, quietly listening to his classmates' self-introductions. While listening, he noticed a strand of hair on Shen Qinghan's shoulder and reached out to remove it for her. Shen Qinghan felt the touch from behind and turned, thinking Lin Zichen had something to say to her. Lin Zichen explained, I saw a hair on your back just now and reached over to take it off and throw it away. Oh, I see, Shen Qinghan murmured, nodding quietly, and then turned back around. The two were no longer desk mates but were now seated one behind the other. Besides, the entire class was arranged with boys sitting next to boys and girls next to girls, no longer mixing boys and girls like during compulsory education. After all, first-year high school students were normally around 16 years old, with secondary sexual characteristics already well developed, and it was not quite appropriate to have boys and girls sitting together. Originally, Lin Zichen, being a genius, could have used his privilege to continue sitting next to Shen Qinghan. But after some thought, he felt this arrangement wasn't beneficial to Shen Qinghan's growth. Shen Qinghan had grown up, having had another same-age friend, the girl with white hair, only for a brief time in the second grade of elementary school. Other than that, Lin Zichen was the only person in her social circle of the same age. This was far too introverted and not a good thing. A teenage girl in the midst of growing up should have not only a childhood friend but also peers of the same gender. Because many topics and hobbies can only be discussed openly among friends of the same gender and age, and a lot of joys and worries can only be shared and confided with them. The fastest way for Shen Qinghan to make friends with girls her own age was for her to have a female desk mate. With this consideration in mind, Lin Zichen chose to sit separately from Shen Qinghan, changing their relationship from desk mates of many years to the current front and back desks. As time continued to pass, it soon came Shen Qinghan's turn to introduce herself on stage. Because of her particularly outstanding looks, as soon as she stepped onto the stage, she attracted the gaze of everyone below. Hello everyone, my name is Shen Qinghan, I like to draw, and, please give me your guidance in the future. Feeling the stare of so many people, Shen Qinghan became extremely nervous. After quickly and simply introducing herself, she immediately fled from the podium back to her seat. She had been seriously rehearsing her introduction in her mind, wanting to make a perfect impression in front of the whole class, but once she got on stage, she became so nervous that she forgot everything, which really bothered her. After several more students had introduced themselves, it was finally Lin Zichen's turn. No sooner had he risen from his seat than he attracted the attention of all the girls in the class. Suddenly, a series of whispers from the girls could be heard around the room, all commenting on how handsome he was. He paid no mind to these sounds, walked straight to the platform, and introduced himself with a calm face. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Zichen, please give me your guidance in the future. He merely said this simple sentence and then stepped down to return to his seat. This introduction was the briefest among all those who had gone up to the stage, without exception. Is this guy always so aloof? Just likes to put on airs. But he really is incredibly handsome, at least 10 times more so than the class hunk in my previous class. Many boys whispered about Lin Zichen, some not so flattering words mingling in, spoken in very hushed tones. Lin Zichen's perception was extraordinary, he heard every word clearly, but he didn't mind. Boys of this junior-senior high school age, especially those fresh from middle school to the first year of high school, are most likely to look down on this and be discontented with that, it's just a matter of getting used to it. Time flew by. After the final few freshmen finished their self-introductions, the bell signaling the end of the class rang. Following the round of self-introductions in class, the freshmen were now much more familiar with one another and not as reserved as when they first arrived in the morning. As soon as the 4 main subject teachers left, the classroom suddenly became rowdy. Everyone was chatting with the people around them. The most popular topic was the results of the middle school exams. Class 1 of the first year was the honor class. Being assigned to this class meant that every student was a top-notch scholar with a particular concern for grades, always striving to be the best. At this moment, many were curious about the others' middle school exam scores, wanting to compare and see how they ranked. King Han, how many points did you get on the middle school exam? Seated beside Shen King Han was a girl wearing a Lolita dress with pigtail braids, looking somewhat cute. She watched Shen King Han with a curious face and asked. Shen King Han was caught off guard right away. She got in through backdoor admissions, so her middle school exam scores were not something she could speak of. After thinking it over, she finally just mentioned her scores from the cultural subjects, meekly saying, I got 709 points. That's impressive, more than 10 points higher than mine. I only got 698 points. After she spoke, the pigtail braids girl asked further, how many points did you get for the physical test? I really didn't do well on the middle school exam, just got 95 points, such a poor performance. Full marks for the physical test are 100 points, scoring 95 points already marks one as a top-performing scholar. After all, the scoring criteria for the physical test are quite tough. Managing to get 60 points, which is just passing, qualifies one to apply for the martial arts class. If you score 90 points, you're guaranteed a spot in the honor class. This pigtailed girl claimed she had performed poorly by scoring 95 points, which was just her way of subtly showing off. I didn't do well on the physical test either, scored even lower than you did, Shen King Han replied with some guilt. She only scored 79 points on the physical test, a full 11 points short of qualifying for this honor class. She simply could not speak of such a score. Otherwise, once others heard it, they would immediately know she got in through the back door. However, the pigtailed girl was insistent on digging deeper, continuing to press. Then how many points did you score? 94 points? Or 93 points? Even lower than that. Shen King Han didn't want to lie but couldn't disclose the exact number either. She could only give a vague answer, hoping to bluff her way through. Unfortunately, the pigtailed girl was somewhat oblivious and determined to know the exact score before giving up, persisting with, is it 92 points? Or perhaps 91 points? Or is it 90 points? Pressed by the questioning, Shen King Han felt at a loss and grew so nervous that she began to sweat from her palms. Seeing this, Lin Zichen, who was sitting behind, decided to step in and rescue Shen King Han, smiling as he turned to the pigtailed girl and asked, so, can I add you on WeChat? Ah, add WeChat? Yeah, sure, should I scan you, or you scan me? Seeing Lin Zichen take the initiative to add her on WeChat, the pigtailed girl was flattered. As she took out her phone, her hands trembled with nervousness. Lin Zichen was just too handsome, to the point that when talking face-to-face with him, the pigtailed girl's cheeks blushed crimson, her face nearly dripping with water, completely forgetting about Shen King Han's physical test score. P.S. Put out the bowl, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. 44. Create a group of 4. I'll scan yours. Lin Zichen opened WeChat and selected scan. The girl with twin ponytails excitedly opened her own WeChat profile, displaying the QR code for him. Shen King Han watched quietly from the side, pursing her lips without speaking, feeling somewhat downhearted. She knew that Lin Zichen was trying to defuse the awkward situation for her, which made her feel even more useless. She couldn't even muster the words to speak about her middle school exam scores. Just a useless burden. After adding the girl with twin ponytails, Lin Zichen turned to his desk mate and said, "Hey you, let's add each other on WeChat as well." His desk mate was a boy with a buzz cut, a robust frame, and bright, spirited eyes. He Yu took out his phone, opened his WeChat profile, and placed the QR code in front of Lin Zichen, saying, "You scan me." After adding each other as friends, Lin Zichen created a WeChat group and added Shen Qinghan, He Yu, and the girl with the twin ponytails, Li Chuxin, into it. Then, smiling at the three of them, he said, "Based on our seating arrangement, it looks like we'll be in the same group from now on. I just made a group and added everyone." He Yu gave a smile and said, "Cool, that's proactive." Li Chuxin, looking at the WeChat group, suggested, "Then let's give our group a name. How about the Dawnbreak group? The Dawnbreak from the break of dawn. The broken group?" Lin Zichen felt there was something odd about the name. However, the other two didn't seem to think of the homophone and both said the group name was pretty good. He Yu was simply indifferent, thinking the group name didn't really matter. And Shen Qinghan was merely tentative in front of strangers, agreeing with whatever was said. "Zi Chen, what about you?" Li Chuxin asked Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen thought the group name was a bit funny, but seeing that nobody else had any objections, he nodded and said, "I think it's good too. Since everyone agrees, then our group will be called the Dawnbreak group from now on," Li Chuxin said as she changed the WeChat group chat name to the two characters for Dawnbreak. "You have successfully created a 4-person group, meeting the criteria for multiple people cooperating to complete a task. Cumulative completed event count, 2/1000. This works?" Reading the 2 lines of text that appeared out of nowhere, Lin Zichen was slightly surprised. It seems that the achievement task for multiple people cooperating to complete something wasn't too difficult, it could be accomplished without putting in much effort. After all, even creating a 4-person group had been enough to progress the achievement task. So cleaning the blackboard together, sweeping the floor together, or taking out the garbage together would definitely advance the progress as well. One could say that for this achievement task, all you need is a hand. In the time that followed, apart from Lin Zichen, who had already added the others on WeChat, the remaining 3 started to add each other as well. Then, led by He Yu, everyone started checking each other's backgrounds. After chatting for a while, they learned the following. He Yu wasn't a local from Shanghai City but from the neighboring Nangwon City, where his family had been running martial arts studios for generations, making him the scion of a martial arts family. The reason he came to Shanghai City for high school was that his family was planning to expand their market here, and his parents were in charge of this project. To facilitate this project, his parents had moved to Shanghai City to settle, and as an only child, he had no choice but to follow them. He Yu, if your family has been running martial arts studios for generations, then your martial arts skills must be really strong, Li Chuxin speculated. Hey, this was exactly the comment he had been waiting for. He Yu felt delighted inside, but he maintained a calm and breezy expression, saying, "Actually, it's just so-so, just good enough not to disgrace my family. I got lucky and managed to secure the 8th place in Nangwon City's youth martial arts competition last year. Wow, 8th in the whole city, He Yu, you're really amazing." Li Chuxin looked at him with admiration. So impressive, Shen Qinghan joined in the admiration, but she still thought Lin Zichen was the most formidable. Lin Zichen also gave his support. "I didn't expect we had a martial arts master in our group. So, in future martial arts classes, if we come across anything we don't understand, we'll have to ask you for advice." "No problem, leave it to me." He Yu enthusiastically slapped his chest and agreed. Having all 3 group members praise him like this made him feel ecstatic. Especially Shen Qinghan and Li Chuxin, the 2 beautiful girls looking at him with admiration made him feel so thrilled he couldn't get enough. After basking in the moment, he turned to them and asked, "By the way, what do your families do?" Li Chuxin replied, my family runs a clothing store. We have several branches in the district. Upon hearing this, He gave his own compliment, wow, looks like we have a little rich girl here, no wonder you're always decked out in branded clothes, so envious. Li Chuxin laughed and waved her hand dismissively, oh, stop teasing me, big young master he. Your family's martial arts studios have expanded to other cities. If anything, I should be envious of you. After she finished speaking, she turned to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, asking curiously, Zichen, Qinghan, what do your families do? Shen Qinghan said a bit shyly, both my parents are high school teachers, teaching cultural subjects. Being a teacher is great, not only stable income but also respected, you're a child born into a scholarly family. He complimented skillfully, practicing reciprocation. Li Chuxin had a sudden realization, no wonder you're so good in cultural subjects, your parents are both teachers. After that, she turned to Lin Zichen and asked, Zichen, what about you? Lin Zichen said calmly, my parents are freelancers, they write web novels at home. No way, they're novel writers. He was quite surprised and then asked curiously, I love reading novels in my spare time. What novels do your parents write? I'll search for them and take a look. Lin Zichen smiled and said, I'll send the titles in the group chat, so you guys can check them out. And so, he sent the titles into the group chat. Being his childhood friend, Shen Qinghan had already read all of these books. She even volunteered as his naval force, creating tons of reader accounts to flood the comment sections of the books with high praises like speed up the updates, I can't sleep at night, super good read, can't stop looking away, and the writing is so good in this book, the plot is exhilarating. He and Li Chuxin, driven by their curiosity, opened the group chat to check the titles, and then started searching for them online. Shortly after looking up the books, He, true to form, praised, nicely done, the titles and synopses are all very enticing, I'll have to give them a read tonight. Li Chuxin, surprised, mentioned, why are all of these male-oriented novels? Doesn't your mom write female-oriented novels? Lin Zichen explained with a smile, my mom used to write for the female audience, but for some reasons, she later switched to writing male-oriented novels, and that's how she met my dad, and then they had me. Wow, that sounds like such a fateful encounter, Li Chuxin said with a look of envy, thinking how wonderful it would be to meet her other half similarly in the future, feeling exceedingly sweet about it. P.S. Happy New Year, everyone, I'm going to try and see if I can add another chapter. 45. The genius heavily recruited by the school. The four of them didn't chat for long before they had pretty much exhausted all the topics within the group. As the catalyst for the conversation, He, seeing that there was little else to discuss, took the initiative to steer the conversation towards other classmates. He mysteriously said to the three of them, guess who's the strongest in our class? I bet you won't be able to guess. Li Chuxin looked puzzled, aren't you from Nangwon City? Logically, you shouldn't know much about our class. How do you know who's the strongest? No sooner had she finished speaking than she seemed to realize something and said somewhat speechlessly, you're not going to say you're the strongest in the class, are you? Not at all, I'm not that arrogant. I have some sense of reality, at best, I could only rank third in our class, He modestly claimed. Li Chuxin shook her head and said, then I have no idea. I don't know many people in the class. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered Lin Zichen, and immediately added with a smile, if you really want me to guess, I'd say it's Zichen who is the most formidable. He's the district's top scorer in the middle school exam. Holy shit, Zichen, are you really that awesome? He was a bit shocked, he hadn't expected Lin Zichen to be the district's top scorer. Appearances can be deceiving. After all, under normal circumstances, handsome people are usually not very skilled. Because the powers that be have to be fair, they can't make someone both good-looking and strong, otherwise it would totally disrupt the balance of the game called Earth OL. After the shock, He thought for a moment and felt it wasn't a big deal, it was just district's top scorer, not the city's. He might not even be as strong as himself. Thinking this, he said to the three of them in a hushed tone, being the district's top scorer might be a bit lacking. You might not believe this, but we have two tough guys in our class who were heavily recruited by the principal from Nangwon City. How so? Li Chuxin was very curious. Lin Zichen was also quite interested, waiting for He to reveal the answer. He motioned for the three to come closer and then, in an even lower voice, told them. That boy sitting by the window in the third row on the left, the one who just introduced himself on stage as Wang Shijia, he's the third runner-up in Nangwon City's middle school exams, and his 100-meter sprint is timed at 7.98 seconds. Also, the tall guy sitting in the last row on the right, named Liu Gang, he's naturally super strong and can easily lift a 300-kilogram barbell with one hand. These two are definitely the strongest in the class. Besides them, Zichen and I should be considered the strongest, He added. He originally wanted to say that apart from those two, he was the strongest. But considering that Lin Zichen was a member of his group, it seemed inappropriate to exclude him, so he included Lin Zichen as well. My God! Really? Li Chuxin was astonished and her face showed her disbelief. Shen Qinghan was calm as always, firmly believing that Lin Zichen was the strongest in the class, but she kept her thoughts to herself and didn't voice her opinion. Lin Zichen just smiled and said nothing. Running 100 meters in 7.98 seconds? Easily lifting a 300-kilogram weight with one hand? Lin Zichen had been able to do both these things since primary school. Could some students come and help move some books and uniforms? The homeroom teacher, Han Yuanfeng, appeared at the door at some point and called into the classroom where everyone had been chatting animatedly. A few boys sitting near the door immediately stood up and volunteered to help move the books and uniforms. Before long, the books and uniforms were all brought back. Under Han Yuanfeng's direction, several students sitting in the front row quickly and orderly began distributing the books and uniforms to their classmates. There weren't many books, just 4 for each student, corresponding to the 4 main subjects. Martial Arts Practice Compulsory 1. Genetic Fusion Compulsory 1. Mechanical Transformation Compulsory 1. Wilderness Survival Compulsory 1. The titles were simple and straightforward, making it clear what the content was about. As for the uniforms, 5 sets were given out per student, 3 for summer and 2 for winter. Lin Zichen opened a package and felt the material of the uniform, finding, to his surprise, that it was quite nice to the touch, not inferior to clothes that sell for hundreds in stores. One could only say that a key high school is different, the funding is substantial, and the materials provided to students are never shoddy. Once the books and uniforms had all been distributed, Han Yuanfeng walked up to the podium and turned on the projector, casting a chart of class officer positions onto the screen. There weren't many positions, just 5 in total. They were Class President, Discipline Officer, Study Officer, Arts Officer, and Life Officer. Han Yuanfeng looked at the students below and said, anyone who wants to run for a class officer position can come up now and let everyone vote to decide. Lin Zichen wasn't interested in these roles and took only a glance before lowering his head to flip through the textbook that had just been handed out. Shen Qinghan was extremely introverted and had no intention of being a class officer either, also burying her head in the textbook. He set his eyes on the position of class president and said to his group, guys, I'll be running for class president soon, don't forget to vote for me. He had just finished speaking when Li Chuxin immediately followed up with a smile, I'll be running for arts officer later, so make sure to vote for me too. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan both nodded and agreed. A few minutes later, the election for class officers began. Quite a few people wanted to be class officers, and one by one they stepped up to run. He was among the first to go up, aiming to be class president. But unfortunately, he failed to be elected. The position of class president was snapped up by Wang Shijia, who could run 100 meters in 7.98 seconds. Changing his target, he decided to run for discipline officer. Yet again, he was unsuccessful in the election. The discipline officer role was taken by Liu Gang, who could easily lift 300 kilograms with one hand. Feeling numb, He returned to his seat with a face full of life's doubts, and only after a long while did he mutter resentfully, "Damn it, you two sneaky brats, just wait. Sooner or later I'll overtake you on the bend and rub you into the ground." Unlike Li Chuxin aspired and successfully got elected as the arts officer. You worked in unison with your group members and successfully helped Li Chuxin get elected as the arts officer. Cumulative deeds accomplished, 3/1000. Han, we don't have a publicity officer in our class, so I, as the arts officer, will have to be in charge of the bulletin board. But I'm not good at drawing, and I remember you mentioned you liked drawing during your self-introduction. Could you help me out? After coming down from the podium, Li Chuxin adopted the same endearing title for Shen Qinghan that Lin Zichen used, and looked at Shen Qinghan with a pleading tone. Faced with her deskmate's request for help, Shen Qinghan agreed without hesitation, "MHM, I will help you." She did enjoy drawing and was quite willing to take charge of the bulletin board. Li Chuxin was immediately overjoyed upon hearing this and hugged her tightly, exclaiming, "Bestie, from now on, you are my bestie." Shen Qinghan was unaccustomed to the embrace and didn't know where to put her hands. Li Chuxin was overly enthusiastic, so much so that Shen Qinghan found it hard to get used to at first. Lin Zichen watched this scene unfold before his eyes, smiling to himself. He thought it was a good development. He reckoned it wouldn't be long before Shen Qinghan would have a sister to share everything with. Books and uniforms had been handed out. Class officers had been selected. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Han Yuanfeng on the stage told the students they could have free time in the class and could go home at the end of the period, as long as they didn't leave the school in the meantime. Students sitting below were quite astonished to hear this. Yesterday was the registration day, so it was understandable there were no classes. But what about today? Why were there no classes today either? Li Chuxin knew the reasoning behind this and smiled as she explained to the somewhat puzzled trio within her group. This is a tradition at Shanghai High School, to let students get acquainted with the school and their classmates as quickly as possible. There are no classes for the first 2 days, just free time. Lin Zichen was hearing about this for the first time and felt a bit uninformed. P.S. Begging for your monthly and recommended tickets. 46. The Fall of a Prodigy. The wails of rat god cult followers. Since they had the whole day free, students quickly began to enjoy themselves around the school. Some wandered around the campus in groups. Some gathered together to chat. Some bowed their heads to play with their smartphones. There were also those who flipped through new books to preview the material in advance. Shen Qinghan was one of those reading books, currently hunched over a textbook, earnestly previewing the content, very diligent and hard-working. Lin Zichen had glanced over the textbooks before and found that much of the content was things he had self-studied as a child, so he didn't bother to look further. Instead, he started playing with his phone, scrolling through real-time news online. Lived up to expectations. The capital city child prodigy that once shook the nation, has now been recommended for admission to Kyoto University, studying at Evolution College, and is expected to evolve into an advanced-level creature during his university years. Heartbreaking. Genius mechanical girl underwent mechanical enhancements too early before her body fully developed, now suffering from a multitude of physiological issues, with many parts of her body deformed, her latter life likely to be spent as a disabled person. Great news! Huawei Group has successfully cultivated a rare common Tier 5 spiritual plant. The global spiritual plant market might welcome major changes. Lin Zichen glanced at these 3 pieces of news on the homepage, and his attention quickly settled on the second news about the genius mechanical girl. After reading it briefly, he felt a mix of emotions. Parents are great. But clearly, not everyone with a child is fit to be a parent. The parents of this mechanical genius girl marketed their daughter's talents to make money, completely disregarding her safety and subjecting her to various mechanical modifications. They were unworthy of being parents. Even, unworthy of being human. Lin Zichen shook his head, not dwelling on it any further, and scrolled down on his phone to look at other news. After reading more than 20 articles, he realized that a large number contained news about the rat god cult. Counting them up, they nearly made up half of the news. Lin Zichen frowned slightly. Why has there suddenly been so much news about the rat god cult? Had something happened? With these questions in mind, he opened and went through all the news related to the rat god cult. He then learned that the city's security headquarters had recently concluded a crackdown, capturing a number of the rat god cult's followers. Related news was all being reported today. Did they only capture followers? What about the Rat King, whom the followers revere as a god? Was he captured? Lin Zichen's mind was filled with thoughts, and he quickly continued scrolling through the news. After finishing the recommended news on the web page, he started to search out other related news to read. To his disappointment, he discovered that the security headquarters' recent crackdown was all bark and no bite, capturing only some followers and not even a single giant mutant rat. After browsing the news for a while longer, feeling somewhat bored, Lin Zichen put his phone away, quietly stood up and left the classroom, and decided to find a secluded corner to exercise his body, rather than wasting time in the classroom. After walking around the school, he finally arrived at a deserted little grove. This place, with no people or surveillance, was perfect to use as a secret base for training. So, he casually moved a 100-pound rock over and began doing high-intensity weight training exercises. You are doing weight-bearing push UPS, chi blood +2, arm muscle strength +2, chest muscle strength +2, push-up proficiency +1. You are doing weight-bearing sit UPS, chi blood +2, abdominal muscle strength +2, sit-up proficiency +1. You are doing weight-bearing squats, chi blood +2, leg muscle strength +2, squat proficiency +1. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Zichen finally finished his workout, drenched in sweat from head to toe. I'm exhausted but fulfilled, I can clearly feel myself getting stronger. Common adult giant mutant rats are at biological level common tier 5. Just one more evolution, and I'll surpass them. With that thought, Lin Zichen flopped down again, positioning the stone he had just removed back onto his back and started doing push UPS against the ground like a maniac once more. You've completed 300 weighted push UPS, chi blood +600, arm muscle strength +600, chest muscle strength +600, push-up proficiency +300. After quickly finishing a set of weighted push UPS, Lin Zichen felt that it was about time, so he stopped, wiped the sweat from his face, and took out his cell phone to check the time. The top right corner of his phone screen showed it was already 17:20 in the afternoon, almost time for school to end. Then he saw a WeChat message notification from Shen Qinghan at the top of his phone screen. He opened it to find 3 messages. 15:12 in the afternoon. Han Han, Xiao Chen, where did you go? Why haven't you come back for so long? 16:22 in the afternoon. Han Han, where are you? Confused emoji. 17:11 in the afternoon. Han Han, Xiao Chen, there are only 19 minutes left until class ends. I'll wait for you in the classroom, don't go home by yourself. Remember to come find me when you see this message. 17:22 in the afternoon. Ziai Chen, I was just exercising and didn't check my phone, I'm on my way back now. After sending this message to Shen Qinghan, Lin Zichen put away his phone and headed back to the classroom. As soon as he walked through the classroom door, Li Chuxin, seeing him drenched in sweat, couldn't help but ask curiously, where did you go? Why are you covered in sweat? He was also puzzled, yet, Where have you been all this time? Did you go to play basketball or soccer? Shen Qinghan remained quiet, kindly pulling out a few tissues and handing them to Lin Zichen so he could wipe the sweat from his face. She had wanted to wipe his face for him, but there were too many people watching in the classroom, and she felt too shy to do it. Lin Zichen took the handed tissues, wiping the sweat from his face, and said honestly, I didn't go anywhere, just felt bored sitting in class and found a secluded place outside to exercise a bit. Li Chuxin looked at him admiringly, not only are you talented, but you're also so hardworking. No wonder you were the top student in our district for the middle school exams. He teased, wow, sneaking off to work out, do you really have to be so competitive? He spoke quite loudly, drawing the attention of many nearby students. Keep it down, He. Li Chuxin shot him a discontented glance, feeling that this Nangwen guy was too louder than a crowing rooster, which she felt was unpleasant. He realized his faux pas and quickly laughed it off, sorry. At that moment, the bell signaling the end of class rang. The students could now go home. Li Chuxin took out 3 bags from her backpack and handed one to each group member, here, 1 bag for each of you for your uniforms. Thanks, Chu Xin. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan both accepted the bags with a smile, thanking her. He, as usual, was boisterous in his thanks. Wow, you even planned ahead by keeping bags in your backpack, such a clever move. Seeing him being loud again, Li Chuxin gave him an exasperated look. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, meanwhile, were quietly packing up their things, one eager to go home for a meal, the other keen to get home and read. P.S. Bowing here, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. 47. Mouse walks the world. Xiao Chen, I've packed my stuff, let's go. Give me the bag to carry. Okay. Shen Qinghan didn't stand on ceremony with Lin Zichen, and directly handed over the bag containing the school uniform to him. Lin Zichen took the bag and left the classroom with Shen Qinghan. Watching the two of them walk away, a girl in the class who had specifically transferred to Shanghai High School to be in the same class as Lin Zichen said dreamily. Lin Zichen is so gentlemanly, even knows how to carry a girl's bag. I wish I were his childhood sweetheart. Gentlemanly? More like showing off if you ask me. Today is free time, everyone is either chatting or walking around the campus, only he goes out of his way to exercise outside. Such a show-off. Next to the girl, a tall and skinny boy said disdainfully. He was the top scorer of the middle school exams at Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, with excellent academic grades and somewhat handsome features. For all 3 years of junior high, he was the school's pride, surrounded by admiring peers, and received love letters until his hands were sore. And the girl sitting beside him was the only one who could compete with him for the top spot throughout junior high. During their rivalry, he gradually developed feelings for her. After the middle school exams, upon learning that the girl had chosen Shanghai High School, he didn't hesitate to turn down the high school principal's retention efforts at Shanghai No. 1 Middle School and followed the girl in choosing Shanghai High School. Seeing the girl so enamored with Lin Zichen irritated him. I was here first. What does that guy have that I don't? Why did things turn out like this? Hey, we're all classmates here, let's not talk behind each other's backs. If you really have an issue with him, just challenge him in the martial arts class, said Liu Gang, who could lift 300 kilograms with one hand, after hearing what the tall and skinny boy had just said, and walked over to speak to him. The tall and skinny boy, instinctively wanting to snap back when confronted, turned around to face who had addressed him and found himself facing a nearly 2-meter-tall behemoth. He immediately wimped out, not daring to make a sound. Seeing him like this, the girl by his side promptly kicked him while he was down and said, "Exactly, if you have a problem with Lin Zichen, just go and spar with him. But be careful not to end up like during the 8 school tournament, stepping on the martial stage and getting kicked off by one foot, landing face first in the dirt. You The tall and skinny boy was so angry he couldn't speak, and suddenly felt that the girl in front of him was nauseating. Liu Gang looked at the girl and asked, "That Lin Zichen, is he really that good?" When the subject turned to Lin Zichen, the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she enthusiastically listed her idol's virtues for Liu Gang. Amazing. Totally amazing. Absolutely unbeatable. Since childhood, Lin Zichen is the most incredible straight-A student I've ever seen in real life. You might not believe it, but when Lin Zichen started junior high, he toppled all the middle school students in the district. And when I say all, I mean including the second and third graders too. Also, it wasn't just simple one-on-one fights. The girl grew more and more animated as she spoke, her face flushing with excitement, and she seemed overly thrilled, as if Lin Zichen were someone special to her. A moment later, after listening to her descriptions of Lin Zichen, Liu Gang couldn't help but say with a smile, "Interesting, I should take the opportunity to have a spar with him someday." "Forget it, Liu Gang." At that moment, a muscular boy walked over and said. He was the third top scorer of the middle school exams from Nangwon City. A genius named Wang Shijia who could run 100 meters in 7.98 seconds. Wang Shijia walked up to Liu Gang and stopped, his face as calm as water. No matter how formidable that person is, at the end of the day, they're just a top scholar from one of Shanghai City's districts, basically just a monkey calling itself king because there are no tigers in the mountains. And you're a genius who could rank within the top 5 in Nangwon City. There's no need to lower your standards to find such an opponent to spar with. If you want to spar, just come to me. This so-called genius named Wang Shijia was filled with disdain for the students of Shanghai City, which made many of the local students in the class feel uncomfortable. Liu Gang waved his hand. "Forget it, sparring with you would be pointless. You're too fast, I can't hit you, you're too weak, you can't hurt me. We could fight for a long time on the stage and still not determine a winner." Wang Shijia smiled and said, "In that case, how about this? I'm planning to challenge the students from the advanced second-year class in a while. Shall we do it together then?" "Fine by me." Liu Gang agreed without a second thought. After this exchange, the two quickly left the classroom together. They were geniuses that the school had spent a fortune to recruit and were living in the faculty dormitories provided by the school. Just the two of them, living in a luxurious 3-bedroom apartment. After the two had left, the boy and girl from Shanghai No. 1 middle school in the classroom were somewhat dazed. A genius ranked in the top 5 in Nangwon City? What's happening? How did our class get a scholastic champion from Nangwon City? You see, the education level in Nangwon City is much higher than that of Shanghai City. They produce a provincial top scholar every few years. Whereas Shanghai City has only had the good fortune of producing a provincial top scholar once in the past few decades, and that was over 20 years ago, so long past that it's not even comparable to Nangwon City. So, why would these two scholastic champions from Nangwon City come to Shanghai High School to study? The boy and girl from Shanghai No. 1 middle school were utterly perplexed by this question. On the school path, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were strolling side by side at a leisurely pace. Once out of the classroom, Shen Qinghan became much more lively, chatting non-stop with Lin Zichen all the way. As she spoke, something suddenly occurred to her, and she said to Lin Zichen, "Oh, by the way, Mom just sent a message on WeChat saying she'll be home late because of work at school today, and asked me to buy some vegetables on the way home after school. Let's buy them at the vegetable market to the right outside the school gate later. Let's buy them at the supermarket. We're young and not used to buying groceries, it's easy to get swindled at roadside stands. Then let's go to the supermarket." After this simple exchange, they quickly left the school and took a bus to the nearest supermarket to buy groceries. After getting off the bus, they still had to walk a distance to reach the supermarket. While passing through an alleyway, Shen Qinghan suddenly got startled and pointed into the alley. "Xiao Chen, there are so many rats over there." Lin Zichen looked in the direction she pointed and indeed saw several rats in the alleyway. Even more, there was a big rat fighting with a cat over cat food. Faced with this scene, Lin Zichen's eyebrows furrowed, and he picked up a stone with the intention of smashing the big rat that was fighting with the cat. But then he thought better of it and in the end, decided not to do it. For now, it's probably best not to mess with creatures like rats. After all, the mystery of the giant mutant rats still remains unsolved to this day. No one knows how they suddenly appeared in human society, nor whether they have any connection to ordinary rats. Lin Zichen was worried that killing the big rat in the alley might bring trouble upon himself. P.S. Begging bowl out, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. 48. Everyone likes to show off. In the evening, after dinner, Lin Zichen rested for a while before quickly going up to his room to engage in high-intensity training. After more than 3 hours of practice, when he felt his muscles go numb, he stopped, sweating profusely, to take a break. Even during his rest, he didn't waste time. Sitting on the floor, he used his phone to search for news related to the rat god cult to keep up with the movements of this heretical sect. A quick search revealed that in less than a day, several more followers had been captured. It had to be said, the efficiency of the city's security headquarters was high. The only downside was that they still hadn't caught the giant mutant rat. In fact, they hadn't even seen a shadow of one. It was as if this creature had never existed in the human world, which was baffling. After resting for a moment, Lin Zichen put away his phone, picked up his clothes, and went to the bathroom. After the bath, he turned off the lights and went to bed. Before sleeping, he set an alarm for 3 in the morning, planning to go out to test his physical data when no one was around. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. The alarm on his phone went off. Lin Zichen woke up to the sound, put on his clothes, took his measuring tools, and quickly left the house quietly. Then, finding a blind spot away from surveillance cameras, he began his tests. In less than 10 minutes, the test results came out. He could sprint 100 meters in only 3.59 seconds. His vertical jump could reach 7.02 meters. He could lift a car weighing around 1,650 kilograms with one hand. Compared to the last test, all 3 data points had improved. After testing, Lin Zichen didn't linger outside. He took his measuring tools and jogged home. On his way past a green belt, he saw a fat rat. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to find the rat lying on the ground eating a bird. It was a sparrow. The sparrow was still alive, its wings flapping in struggle, trying to escape the rat's clutches, but to no avail. Lin Zichen was shocked by the scene before him. He had seen cats eat birds before. But a rat eating a bird? What was going on? How did it catch the bird to eat it? Lin Zichen furrowed his brow, feeling that the scene was bizarre, and quickly kept his distance from the rat, choosing to take a detour home. On the way back, he took the opportunity to call the security office to report the situation. The people at the security office told him to stay away, but didn't say much else, not even asking for the location. They seemed to not care much. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Zichen played with his phone at his front door, waiting for Shen Qinghan to come out so they could go to school together. It wasn't long before Shen Qinghan emerged, holding a small bag of cookies. She stopped in front of Lin Zichen, took out a cookie from the bag, and held it to his mouth with a sweet smile. "Mom made these cookies last night, try one." These were especially made by Su Meng for her to take to school and share with her classmates, hoping she would get along well with everyone in her class. Lin Zichen took a bite and smiled. "Aunt Meng's cookies are as delicious as always." "Of course," Shen Qinghan said with pride. After a brief chat, the two of them quickly set off for school. Entering the school's gate and walking down the path, Lin Zichen suddenly heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning around, he saw a tall girl coming into view. She looked like an upperclassman. "Ah, Zichen Jr., it really is you, I knew your silhouette looked so familiar." The girl, upon seeing Lin Zichen's extremely familiar handsome face, immediately ran over with an excited look and said. Lin Zichen sized up the girl and found he didn't recognize her, which left him somewhat puzzled. With a smile, the girl said, Zichen Jr., do you still remember me? During the school sports meet in your first year, I was always there beside you, cheering you on until my throat went hoarse. Lin Zichen didn't remember at all, but he still smiled politely and said, Of course I remember. The girl was overjoyed upon hearing that he remembered. Lin Zichen didn't chat with her much and just left her with a "See you, senior" before heading to the grade 10 class 1 classroom with Shen Qinghan. On the way, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but express her admiration. Xiao Chen, you are really popular, there seems to be your little fangirls everywhere. Lin Zichen just smiled without saying anything. After arriving at the classroom, Shen Qinghan shared the biscuits with Li Chuxin and He Yu. The two of them had never tasted such delicious biscuits before, and after finding out they were personally made by Su Meng, Shen Qinghan's mother, they couldn't stop praising her. As Su Meng's daughter, Shen Qinghan felt very pleased listening to this. Soon, the class bell rang. The students of grade 10 class 1 were greeted by their very first high school lesson. The class was on mechanical transformation, and the teacher's name was Cai Yuanfei, a techie with glasses. The content of the first class was very basic, mainly explaining some fundamental concepts and principles to the students. Lin Zichen listened for a bit and found that it was all knowledge he had learned from books in his childhood, so he quietly took out a book he had brought from home and read it, not wanting to waste time listening to the lecture. Apart from him, the rest of the class listened attentively. After all, not everyone was like him, having read extensively from a young age and having a photographic memory. The vast majority had to keep pace with the teacher's lessons. While Lin Zichen quietly read his book, Liu Gang and Wang Shijia, the two academic elites from Nangwen City, were very active in the classroom. Whenever the teacher posed a question, these two would immediately vie to answer, and they always got it right, astonishing their classmates and making them think these two were incredibly strong. Cai Yuanfei, the teacher, also praised them profusely, saying they deserved their reputation as top students from Nangwen City, having such a rich reserve of knowledge. After mechanical transformation class, the next subject was genetic fusion class. The genetic fusion class teacher was named Lu Diren, another techie with glasses. The content of the first class was also about explaining some concepts and principles. Lin Zichen listened for a while, realized it was content he had self-studied long ago, and continued to lower his head to read the book he had brought. Meanwhile, Liu Gang and Wang Shijia continued their eager participation in the class. Lu Diren, having taught for many years, had never encountered students with such a rich knowledge reserve, and he couldn't help but give them a big thumbs up and praised. Incredible, the students from Nangwen City are impressive. I've been teaching for so many years and have never seen students as remarkable as these two, truly an eye-opener for me. Hearing this assessment, both Liu Gang and Wang Shijia felt greatly satisfied in their vanity. Before long, the dismissal bell rang. After 2 periods of mechanical transformation and 2 periods of genetic fusion class, the entire morning's lessons were over. Shu Ji, I heard you're the 3rd highest scorer in Nangwen City's middle school exams, isn't that amazing? Liu Gang, I heard you can easily lift 300 kilograms weights with one hand, is that true? My goodness, the top students from Nangwen City are just too strong. During the lunch break, most of the students in the class crowded around the 2 academic elites from Nangwen City, marveling at their strength. Seeing this scene, He Yu felt sour all over and couldn't help but mutter under his breath, damn, these two really like to show off. They kept trying to showcase themselves during class, as if they were afraid no one would know how strong they are. However, Lin Zichen thought it was pretty normal for those two to show off, he didn't see any reason to disapprove. They studied so hard and worked so diligently, they had finally achieved such excellent results, and if you didn't allow them to indulge a little, that would be too harsh. In many cases, one's biggest motivation to strive forward is for the opportunity to show off after succeeding. Returning home with wealth and honor without being able to flaunt it is like walking in brocade at night, unseen. That's the logic behind it. P.S. Please support with monthly and recommendation tickets. 49. Shen Qinghan's secret. After lunch break, Lin Zichen headed to his afternoon practical class. The first class was the Wilderness Survival course. The teacher, Cheng Bei, wasn't interested in discussing concepts or philosophies. Instead, he immediately had the students try doing things hands-on, asking if anyone knew how to start a fire by drilling wood. As he spoke, he took out several dry sticks of wood and threw them on the ground to see if anyone possessed this skill. However, he pretty much assumed no one would. This skill was hardly ever needed in daily life, so who would bother to learn it for no reason? Contrary to his expectations, Liu Gang and Wang Shijia, the two top students from Nangguan City, both knew how to start a fire by drilling wood. As soon as he had thrown the wood on the ground, the two of them walked over and started drilling skillfully. Then, in no time, they managed to produce a flame and successfully started a fire. What's going on? How come you two are so skilled, even knowing how to start a fire by drilling wood? Cheng Bei said, his face full of disbelief. Liu Gang replied with a smile, "Teacher, I participated in an outdoor summer camp during the summer break of my 8th grade year, and I learned how to start a fire there." Wang Shijia said indifferently, "I learned it from the internet when I was in elementary school." Hearing Wang Shijia, many of the students in the class gaped in surprise. Are the top students from Nangguan City really that impressive? He learned how to start a fire by drilling wood during elementary school from the internet? That's truly incredible. Lin Zichen also looked at Wang Shijia, not expecting someone else to be like him, interested in self-learning various skills through online videos since childhood. It seemed that top students did have certain things in common. In the following time, apart from the two Nangguan City whizzes, the other students in the class followed Cheng Bei in learning how to start a fire by drilling wood. "Xiao Chen, this is so hard, my hand is almost blistering from drilling, and I can't even make a hole. How fast do you have to drill to get a fire going?" Looking at her slightly reddened palm, occasionally throbbing with pain, Shen Qinghan wore a face of frustration. Li Chuxin and He Yu beside her were in the same boat, unable to drill into the stick on the ground at all. Seeing this, Lin Zichen said to the three of them, "Come here, I'll teach you." On hearing this, He Yu couldn't help but express his doubt, "You know how to drill wood for fire?" Lin Zichen explained, "I also self-learned how to drill wood for fire on the internet before." Li Chuxin said with admiration, "Zai Chen, you're so amazing." Lin Zichen just smiled and quickly passed on his little tricks for starting a fire by drilling wood to the three of them, correcting their incorrect drilling movements as well. Among the three, Shen Qinghan was relatively clumsy, and her drilling movements were consistently incorrect. Lin Zichen had no choice but to squat next to her and show her how to drill, hands-on. Having Lin Zichen so intimately holding her hand in front of so many people, Shen Qinghan's entire face turned red, all the way up to the roots of her ears, looking as though it could drip water. After the Wilderness Survival class ended, the students of Class 1, Grade 1, finally welcomed their homeroom teacher Han Yuanfeng's martial arts training class. This was one of the most important courses in the high school stage. The main content of the course was to understand the human body, exercise it, and learn various martial arts techniques. Han Yuanfeng started the class by teaching everyone a special breathing exercise. This breathing exercise, once mastered, could regulate one's breath and enhance the effectiveness of physical exercise. However, the improvement was not significant, it was only slightly better than eye exercises. While listening to Han Yuanfeng's explanations and watching him demonstrate the breathing technique, Lin Zichen learned it right away. It wasn't difficult, you just had to get the rhythm of your breathing right to learn it. But that was just for him. Apart from him, not a single other student in the class could get it right, they were all complaining about how tough it was, and how they nearly suffocated several times during practice. One girl even got so oxygen deprived from the practice that she ended up leaning against a tree, retching. Everyone, don't rush, this breathing technique is quite challenging. On average, it takes about 3 days for the top students of previous freshman classes to learn it. Seeing defeat written across everyone's faces, Han Yuanfeng also took the opportunity to offer some timely comfort. No sooner had he finished speaking than Wang Shiji came over and said, "Teacher, I've learned it." Shock coursed through Han Yuanfeng. This was only the first class, and yet someone had already learned it. Before he could fully process his shock, Liu Gang also raised his hand high and said, "Teacher, I've learned it too, see if this is how it's done." After speaking, Liu Gang began to practice the breathing technique somewhat awkwardly, constantly adjusting his own breath. Upon seeing this, Wang Shiji also started to practice the breathing technique. Seeing that both of them had truly mastered the breathing technique, Han Yuanfeng became utterly excited. Looking at Liu Gang and Wang Shiji, he did not hesitate to lavish them with praise in front of everyone. "Amazing, really amazing. No wonder you were able to achieve excellent results in the competitive Nangguan city, your learning abilities are truly outstanding." The other students, witnessing this, felt overwhelming envy on their faces. At the same time, a sense of defeat also arose within them. Everybody who had managed to get into Shanghai High School's martial arts elite class had been the pride of their own schools during middle school, the academic stars in everyone's eyes. However, in front of Liu Gang and Wang Shiji, they felt like fireflies trying to shine alongside the brilliant moon, instantly losing their luster, a rather disheartening realization. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. During these days, the school's schedule was basically the same every day. From Monday to Thursday, they had mechanical modification and genetic fusion classes in the morning, followed by wilderness survival and martial arts training in the afternoon. Come Friday, the whole day was dedicated to elective courses. During this time, Liu Gang and Wang Shiji continued to actively demonstrate their abilities, earning the esteem of every teacher. Lin Zichen, on the other hand, kept a low profile, quietly working on strengthening his body each day. Occasionally, he organized a group of 4 to clean the blackboard, take out the trash, and water the classroom plants, quietly completing these seemingly insignificant tasks to advance the progress bar for his social animal achievement. After several days, he made quite a bit of progress. Achievement: cooperatively complete tasks 1000 times under the premise of teamwork. Reward: acquire biometric attribute social animal. Number of tasks completed, 56/1000. This day, Saturday morning, Lin Zichen got up early and stood in front of Shen Qinghan's house, waiting for her to come out. They had agreed the night before to go to the seaside for fun today. Just the two of them, without their parents. Shanghai City is a coastal city, surrounded by the sea everywhere. The nearest beach was less than 30 kilometers away. There was no problem for the two of them to go out together. They could leave in the morning and return at night. Both sets of parents were very reassured. Of course, they were mainly reassured about Lin Zichen. "Xiao Chen, let's go," a sweet voice called out. Shen Qinghan emerged from the house, wearing a backpack filled with items and smiling cheerfully at Lin Zichen. Shortly after, they took a ride to the nearest beach for their day out. It was said to be for fun, but in truth, they wanted to train their swimming skills and also examine Shen Qinghan's physical condition. Lin Zichen had always wanted to uncover the secrets of Shen Qinghan's body, why she had urinary incontinence, why she was naturally such a strong swimmer. And what was the sound that Shen Qinghan heard under the sea that time? Was it a hallucination, or something else? Could it be related to the abnormalities Shen Qinghan had been experiencing for years? These mysteries lingered in his mind, and he yearned to solve them every day. P.S. Setting up the bowl, asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 50. 50. If you have hands, you'll be fine. Almost an hour later, the bus arrived at its destination smoothly, and the two got off and headed to the beach. They arrived at the changing room and changed into the swimsuits they brought along. Lin Zichen wore only a pair of swim trunks, revealing his well-sculpted, muscular upper body. Shen Qinghan, as always, was dressed modestly, only exposing a bit of her thighs, embarrassed to reveal too much in a public setting. "Fewer people over there, let's go that way," Lin Zichen said. "Okay," Shen Qinghan replied, nodding her head and obediently following Lin Zichen. Soon, both of them entered the shallow water. Lin Zichen first had Shen Qinghan test how long she could hold her breath underwater, to see if she could still last over 10 minutes like the last time. To his surprise, Shen Qinghan's performance shocked him, holding her breath underwater for 20 minutes. "Zichen, how much?" 20 minutes and 38 seconds, he answered. "Ah, that long?" Shen Qinghan gasped in disbelief, stunned by her own performance. To her, Lin Zichen said, Han, your swimming skills are so good, it might be related to the fact that you couldn't hold your pee since you were little. We need to study this matter properly and strive to understand the reason behind it as soon as possible." "Yes, I also think it's related to that," Shen Qinghan replied, her cheeks flushing slightly. Lin Zichen was too casual about it, talking so plainly about her inability to hold her pee, which made her feel quite embarrassed. Though they grew up together and were usually very close, there were still gender differences, and some overly private topics could be awkward to discuss. In the time that followed, Lin Zichen continuously tested Shen Qinghan's various underwater abilities. During the tests, he kept observing the changes in her body. Unfortunately, her body remained normal, with no special changes occurring. The only difference was that Shen Qinghan's underwater abilities had improved since the last time. This was strange because she had not done any swimming training in the meantime. How could her underwater abilities have improved? This did not make sense and warranted careful observation and study. Thinking about this, Lin Zichen looked at Shen Qinghan and said, Han, let's go explore the underwater world," he suggested. "Okay," Shen Qinghan nodded. Not long after they had spoken, the two dived into the water together and walked on the seabed nearly 10 meters deep. During this time, Lin Zichen kept observing Shen Qinghan's physical condition and found that she felt a bit uncomfortable when she first entered the water but quickly adapted and was able to move freely in the underwater world at nearly 10 meters deep. Her swimming skills were too extraordinary, almost inhuman, resembling more a marine creature than a land animal. Maybe Su Meng was right, and Shen Qinghan was made of water. As Lin Zichen pondered these thoughts, the previously content Shen Qinghan suddenly changed color, and in a state of panic, she vigorously shook his arm, signaling him that they needed to resurface. Without hesitating, he immediately surfaced with Shen Qinghan and then quickly swam to the shore. "Did you hear the voice from last time?" Lin Zichen asked as soon as they got ashore. Shen Qinghan, looking a bit pale, said, "I heard that strange voice again, this time clearer and louder, like a woman whispering in my ear. It was really creepy. Could you understand what it was saying this time?" Lin Zichen asked. Shen Qinghan shook her head, "I couldn't tell, it didn't seem like a common language of this world. It sounded like chanting, filled with an ancient and profound sense." "Chanting?" Lin Zichen furrowed his brow then asked, "Can you replicate that sound for me to hear?" "No, I don't think the human vocal cords can produce that kind of sound," Shen Qinghan answered, shaking her head again, and then added, "Zichen, let's go back. I don't want to stay here anymore. I feel very insecure." "Okay, we're going back," Lin Zichen said, seeing she was not in a good state, and quickly took her away from the beach. On the bus, Shen Qinghan recalled the voice she had heard while in the sea, and couldn't help but feel scared. Turning to Lin Zichen with a pleading tone, she said, "Zichen, can I not go to the beach anymore? I don't want to train my swimming skills." "Okay," we won't come here anymore, Lin Zichen agreed without a second thought. Shen Qinghan had heard strange voices during her 2 trips to the sea, which unsettled him as well. He thought they should avoid the beach from now on. If they needed to train her swimming skills, they could use some clean, private pools. As for the eerie female voice Shen Qinghan heard in the sea, they would have to wait until they were stronger before attempting to delve deeper into this mystery and understand what was actually happening. Time flew by swiftly. Before anyone knew it, more than a month had passed. Shanghai High School, Class 1 of the first year. The mechanical modification class teacher, Cai Yuanfei, walked in with a stack of test papers and looked at everyone. Just like that, we've arrived in October and school has been in session for over a month. During this time, we've learned quite a bit, and now it's time to see what you've been able to retain. There's a reward for this test. The first place will get 888 in cash, second place will get 666 in cash, and third place will get 333 in cash. It's not a lot of money, just a motivator, but I hope everyone takes it seriously and really tests what they've learned over the past month. Don't dismiss it as unimportant. After saying this, Cai Yuanfei handed the test papers to the students in the front row to pass back. Wow, really? There's a cash prize just for a little class quiz. Yu, who was sitting below, was very shocked by this. Li Chuxin said in confusion, don't they have this at high schools in Nangguan? Yu shook his head, I've never heard of that. Li Chuxin explained to him, at our Shanghai High School, the school allocates a certain amount of funds to the teachers every month to motivate students during regular evaluations. Wow, that's awesome, Yu exclaimed in surprise, then couldn't help but complain. Nangguan City claims to have a strong education system, but the benefits given to students are not even on par with Shanghai City. So lame. Lin Zichen on the side also felt somewhat surprised. There's a cash prize? And the first place is actually 888 yuan? That's a generous reward, almost enough to buy half a jin of ferocious great eagle meat. Everyone, quiet down and start working on the test as soon as you get it. Seeing that the students were all discussing the cash reward and causing a ruckus in the classroom, Cai Yuanfei immediately controlled the situation. Soon, the classroom quieted down, and everyone began concentrating on their test papers. The test was a bit difficult, with many tricky questions covering various knowledge points. Most students frowned as they worked through it. Lin Zichen took the test and felt it was quite easy, almost effortless. He seemed to know the answers with just one glance, not having to exert his mind at all. The only thing worth pondering was the very last part of the final problem. But even that just took an extra half-minute to think through. Securing a perfect score of 100 was a matter of having hands to write it down. That meant the first place prize of 888 yuan was practically in his hands already. Over an hour later, the test was over. Cai Yuanfei collected the papers to grade them back in the office, aiming to have them done before lunch break. As soon as he left, the classroom erupted in a chorus of moans the next moment. Damn, that test was so hard. They even asked for the energy wavelength of a laser cannon. Why would I remember that, and what use is remembering it anyway? Exactly, the test was way too difficult and obscure. That last problem-solving question was outrageous, asking about the relationship between a recoilless airstream device and atmospheric pressure, and they expected us to calculate the exact figures. With all those decimals, what's the point in calculating? Sigh, I was hoping to score 90, but now I'd be lucky to pass with 60. While everyone else was complaining about how hard the test was, Wang Shijia got up and walked over to Liu Gang, smiling as he asked, that test was indeed tough, how do you think you did? Probably a 95, Liu Gang replied, then turned to Wang Shijia and asked, what about you? Wang Shijia smiled, same here, I just didn't know the last part of the last question, so I think I'll get around 95 too. Hearing these two estimated they scored 95, many students cursed them under their breath for their lack of humility. With such a tough paper, still scoring so high, did they leave any hope for the others? Meanwhile, Shen Qinghan was also telling Lin Zichen about her difficulties. Zichen, the test was really hard, I might fail. It's fine. It was tough for everyone, not just for you. As long as you're above the average score, there shouldn't be a problem, Lin Zichen consoled her gently. Shen Qinghan thought about it and felt it made sense. Her worried expression eased a lot, and she revealed a sweet smile, saying, "That's true. I've always done pretty well on written exams. I'm sure I'll be above average." Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.